was developed by General Winfield Scott to defeat the Confederate Army. 215-263-WMMR, and we will go to Chris. Chris, good morning.
Hey, morning.
Morning, buddy. Okay, what was the name of that plan that General Winfield Scott used to defeat the Confederate Army?
Is it the Anaconda Plan?
Yes.
Wow. That's what the Nicki Minaj song is about, right?
That's the Baby Got Back plan, yes. From Sir Mix-a-Lot, who did that first. All right, so hang on the line, Chris. We are going to set you up. We are going to... I have a follow-up on Winfield Scott. Hang on. We have a $50 gift card to DeBraza Brazilian Steakhouse in Horsham. Struggling to find a restaurant for everyone, DeBraza's got you covered. Listen, they offer 15 different cuts of meat and salmon for one set price.
Nice.
August meat of the month is ribeye. Info and reservations at nebraza.com. So General Winfield Scott, his nickname, he was known as Old Fuss and Feathers.
Old Fuss and Feathers.
Yeah, that was his nickname. So, Old Fuss and
My
Feathers.
dearest wife, they keep making fun of me. Now they call me Old Fuss and Feathers. I guess it's better than anal sore.
But he came up with the Anaconda Plan. I wonder if he named that after his own member.
It is a follow-up to my more successful I Like Big Butts plan.
All right. Let's dive into the entertainment story. So, Bennifer 2.0's second wedding is just around the corner. Page Six reports that preparation for the big event with Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez has begun.
They showed an aerial shot of the layout. I think it was in the Daily Mail or one of the British tabloids. It looks like Nick. It looks like the World's Fair of 1930.
Come on. On Thursday, a marquee was seen being constructed on Affleck's riverfront estate in Georgia. The couple were also spotted out on the town in Savannah with family and friends. Affleck's 16-year-old daughter, Violet, was spotted with them drinking coffee and walking alongside Ben. And this comes a month after they got married for the first time in Las Vegas. But they're getting ready for the big party event.
The expected attendance level? Do we know?
I haven't seen any numbers.
No.
I mean, I've just seen some names thrown around.
Like
but,
Tom Skiffington.
Well, yeah, he'll be there in a Jiffington.
And I just want to make sure you said she was drinking coffee, the daughter?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure I had the details right.
Yeah, got the details. They were drinking
Kathy's
coffee.
writing
And
a
they
book
looked
about it.
happy,
Yeah,
too,
yeah.
Kathy.
Fun was had by all.
So we'll recap that next week, I'm sure. Brad Pitt's Make It Right Foundation has reached a $20.5 million settlement with the owners of the faulty homes that the charity built following Hurricane Katrina.
Oh, my God.
The environmental justice nonprofit Global Green will be providing the $20.5 million despite not being part of the class action lawsuit.
This happened with that office building that Carrot Top designed.
Brad said in a statement, "I'm incredibly grateful for Global Green's willingness to step up and provide this important support for the lower ninth families." He said, "We collaborated in the early days post-Katrina and are very fortunate to have Global Green's generous continuing commitment to help address the challenges around these homes and others in need."
I gotta apologize. I'm not a very good architect.
Hopefully this agreement will allow everyone to look ahead to other opportunities to continue to strengthen this proud community in the future. So they reached a settlement. Nicholas Brendan, the actor who played Xander Harris on Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
This guy's so troubled.
He's been hospitalized after suffering a cardiac incident. According to his sister, Brendan was rushed to the emergency room approximately 2 weeks ago.
He's had a huge booze problem for years.
She said, "Nicky sends his love and wanted me to apologize that he hasn't been going live as much lately and giving everyone an update. He's doing fine now, but he had to be rushed to the emergency room about 2 weeks ago because of a cardiac incident," his sister wrote. She said he is trying to get a little more rest and has been concentrating on medical appointments. Idris Elba shared some family drama that occurred behind the scenes of his latest film, Beast. The actor said his 20-year-old daughter, Eason, didn't speak to him for about 3 weeks after being denied a part in the movie.
Get away from me, you disgusting, disgusting beast.
She auditioned, he said, and it came down to chemistry in the end. She's great, but the relationship in the film and the relationship between my daughter the chemistry wasn't right for the film, weirdly enough.
It's gotta hurt.
Yeah. Fortunately, they were able to move past this hurdle, and Eason attended the premiere of the film with Elba earlier this month. He said she was very gracious about it, and we got through that, and I'm really proud of her to go through that.
She's in the theater. Boom! Yeah, exactly.
Not get the role, but still come to the premiere, he said. So
That's out today, right?
Yep.
All right. I want to see this. The first time I saw it, I was like, okay, this is like Lion Jaws. I have no
idea what's it about. What's it like?
Family. So he is a widower. They go back to Africa with his daughters to kind of go to an area that they visited when the wife was alive. While there is this sort of crazed lion that is attacking people.
Oh, you said Lion Jaws. I'm like, is that a movie I don't know about? Like something?
Yeah.
Okay, Jaws, but with a lion.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, instead of a shark.
Right.
Okay. Interesting. So it's in the water and that thing swims?
No, it's not. It's in the Serengeti.
Oh, gotcha. Actually, we'll have that at the end of the entertainment report here. So, not actress, but Heather Duffy, Anne Heche's Better Together podcast co-host, took to Instagram on Wednesday to honor the late actress. She said, I had to take a moment to begin to process the profound loss of my beautiful friend with the kindest soul I've known. Anne was joyful despite all the challenges she faced in her life. She was truthful despite being in a business that is make-believe. Spreading love and kindness in the world is what mattered most to her, even if at times the world did not give it back. So that's what she had to say. But still terrible to think about that occurred.
awful.
That actually
It
happened.
blows my mind. Yeah, when I think about that footage now and then, it's like, I can't believe we saw that.
This is really interesting. If you're into the whole Jenner sphere, on TikTok on Wednesday, Kylie Jenner shared a video of herself with her daughter Stormy Webster, revealed that Kris and Caitlyn Jenner almost named her something else. Have you guys seen what they almost named her?
Yes.
They almost named her Kennedy. The Kardashian star added that the name just doesn't hit the same. Kennedy
cute,
Jenner.
though.
I like that idea. I think it's not a bad
What if we
name.
had a President Kylie?
President
Yeah,
Kylie?
yeah.
I don't know. But Kennedy's not a bad. In fact, there was a VJ named Kennedy. Remember
MTV,
her?
yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah, so
She's on Fox Business now.
I think that works.
Yeah.
The OC star, Rachel Bilson, shared why she had so much trouble moving on from her ex, Bill Hader, on a recent episode of her Broad Ideas podcast. And when her guest, Tommy Dorfman, asked what she missed the most about Hader, Bilson said his big D.
What?
Yeah,
Really?
that's what she said.
How about that?
They both.
Right then.
I was stunned to just hear she has a podcast.
They burst into laughter, and then Bilson said, "We can keep that and cut. Let's move on." So, but
This is his big D.
Yep, that's what she
Bill
said.
Hader.
Yeah. So apparently he's packing according to
How about
her.
that?
Bill.
Yeah.
Look at
guys
the
are
big
all
D on
excited
Bill.
for him.
You just wouldn't think it, yeah.
Hey, good for him.
You always like to see people you like have big Ds.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
What?
What? Come on. Say it. You're going to say something.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, what time is it?
Who do you like as a big
no,
D?
no. So a friend, it's a friend of a friend has like a huge one,
Yeah.
and like obviously he's proud of it,
Yeah.
so he doesn't care that there's pictures that circulate. Of
Yeah,
him.
sure.
And so like every once in a while, I'm like, oh, somebody texted me, and I open it up, and it's his giant.
Who sends that to you?
My friend. Like,
Is it
so
your-
like the
is it-
mutual friend that we have. I have.
Did you have any on your phone now?
I could probably.
Yeah,
find
let's
it.
see.
How close of a friend is your friend to this other guy?
So they are best friends.
Are they F buddies or
No.
Okay.
No, he's married. Oh, and the wife knows. He sends pictures out. Yeah.
Wow.
Wait,
Oh,
is
yeah,
it?
yeah.
Okay, hang on.
It's
is
okay.
It,
So here, it's a couple.
Yeah.
A girl is the mutual friend, and
Yeah.
then me. So I get it from my female friend.
So they're fine. The wife and he are fine with
Yeah,
sending
yeah.
out these pictures.
Yeah.
The girlfriend gets them and she says, "Take a look at this," and you get them.
Are these pictures in an excited state, so to speak?
No, it'll be like a what's the mid state?
Class semi.
Yeah,
semi.
Yeah,
he's
semi.
not gonna send one
Yeah.
that's just flopping down there.
but it's actual. It's not like check out the outline of his pants here.
No,
It
no,
is-
naked. It's a full
no.
D.
You could you see the full.
Oh, we
shape,
gotta
all
see
of it.
this.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can find it.
Okay. All right.
Tell them we said hi.
Yeah, please.
In fact, let's put it up on PrestonSteve.com.
All right. Let's get
He
to
might be okay with that.
another story. In an interview with Entertainment Tonight, Glow actress Allison Brie revealed how she and Superbad actor Dave Franco have held on to their happy marriage for 5 years. She said communication. It's all about good
Well,
communication.
thanks for the
Wait,
tip.
we're celebrating 5 years.
How did you do it?
How-
You made it.
The wedding took half a year.
Wow.
He is in this new movie called Day Shift with Jamie Foxx.
Okay.
It is on Netflix. It's about vampire hunters. It's not very good, but I like him a lot.
She said, everybody says it, but I think that's why we try to work together so much, honestly, just so we can spend more time together so we don't have to be apart so much. But even when we're apart, we really make an effort to connect every day.
It's beautiful.
5 years. They've gone the distance.
Wow.
I look back at the third year and I think, what were we thinking?
Yeah.
But now here we are 2 years later.
Okay. All right.
Very exciting.
A devastating fire engulfed a building at New York's historic Grossinger Resort.
Yes.
On Tuesday evening, marking a new low for the abandoned hotel that served as the inspiration for the 1987 film Dirty Dancing and hosted celebrities. The fire devastated a 3-story building on the resort's property in Liberty, New York, and forced firefighters to trudge through overgrowth and concrete barriers, who then demolished the building with an excavator after putting the fire out. So this place was already in full disarray.
Yeah, so Preston, I had actually years ago, my family, we went a couple of times to the Catskills. We went to a place called Kutcher's, and we went to Grossinger's. And it was that full kind of resort as pictured in Dirty Dancing, where there was stuff going on all over the place. It was really nice.
The fire took 6 hours to put out, and authorities are currently investigating the case. The cause, Grossinger's Resort was the jewel of a vibrant vacation scene after World War II that saw thousands of Jewish families flock to the Catskills during summertime, earning the area the name the Borscht Belt.
They flocked?
Yeah. The Borscht Belt served as an unperturbed getaway for Jews living in America who were often unwelcome at many mainstream getaways and hotels. Grossinger's was the primary inspiration behind the fictional Kellerman's Resort in the 1987 hit film Dirty Dancing, as screenwriter Eleanor Bergstein recalled visiting Grossinger's as a child and discovered her love for dancing there. She said, my parents would hit the golf course, and I would just go to the dance studio as a little girl.
So by the time we went there, it was less just, predominantly Jewish, and it was kind of open to everybody, and they would have a lot of entertainers. So you go see kind of Las Vegas acts there. Mm-hmm. And the thing I remember from both those places, Preston, is that in the actual dining areas, they had cats roaming freely because of they had a bad field mice or mouse problem.
Yeah. The bustling holiday spot lessened in popularity during the second half of the 20th century as anti-Semitism waned and Jewish families were accepted at other resorts and destinations. Grossinger's fell into disrepair during the 1980s, was never revived, but the popular resort was once far grander. The resort, owned by Austrian couple Harry and Jeannie Grossinger, boasted a 27-hole golf course, a 1,500-seat dining room, indoor and outdoor pools, a nightclub, and even an airstrip there. The resort also hosted a wide array of celebrities, including Rocky Marciano, the heavyweight champion boxer of the 1950s, who trained at the resort's gyms. Also, famed singer Eddie Fisher, who was discovered at the hotel, married his first wife, Debbie Reynolds, at the resort on September 26, 1955. And he also brought his second wife, Elizabeth Taylor, there for a visit.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Grossinger's was famed for being the first place to use artificial snow for skiers in 1952. I don't know if it's artificial snow or maybe man-made.
Man-made, because the artificial stuff is just marshmallows.
And its golf course remains open to this day. Hotels International.
It's a 27-hole golf course. I assume that's
3 9-hole.
It's 3 9-hole courses,
right. Yeah.
Hotels International bought the resort in 1985, but could not reverse its fortunes when it came to declining visitor numbers who had given up the 100-mile journey to the Catskills from New York City in favor of air travel, which had become more affordable. So,
you know what? This would probably remind you in a way of what I understand the Great Wolf Lodge to sort of be like. That's on a much grander scale, where there's always stuff going on.
Yeah. So, well, that's sad that it's moved along. It's done with. According to the Hollywood Reporter, AMC Theaters announced yesterday that Grease will be playing at 135 of its theaters as a tribute to Olivia Newton-John. Yeah. I don't have one. I don't have another
That's pretty cool. And now, are some of the proceeds going to breast cancer?
Yeah, tickets are $5 and $1 for each ticket sold. Will go to AMC's charitable fund, AMC Cares. The proceeds to be donated to breast cancer research.
That makes sense.
Yeah. We need one more. All right, thank you. Kenan Thompson hinted at a Good Burger sequel on Wednesday.
All right.
It was on The Tonight Show. Jimmy Fallon had asked if about an Instagram post that he shared in July that celebrated the 25th anniversary of the film. And he said, "Are you saying that Good Burger 2 is happening?" And Thompson replied, "I would like to. We are working harder on it than ever. So it's about meeting the numbers, letting the numbers match up, because I need them numbers," he said.
Their show is popular. I think that was a popular, it was a kid's show, right?
Yeah. What? Good Burger?
Yeah, the movie was spawned from the series.
Kenan and Kel?
Kenan and Kel, yeah.
And then they made the movie, and I mean it's goofy.
It's okay.
It is. It's fairly ridiculous, but
it ain't no baby's day out.
No, let's not judge on that level. But Kenan is one of those guys that he just makes me laugh, and anything that he does, I think he's a comedic genius. He just every time I watch him, he makes me laugh.
To be honest, I know nothing about Good Burger.
Yeah.
I just know the name.
There's not a lot to learn.
And the title is kind of goofy.
Yeah.
So. Let's see. How about this? Entertainment Tonight reports on Thursday, ABC dropped a teaser for the second season of Abbott Elementary and announced its release date. So the hit comedy series is set to return on September 21st.
I think it's really good. Very enjoyable. Sweet cast and well written.
And also another trailer was released, and HBO has the final trailer for House of the Dragon. The Game of Thrones prequel promises that fire will reign, and it is going to premiere on Sunday.
Have you watched any of the trailers?
Yeah, it looks good.
And
looks real good.
George R.R. Martin has given it a big thumbs up.
All right.
Says it's really good. You're going to have, so at a point, you're going to have that and the Lord of the Rings series on Amazon. So
yeah,
it might be overload.
Yeah, I don't care about that one. This one I'm totally into. Nick, you had a graphic pulled up, and it looked like somebody was sitting on a throne, but it looked like the guy who played Littlefinger in the original. I don't know if it's the same actor or not, but
I don't think there's any of the same actors in this series.
Who is that guy?
Him. That's a different guy.
Okay.
That's definitely not Littlefinger. Lord.
I'll find out.
Oh man,
Lord Finger Blaster.
No.
The guy's name is like Gillen or something like that.
Lord Finger Blaster.
I am Lord Finger Blaster.
That guy had one set of skills.
Lord Baelish.
Send 10 women to my chamber.
10. One for
each finger.
Okay, the thumb gets involved?
That's a finger.
Yeah.
I'm just,
Lord
clarifying.
Finger Blaster.
Lord Finger Blaster. I see you're busy.
Hey, winter is really coming.
I
was going to ask
Winter
you-
is coming hard.
Could you please sign? No, I see your fingers are busy.
Yeah.
All right. Lee Pace is a married man. The Guardians of the Galaxy actor. He played Ronan. He was the main foe. He was so good in
He's
that.
excellent.
Oh, man. So he got married. He confirmed in an interview in GQ Hype he is married to Matthew Foley. And I thought that name sounded familiar, but
You would probably recognize him.
Pace told the outlet that he was set up with the Tom Brown executive through a mutual friend several years ago. He said, "What I'll say about being married, man," and I love his description of this. He said, "It was once described to me as an endless sleepover with your weirdest friend. In our experience, that is absolutely true. If you found one person that you can be weird around, hold on tight."
I like that.
That's a great description. He also revealed that he and Foley are considering expanding their family. He said, "I'd love to have kids. There's nothing better than having little kids running around." In February 2018, he did an interview with W Magazine. He opened up about his sexuality, saying that he had dated both men and women. After making headlines, he tweeted at the time, "In a recent phone interview, I was asked questions that I wasn't expecting, and I found myself momentarily at a loss for the right words. My privacy is important to me, so I protect it. When interviewed by the media, I keep the focus on my work. As a member of the queer community, I understand the importance of living openly, being counted, and happily owning who I am." He posted some pictures of them together. And
He's like impossibly good-looking dudes.
Yeah, super good looking. So they are married and they are happy. So good for them. Hey, this is interesting. For the first time, internet-based streaming services have edged past cable TV services as the top way that Americans get their video entertainment, according to a new report from Nielsen. Streaming now accounts for more than 1/3 of all programming consumed in the U.S. The top streaming platform right now is Netflix, and it's followed by YouTube. And then you have Amazon Prime Video and Disney Plus.
Now, Netflix just took a hit, for the first time, I guess, in subscription. That's what it would have to be because they don't advertise, they don't have commercials. But they are introducing a service that will offer commercials at a discounted rate if you want to subscribe to Netflix.
Mm-hmm. So Nielsen says streaming platforms are now used for 34.8% of television viewing, compared with cable, which is 34.4%.
What do you end up on the most right now of these streaming services? Is it Netflix?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Yeah, same.
You know why? I like their
interface.
It's easy to navigate.
Yeah, it is.
Yes.
Some of them are crazy difficult.
Yep.
And that was one of my issues. Was it HBO Max for a while?
It was slow and difficult to navigate.
What the hell's going on?
It's gotten better, but Steve, Netflix sort of set the standard for the best way to do it.
Yeah.
And I think people, the other streaming services have copied that model.
What I love about Netflix is you can go in and it says continue watching. Like your show that you're watching is right there. Some of the other ones, I'm like,
you got to go hunting for it.
I use the voice thing again to find it, even though it, I was watching it yesterday.
And also figuring out what episode you watched last.
Yeah.
A lot of them don't make it easy. They got to pick up their game on that.
Apple TV Plus is pretty tough with that stuff. But top 3 is probably, for me, Netflix, Disney Plus, and HBO Max.
Do you know what? If you go Apple TV and you go in through their TV, it's called their TV icon. That basically is an interface for everything you've watched.
Okay.
And you'll be able to go right to it.
I sometimes go into Apple and it wants me to sign up, and I'm like, I already have an account.
Wait, hold on. That just happened to me.
Do you want me to tell you what's going on?
Yeah. Tell me.
So for people who do not have the Apple TV, the actual unit, they decided, okay, let's widen the appeal, and they created the Apple Plus app. So it happens to me now too, where it'll come up on that first, and I'll say, like, I go on my voice remote, open Apple TV, and I do it again, and then it goes to Apple TV.
So wait, so I have the Apple
It's
TV.
presenting you the option to use the app as opposed to
the Apple
going into the actual Apple TV itself.
But do I pay a subscription on the Apple TV?
No, you don't subscribe to. You get it automatically if you have an Apple TV.
So I can watch the show, because I tried to watch. We just had
Trying.
I tried to watch Trying.
Yeah, I want to watch that this weekend. And if I have problems getting on, it's going to piss me off.
It asked me if I wanted to sign up.
Say no, I do not.
They are offering up. They're offering up more free content too. And so, for example, the Phillies game last Friday night was on Apple TV. You don't have to have Apple TV Plus to watch that. So that's where people get confused, is that they think they can watch something on Apple TV Plus, but they don't necessarily have to have Apple TV Plus in order to watch live sports.
Word of advice: make sure your Apple TV is engaged, that little white dot is on, and then it will default to that.
So I figured out. So I use the Apple app, the one that is just on the TV. I will compliment it because it's the easiest one. Even if you're signed out, it says sign in, and then you just do a QR code and you're signed in.
Okay.
So it's very quick.
I don't like the QR code.
Yeah, but we don't want to pay for that. We have Apple TV.
You don't dare pay for it.
You're already signed into it.
Yeah.
It's just the app that's telling you you're signed out, and then as soon as you say sign in, it shows you a QR code,
you log
in very quickly. It takes like 2 seconds. There's no clicking.
Wait,
there's
but
no
I
anything.
never see a QR code. I don't know what you're talking about.
Because you have to go to the next screen.
I will tell you this: it'll present you now with the app first if you ask to go on.
Mine, it says pay. It says pay now, subscribe, and if I click that, I'm paying.
Right.
I don't want to do that. I already have it.
What platform what are you using? Because I have a Roku and
Apple TV.
Yeah,
but you're using the Apple TV apparatus that's connected to you.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
But even when I go through,
I'm with you, Riz.
I have both. I have anyway, one of the TVs has the actual unit, and then the other ones are Roku sticks. And when I go through, sometimes in the Roku, it'll ask me if I want to sign up, and I'm like, I have an account. It doesn't ask me if I want to sign in. It asks me if I want to sign up. Screw you. Stop it.
Stop it, Apple.
Watch Apple TV. I have a specific set of skills.
It's over.
That's right, it stinks.
It's over.
Stupid. Nothing's over.
No.
Coming back from Vietnam, trying to watch Apple TV. Trying to watch all those shows like the Trying.
Yeah.
About the young couple. They were delightful.
They've made it to lovely. It's delightful.
About a young couple trying to adopt children. They steal my heart.
All right. So anyhow, streaming is bigger than cable now. Wouldn't you know it?
After we just bitched about
Yeah, we just
every
ripped it
streaming
apart.
service there
Everyone's
is.
going back to cable now.
It is easier.
Well, yes.
All right. So I think we need to talk about the movies opening this weekend because there's a couple of flicks. All right, we'll begin with one we chatted about quickly earlier. Beast opens this weekend. It's an adventure horror film. Stars Idris Elba, Charlito Copley, and Leanna Haley. Dr. Nate Daniels, a recently widowed husband, returns to South Africa, where he first met his wife on a long-planned trip with their daughters to a game reserve managed by Martin Battles, an old family friend and wildlife biologist. But what begins a journey of healing jolts into a fearsome fight for survival when a lion, a survivor of bloodthirsty poachers who now sees all humans as the enemy, begins stalking them. Hour and 33 minutes long. Rated R, wide release, and Rotten Tomatoes score gives it a 76%.
Wow.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
Also opening this weekend is Orphan First Kill.
I love the original Orphan.
Horror thriller, and it stars Isabel Furman, Rossif Sutherland, and Julia Stiles. Esther's terrifying saga continues in this thrilling prequel to the original and shocking horror hit Orphan. After orchestrating a brilliant escape from an Estonian psychiatric facility, Esther travels to America by impersonating the missing daughter of a wealthy family. Yet an unexpected twist arises that pits her against a mother who will protect her family from the murderous child at any cost. It's an hour and 39 minutes long, rated R, in theaters and streaming today. Rotten Tomatoes gives it a 70%. And then finally, Dragon Ball Super Superhero, anime action adventure, and it stars Kyle Herbert, Sean Schemmel, and Robert McCollum. The Red Ribbon Army was once destroyed by Son Goku. Individuals who carry on its spirit have created the ultimate androids, Gamma 1 and Gamma 2. These two androids call themselves superheroes. They start attacking Piccolo and Gohan. What is the new Red Ribbon Army's objective? In the face of approaching danger, it is time to awaken superhero.
Yes.
Hour and 40 minutes long, PG-13, wide release, and Rotten Tomatoes, 96%.
Whoa.
That's pretty wild.
I'm not way into anime, but sometimes, my sons both watch them.
Yeah.
And if I'm just hanging out in the living room and one is on, I'll slowly start to get a little bit of interest in it.
There's some excellent stuff out there.
And then I'm like, okay, this is pretty badass.
Yeah, and some really top-level animation.
Yep. All right, so we're ready for clips. As a father himself, Idris Elba clarifies the symbolism in the simple name of his movie, Beast. And here is the clip. It's not.
Well, it's not. They're not over yet. But if you want to hear the Pulp Fiction clip, here you go.
I'm gonna order a big plate of blueberry pancakes.
Okay.
Now, that beast sounds terrifying.
Now you're ready.
All right, here we go.
We chose the name Beast because it's a symbol of a few things. What the human being has done to this particular lion is beast-like. But what, mourning and the death of, his ex-wife and their mother is also a beast. And what the lion has to become and the man has to become to survive this story is also beast-like.
And Beast is in theaters today. We have the next clip. Esther's terrifying saga continues in this thrilling prequel to the original frightful hit Orphan. And here, Julia Stiles explains her reluctance to star in this film.
It's funny. I don't watch horror movies. I'm just too much of a wimp. I don't have the bandwidth for it. All I do is watch comedies. So when they sent me the script, I was like, I don't know. And then I got to the twist. And also, we made this in 2020. Before vaccines came out, movies were starting to get back into production. So There was even that much more reluctance to go back on a set because nobody knew how to do it, but it was just really good.
Could you shut up?
Orphan First Kill is in theaters today.
Did you ever see the first one?
I did.
Yeah. It's got a fun twist to it.
Oh, it's good. It's messed up.
Yeah.
She's terrifying.
Yeah.
The actress who plays Isabel, I forgot her last name, plays the orphan, and it's messed up.
Do you remember that story that was in the news that was basically this story?
I remember that.
Played out in reality?
And it was still a bit murky. Like there was no resolution to that story yet as to whether she was an adult or not, or how this happened. And we should see what's going on with that.
It was pretty cool.
All right. That's the entertainment report for you this morning. Hey, I want to mention we have a new Daily Rush video, and the title is Breaking Never Seen It News. Kathy's never seen Superbad. No, wait, breaking news. Maybe she did, but she can't remember if she hated it. However, she definitely hated Pineapple Express. No, wait, she never saw it. She never saw Tropic Thunder. No, wait, she did and hated it. Oh, wait, she did see Superbad.
Oh, my God.
That's the description.
That's what happened yesterday, Nick.
Be the first to see the newest Daily Rush video. Subscribe to our YouTube channel, folks, and you'll get to see them. It's sponsored by Xfinity's Gig Speed Internet. You can learn more at xfinity.com. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR. Everything that rocks includes
Fresh from our Acme Lounge.
Yeah. Finally, we're getting to use it.
Yeah, exactly. They have arrived in our studio via the UK, and we actually hung out with them in London. They came by our live broadcast when the Eagles were playing, and we did a few days in London, and they are in town filming for their YouTube series, and they're great people. We love them. Give some love to Joel and Leah, who are here.
Thanks for having us.
Hi, guys. How are you?
Yeah. We're good. We're even happier you've used that music.
Yeah. Of course.
Very royal.
Iconic. As soon as it came on, I was like, this is incredible.
Any American show, whenever, and this has been for decades, whenever they go to London or England, there is a stock shot of Big Ben, and that's the music that plays to show the transition. It is almost guaranteed.
They'll show a car going across Tower Bridge, and
and that's it.
The music
every
gets
time.
played.
Oh, I know where we are.
Mhm. Yeah.
And of course, you'll hear like the Paris. You get the Eiffel Tower.
Oh, yeah.
All the stand. Oh, here's where we are.
Yeah, every time. So listen, you guys, when did you get to the States?
Tuesday.
On Tuesday.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And Kate flew into Philadelphia or New York, or where'd you go?
Yeah, Philadelphia. We got
Philadelphia.
detained. That was
You got
fun.
detained?
I told Casey about it. It was, we were terrified. US border control. So scary.
So detained. What did they?
Well, detained might be a bit dramatic, but they took us aside. They took our passports away, took us into secondary questioning.
Oh.
They separated us. They went through all our luggage. They were asking us all these probing
Joel,
questions.
my palms are sweating as we read
I know,
about
same.
it. Like, I'm getting, and we're so innocent. That's
And
the problem.
they don't smile at you, right? Like there's no like, don't worry, we're just gonna. It's like you think you're, something.
The thing to do,
Yeah.
and the way to deflect immediately, if you ever get in that situation, is say, we don't have any bombs.
Yeah. I've heard
and then
that.
they'll react. No, it is a weird thing, and I think a lot of people go through. I know I do. I'm always like, I know that I'm completely. There's nothing. It's clean, but you're like, you can't help it when they start pointing their attention at you. You're going to start getting nervous.
Oh, yeah. I was like, Joel, we need to get our story straight. He was like, what story? we just tell the truth.
If you're not familiar with Joel and Leah, they have this YouTube series, and they do a lot of comparisons to American culture and British culture, and that's where they jumped on our radar because they'll do fun things like sampling food. I watched a video this morning of you, Joel, driving in the United States for the first time.
Yeah.
And that was in Orlando, I think.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Listen, when we went to London, after spending a couple days, or in advance, I'm like, I'm wondering if I could be able to drive here or not. And after spending a couple days, actually 5 minutes, I'm like, no way would I be able to. And London is a major metropolitan area. So being able to drive in, maybe I could pull it off in the country, but in a city, forget it, man.
Really? You think you could do country roads? They are terrifying. They're
Are
so
they?
small and narrow, and you feel like everyone's going to hit you, and it's really scary.
Okay,
Do you know
I'll
what
just
happens?
write off the whole country.
Anytime, so years ago we'd gone over when Guinness was giving away. They used to have a promotion where they give away pubs in Ireland. Like you'd get the pub, you'd get the whole business. And so we went over, and I don't think we even drove then, Preston. I think Marilyn's friend drove around.
Yeah.
Like, I'm always thinking of that story years ago when, remember, Matthew Broderick was over, and he was driving with, I think, Aaron,
yeah,
from
Jennifer
Gray.
Yeah.
And they were on the wrong side of the road, and they collided with the family, and it was a horrible story. I'm like, nah, because it's such a you've been driving so long here.
Yeah, you've trained your whole life.
My fear is I would just lapse back into the wrong side.
Did you like driving on the right side of the road?
It was scary, and I did start driving with one foot on each pedal because I drive a manual, so an automatic. And Leah was like, "Why is it so jerky?" And she's like, "Have you got a foot on each pedal?" I was like, "Yeah."
We
so
sound like so intelligent on this show.
But it was easy in the end because your roads are wider. I feel like, especially in Florida, people don't get angry. There's so much road rage in the UK, and in Florida, they were just like, "Nah, you cut me up, it's fine."
It's really funny because Brits are quite polite. Well, we're kind of polite-ish. But then on
Not
the
in a car.
road, we have this alter ego where we feel like we can say anything behind the car.
And there probably is road rage here, but just where we were in Florida, they were just...
No, there is. But I'm surprised to hear that there's a lot in England. Everyone does seem... I mean, obviously, you always make these sweeping generalities. Everyone's so pleasant. But you're saying that that's out on the road, behind the wheel, it's a different story.
Totally different story.
But you know what? It's probably not scary to you guys because you're just like, oh, you idiot.
Right.
Yeah.
So while you're in the area, how much time are you spending in Philadelphia and filming here?
So, yeah, we have 6 days in total.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Which is kind of short, but we're hoping to just do all the touristy stuff. And obviously, we're going to try Philly cheesesteak as well. So we haven't
First
done that yet.
time.
First time, yeah. So excited.
Philly cheesesteak, you got to try several of them.
Yeah,
all
of them.
You can't. I mean, they're all over the place. And so,
Oh, wow.
But we can point you guys in the right direction if you need some places to go to. Yeah.
When you travel, because when we came over to London, you sort of feel compelled to do the touristy stuff.
Yeah.
But you don't necessarily get a taste of the city or the country when you do that. When you guys travel, do you bang out the touristy stuff and then dive a little deeper, or what's your approach?
It's really funny. Tell them about the love thing.
Well, yeah, so everyone was banging on about the love sculpture here, and I'm like, you need to see it. And then we got there, and it was just like this tiny little love
sign.
Yeah,
right.
We looked at it and we went, no, surely not.
Surely not.
Surely
but we do try to hit all of the touristy stuff.
Wait, so you didn't like the love statue?
We just went,
thought it'd
no,
be
we've
huge.
not come halfway across the world for that. No, come on.
Like,
Make
it's all
it make
very
sense.
cute. Like, it's nice. Love's great. We love love.
Oh, we love love.
It's just a very small sculpture.
You're right. It's not.
It's unimpressive.
Yeah, it's not like an art masterpiece. As in, wow, how did they make
It's the
that,
word love.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
It's
it's
like-
a nice positive message. It's,
Yeah. We thought, no wonder they detained us at the airport. They don't believe we're tourists. There's nothing to see.
Right. They're just bored. But it's like the Liberty Bell, which whenever somebody comes here, I never say go see the Liberty Bell. It's underwhelming. It's a crack bell. I get it, but there's a lot of stuff down there that And we did a thing years ago about people have lived here all their lives and have not seen it. It's just So you will leave, I'm sure, seeing more than a lot of Philadelphians have seen in your 6 days here.
Okay. Do you guys do all the planning of what you want to do while you're here, or do you? Yeah, you do it.
So loose planning, don't we? And then most of it's just like make it up as we go along. But we will have a few.
And we get recommendations from our viewers as well. We rely heavily on that because we want to make videos for them. So we're like, well, what do you want to see?
Yeah.
So most of the times it will be all the touristy stuff. And we would like to go off the beaten track, but we don't often have the time to do that.
Well, I think that's the charm, is that you're doing the stuff that everyone says initially would say, I'd like to check that out. So these recon trips where you're going and you come here, and obviously most of what you do is predicated on the differences and similarities. How many times a year, outside of a COVID scenario, would you make the trip to the States?
Yeah, we used to do quite a few, didn't we?
Yeah.
And then COVID just sort of meant that couldn't happen. So,
Maybe
what we're
3
aiming
trips
for.
a year?
At least 3?
3 or 4.
Yeah, 3 or 4. That's cool.
Yeah.
I feel like 6 days, you can get like everything done and then some in 6 days here.
Yeah.
Like, no doubt. I don't even know what you've done so far and what you have planned for today.
So, what have we done so far, Joel? You're the map.
far-
Joel's the map. I'm just the wandering follower.
We went to Reading Terminal Market for
Okay.
breakfast.
Good cause.
Loved it.
That was nice.
Well,
and
did
then
you go to Nick's? Because there's a one of the shops in there has what has been labeled the greatest sandwich in the United States is
Wow.
at Reading Terminal Market.
Really? Did they just write that on the poster,
Yeah,
or did they actually?
They
been
didn't
there.
write it. It was I can't remember which foodie or which but it was like
Yeah.
It wasn't a Philadelphian who said it. It was
Okay.
somebody who has toured the whole country and said, "This is the
That is the
greatest."
best sandwich.
You will bet. There's a lot of great food here. That's one thing. I mean, Philly, over the course of the time that we've been doing the show, has become a real foodie city.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of great stuff to check out. And as Preston was right, you can't do one cheesesteak. You're going to have to do a couple.
Okay.
Yeah, well,
That's fine with
That's
us.
interesting. Yeah, I can see the title now of that video. We tried the best sandwich in America.
Yes,
That'd be
right.
quite good.
That'd be
Yeah.
good. We also talking about soft pretzels. Apparently, that's a
Apparently
Philly
that's a
thing.
thing.
Someone
It
said
is.
tomato pie. And
Yes.
then I told that to someone, and they were like, "What is that?"
That's
Is
what we
that-
call
what
it
is
too.
that?
Tomato
Oh,
pie.
tomato.
Tomato pie.
Tomato pie. Yeah. So yes, it's kind of like pizza.
Okay.
But
Without the cheese.
Without the cheese,
Oh,
and it's
cold.
usually
It's
served
cold.
cold.
Yeah. So it's
and
really
it has a
nothing like
sweetness to
pizza.
it too.
It's sweet.
It's
You're
sweet.
really
yeah.
selling it, guys.
Yeah, it's unique and it's good, but
Corporalese.
Corporalese.
We got to
Yeah,
send you to
Corporalese.
Corporalese to get there.
Okay.
They're our favorite tomato pie for sure.
And the sweetness, I think, is what will surprise you. Is that it definitely has that taste to it. And it took a while for me to acclimate to it. You probably also have to do crab fries, right?
Ooh.
Yeah, Chickies and Pete's.
Oh,
Yeah. So
those
crab
are
fries.
good.
Why do you call us? We will give you a whole list.
There's
Listen,
so much food
I
choice,
put
yeah.
her. I put Leah in touch with Marissa. I said she is Philadelphia, like
Right.
and anything and everything that you need to know. And actually, because you're Greek as well.
Yeah.
One of her best friends owns a Greek restaurant, and it's what's it called? Hopa.
Oppa.
Yeah.
Oppa.
Oppa.
Yeah,
I love
and
that.
so she owns a nice restaurant in the city of Philadelphia. But like,
That's
if you
awesome.
really needed to consult anybody about anything you needed to see and do in the city, Marissa's your person.
Is there a Sixers game while they're here?
There's a Sixers, yeah, and LeBron James
Yeah.
is in town.
Is
LeBron
that,
James.
wow, you're joking.
Yeah.
Wow, I thought I pretended to be a fangirl then, but that's quite impressive. Isn't
Yeah,
it? Is that like the Wells Fargo?
Yeah.
Look at you.
Yeah.
Well, I did do a little bit of research. So, yeah.
Where are you guys staying in the city, downtown?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
So we won't say where.
No,
No,
exactly.
you know.
Yeah.
Last time we said where we were in a
Oh my
hotel,
God.
we just got so much food sent to the hotel, so maybe we
Oh my
should
God.
say it.
Honestly,
We
they
got
kept
Cuban
calling
sandwiches,
us.
we got cheese, deliveries of just cheese, because we said on a live stream how we
We
wanted
said we were hungry.
cheese.
They
and
started
then-
sending food.
Yeah,
Oh,
it
So
was
the
amazing.
Bruno Brothers.
That's very cool that your viewers are that
Yeah.
nice and that look
Amazing.
out
Oh,
for
they
you.
are, yeah.
We
And-
got to send them to Italian Market. Take a look
Yes.
at that down that way because you mentioned cheese. DeBruno Bros is down there, right?
Yeah, De Bruno's actually all over the place.
Are you
Yeah.
guys
You know-
museum people?
Nah.
We've got a cool one. We've
There's
got
one
a
called
super cool
The
one.
Muter Museum. It's,
Yeah.
it's written like mutter, but it's pronounced Muter Museum, and it's oddities, and it's weird like medical
Medical.
anomalies
That's
and
cool.
stuff like that. And it's a really cool building on top of it. So if you want to go see some weird, gross stuff,
Yeah.
Philly's your place.
They have
We
a,
like
like a
that.
gigantic colon.
Yeah,
I mean,
as a
literally,
matter of
I mean,
fact-
like I mean, the
Okay, wow.
weird. They have the skeleton of what was the one time the tallest man in the world? Yes, right.
Yeah, I was at the Casey Musgraves concert last night at
Oh,
the
wow.
Wells,
Yeah,
at
I
the
saw
Wells
she was
Fargo
on.
Center, and she has been in town for the last couple of days. She went to the Muter Museum.
Oh,
and
that's awesome.
Mm.
Yeah.
If it's good enough for Casey, it's good
Good
enough for
enough
us.
for us, yeah.
you know?
We
It's
were
all
reading
right.
all about her in Nashville at that country music museum, weren't we?
Yeah, we did.
So I say we don't like museums, we actually do.
Yeah, it depends. Just not modern art. I don't
I
like modern art.
know.
Museums.
All right, we will.
Not modern art, yeah.
We'll steer you that way. Well, I see that our callers are getting on the line, and I think I want to take this out for a spin because one of the things that always surprises us here is when we'll be watching a show, a movie, something like that, and you get to know a character, even sometimes over a few seasons. And then we'll hear an interview with them, and it turns out this person who we thought was from America is a Brit, and they have mastered the accent. And in fact, Kate Winslet,
Yeah.
a show called Mayor of Easttown, which took place in this area, had to master not only just the American accent, but specifically, she took it from where Casey is from, Delaware County. We call it Delco.
Yeah.
So it's got a very specific accent, and she said it was the most difficult accent she ever tried to master, and she nailed it. She nailed it spot on.
I mean, she's
Amazing.
winning awards right and left for it. Yeah.
That's incredible.
So we wanted to do a game. I would love to share them with you before they expire. So let's get right into it. Let me dig in here.
Man, really packed.
There's a lot of
You haven't
stuff.
cleaned it out in a while.
All right, we're going to start with, here we go, this one. Dodge revealed its first electric muscle car, the Charger Daytona SRT concept, at an event this weekend at its Pontiac, Michigan-based headquarters. The two-door coupe is positioned as a preview for the automaker's first EV, which is expected to go into production 2024. And one of the interesting things about it is the sound that it makes. So it's a muscle car.
Right.
Most EVs are pretty quiet. There's a little bit of sound that comes from them. But part of owning a muscle car is that growl, okay? So rather than simulate or have a recording of a big block engine or something like that, or something with a big exhaust, they've created a something unique.
What do you think of it? Did you hear it?
Yeah, I don't like it.
I don't like it either.
Yeah.
I'd rather have the rumble of a real combustion engine or nothing.
Did you happen to send over to Marissa?
It didn't sound that good. Marissa, if you can do a little search on it.
There you go.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Fully opened up.
The only one we had was is from someone's cell phone,
And it wasn't good.
And it kind of reminded me, Steve. It reminds me of some sound effects I've heard in movies before. Okay. Maybe there's a kind of a.
You talking this?
No, not that. There's a bad movie, and it's been a long time, but I remember it having a unique sounding exhaust. There was a movie called The Wraith.
Yes,
with
Charlie Sheen. Charlie Sheen.
Way back when, and I think it had kind of a sound like this. And then maybe in the movie AI, there were these motorcycles that they were chasing after.
You know what
people.
sound they need?
What?
From Oblivion. Get those like
Oh
the,
my
the
God.
That's what you need, right?
Which kind of sound like an MRI.
Right,
If you've ever been in an MRI before. Ooh, what if it's what if it sounded like a TIE fighter?
Yeah. How about this, Preston?
Pow, 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 pow! Kaboomba!
So, yeah, I didn't care for the sound, Steve.
What you want, listen, with these things, and anyone who's getting a car like this, you want that rumble. And so, I don't know, would you be opposed if they completely recreated it with a recording, that sound of that engine, even though you're faking it?
Do you remember the movie with Vince Vaughn and I think it was called The Dilemma?
Yes.
And that's what they were doing. Their job was to create a simulated sound for electric vehicles.
Right.
And they used the old classic rumble of a big V8. Eventually, that's what they got to. And yeah, I think it's that's what I would
Why
feel.
not?
That I would
Why
like
not?
that better.
So in my car, and a lot of the newer cars I can adjust the way the exhaust sounds. Like you can make it quiet.
Yeah, me too.
I have mine a little ballsier because I do like that.
Me too.
Yeah.
Yep. I open it up.
Yep.
Absolutely. Dodge is calling this the BEV exhaust noise. BEV. I don't know what BEV stands for. Beverly.
Yeah.
And it's a first of its kind. Whether it's the right noise for this particular car
There's the Esther, the Bev, and the Selma.
is still up for debate.
I think that Beverly has Major League Yabos, does she not?
Yes,
Exactly.
Beverly.
We do have the sound. by
Oh,
the way.
God.
All right, here you go.
Okay. This is it?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Hang on. They rev again. Hang on a second. This is people taking pictures.
Yeah.
Come on.
It's idling.
I think that's it, idling. That sounds kind of cool. Hold on. No, back it up. I want to hear that.
All right.
Hang on, here we go.
Also, sounds like any other car.
Yeah. I'm actually okay with it.
I don't know.
It's not a bad looking vehicle.
Oh, it looks cool. And one of the things...
It's approximating it, but I know what you're saying. I agree with you.
Yeah.
Like a cat.
What? Like
Steve's
a cat?
doing like cat fights.
So, I think one of the appeals of electric cars is that they are quieter, so why not just go in that direction? Like if you're going to have an electric car.
No, not for a muscle car. This is considered a muscle car.
No, I get the argument.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, one of the nice things about the going in that direction, for me
Is it
anyway,
being quiet.
is that they're quieter. So the muscle car, part of the appeal of the muscle car itself should be the fact that it kicks ass on the road, that the acceleration's awesome, that it, that it hauls, and that it handles really well. Who cares if it's loud or not?
Well, that's part of the charm.
People that buy muscle cars care.
Yeah, maybe now. Yeah. But I'm saying if we're going in a different direction with electric cars, perhaps people will evolve in that direction too. Listen, it's just my opinion on it.
Yeah.
I could be wrong, but I think that quieter cars are actually kind of nice.
So listen, the Audi has a sound that a lot of people like on the e-tron, the GT, which are, I've been checking out. They have a cool sound, and you can get these kinds of things, these sounds that will appeal to you that you can tailor. But I think what you're talking about, Preston, when you're going to get a classic looking Dodge or
I'm a muscle car guy.
Yeah.
I've owned Mustangs, Corvettes, and Camaros, and part of what you want
is
the rumble.
Yeah.
You want the sound if you're going to buy those cars. But I do like one of the things they've done, Steve, is
the Backstreet Boys.
They've left one of the things I don't like about the look of electric cars is there's no air intake on the front.
Yeah.
And it looks odd. They have left a gap. They've left this intake that's called they call it the R-wing, and I don't know why they call it that, but that's part of the look, and I think that's
a pirate designed it.
One of the things that's going to make it stand out.
So that I agree with you. That part of the deal also on electric cars, and again, the Audi, the Porsche Taycan, a number of them have it. You got to have, that's sort of the face of the car.
Yep.
It has to have some character.
I agree.
And in the case of the muscle car, you need it to look a little sinister.
It says here also, while EVs are often quicker than most gas-powered vehicles thanks to linear acceleration that produces an astonishing 0 to 60 mile per hour times, they often lack the driving dynamics that many performance car owners enjoy. Dodge says it's trying to address this gap through the introduction of new features like what they call the E-Rupt electromechanical shifting. And this feature delivers distinctive shift points, throwing shoulders into seat backs in true Dodge style. So
they're adding an artificial transmission feel, right?
As you shift into to different gears, it's going to give you that sensation. I like that too. I do like that. So, all right. Anyhow, that's I'm not sure when this is. It's in 2024 is when it will go into production.
And this video and the sound we heard is from what they're calling a concept version of that vehicle. So we don't even know if this is going to end up in the consumer level.
Yep, exactly. All right, John Cora.
Anything about shoes in there?
No, but I got stuff about vaginas.
Ooh, yay.
You got
we haven't
one.
hit that enough this week.
Women are flocking to purchase a designer vagina. And the reason behind...
What kind of sound does it make?
A lot of the motivation, I think it's like a...
Oh, yeah, this is really drawing me into the conversation.
Yeah. Listen to that rumble.
The reason behind it, Kathy, I find kind of surprising.
Interesting.
Ultra-tight leggings.
Wait, hold on. The reason behind what?
Designer vaginas.
What's a designer vagina?
To get in the labiaplasty.
Oh, and it's because of they're doing it because of the way it looks in leggings.
Exactly.
The way it looks and feels.
You're so that it doesn't look as
it looks like a pump, but it feels like a sneaker.
Yeah.
No. Because
so your junk's not all hanging.
tight leggings have become uncomfortable or embarrassing, and it says in this article, thanks to the dreaded camel toe.
Well, yeah, you know what? I actually just had this conversation with somebody, and they were like, "Why is the seam there? Like, why are they still putting the seam there? They can put the
splits you
seam
there. Why? Yes. Why?
Like, why do that? Why is it there?"
So that can rub and cause discomfort, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. I'm speaking more of how it looks and that it gives every woman a freaking camel toe.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
Creates that lunch meat look.
All right, but do women, some women have to wear the camel toe the same way they wear the cleavage? Like, I like the way it looks.
There are women who occasionally will go for that.
Really?
I
saw a woman at the MMRBQ, and I was like, I think I might even pointed her out to you, Kathy.
I think we have a new brand name. There's Lululemon. How about lunch meat?
Yeah, lunch meat. Yeah,
lunch meat leggings.
Lunch meat lemon.
Lunch meat leggings.
They're not gonna sell
that looks good.
Yeah,
you're rocking down there.
For a person like Casey's talking about, they might love it.
They might. I listen.
Ooh, I love your liverwurst today.
Lunch meat. Where'd you get? Where did you get those lunch meat leggings?
Yeah.
And here's a description. This is what I was. Kathy, did you hear me giggling this morning when I was doing prep?
Oh yes, yeah. That was this.
It says, called a labiaplasty, the procedure shrinks the labia minora, otherwise known as the flaps. Jesus.
So they're fixing the flaps.
They're fixing the flaps.
We're retracting the flaps right now, putting on our leggings.
With a price tag of more than $4,000 to get it done.
No. What is that relative to, say, like a breast augmentation? About the same?
Price-wise?
Yeah, labiaplasty.
That I don't know.
No, I bet breasts are way more than $4,000.
Really?
I'm guessing.
I think
like 5.
Yeah, I think breasts are about 5. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I just think it's well. See, I don't know. I wonder if there's got to be more than one procedure for down there.
We know somebody who had a labiaplasty, and I'm not at liberty to say on air who.
Yeah, but write it down.
I will.
It'll be up on PrestonandSteve.com later on.
But we could ask him. No, we could ask her. What her experience was.
Do you think this person would be forthcoming with this information?
I think so.
So the person I know that had it done, the insurance covered it because the doctor,
let me see,
I guess, found some other issues.
Okay. By the way, the average breast augmentation is about $4,500. So you guys are great. All right, so Dr. John Scivolafax.
That's a made-up name.
Yeah. No, Scivofalax.
Oh.
That's it.
Prophylax.
I work mainly with labia.
Chief surgeon at Signature Clinics in the UK said he performed 50 labiaplasties, but in 2022, that number's already been beaten as of August.
And this is all because of these tight, very revealing outfits.
Citing pain and discomfort as the reason for the surgery, he explained how tight leggings and athleisure clothing can cause pain below the belt. He said exercise clothing is a little bit tighter and is form-fitting, so it does put pressure on the area. They experience pain, discomfort in general, chafing. A lot of women will feel so uncomfortable that they avoid trying to wear this type of clothing.
Anytime I've worn anything that's of that nature, like long johns or anything for like winter gear that's tight like that, I get claustrophobic. I hate it.
You have to take it off after a little while.
Yeah.
So, I mean, to me, the leggings and all that stuff is comfortable. It doesn't. If I do need to take it off, if it is too tight, it's not bothering the vag. Like for me, do you know what I mean? So
you've got little tiny labia, then I guess.
I mean, I think my flaps are just perfect.
Your flaps are retracted. She got compliments for a gyno, so I am having to assume everything is really good down there.
Do you have Yosemite Sam saying "back off" tattooed on your flaps?
Dude.
You get in trouble for that, Kev.
Oh,
definitely.
You laughed really hard.
I laughed. Yeah, but it's not. So for me, it's just like the tightness overall. It's not hurting that.
So the issue is more than just dealing with camel toe. Some women simply refuse to swap beauty for pain and want to wear trendy tights despite the agony. The Kardashians have long been touted as wearers of athleisure couture, with Kim's Skims brand dabbling in the trendy aesthetic. In fact, when designing her own bodysuit, she failed to keep, quote, those with bigger vaginas in mind, according to her sister. So,
one this size. That's what we're talking about.
Chloe admitted to Kim during the first season of the Hulu show, said, you guys made fun of me for having a bigger vagina than most. That's what she said.
Yeah.
She said she had a bone.
I have an enormous vagina.
She had a bone to pick with Skims bodysuits. She said it's a sliver. It is just supposed to cover my.
I got it.
Area.
Well, listen, I think they didn't keep anyone in mind, but maybe the one person who was trying it.
You got a pair, and it was ridiculous, right?
It was like. It was a child's pair of underwear. I was like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this. Like, it could fit a doll.
A quick question. Why can't they simply put some sort of extra modest pad or fabric in that general area to smooth things out?
Right?
Right?
Yeah.
Casey,
well,
do we need to design this?
Well, Skims and Spanx and shapewear like that, it will do that.
But I'm saying, is there some sort of padded material, almost like?
No, the seam isn't there. Just don't put the seam there.
Even if you put the seam over, the seam is on the outside of this pad.
Yeah, but why? Why does the seam? It doesn't need to be there. Move it.
Where would you move the seam?
The waist, the side of the leg. It doesn't need to be right down the center.
Right.
But in sewing, it doesn't have to be that way?
I mean, I guess it does. I guess that's why
Could you put
it's
it
there.
The other direction?
What if the seam came all the way up like that?
Down the legs?
Yeah, down the leg, down the inside of the legs, instead of like.
What if you zipped the legs on and off?
Made a zipper instead of a seam.
By the way, Chloe had said the vagina needs a little more fabric, just a little wider.
At least mine does.
Yeah.
A lot. Like 5 or 6 bolts.
But a warning that some cosmetic operations can go awry. One woman complained of losing sensation below the belt due to her botched labiaplasty, highlighting the risk of the surgery, infection, scar tissue, reduced sensitivity as an urgent warning to women considering the procedure.
You always run the risk with anything like that when you're dabbling in that area.
Yeah.
A lot of nerve endings.
Yeah, lots of them. Super sensitive nerve endings in that area. But labiaplasty is on the way up.
Maybe wear looser workout clothing.
It's all the rage. Right now.
And I told you guys the other day, and I'm not exactly sure the name of the procedure that my friend had, but it's not like breast implants. Like, it's a major surgery.
Right. Really? And so your friend got labiaplasty? Is that what this is? Or the tightening thing?
No. Oh, no. Yeah, the tightening.
What they call the gentleman's.
Maybe it was both. It
Maybe. Yeah, well, you're down there.
Yeah. Listen, I'll throw this in.
Yeah, Marissa?
Hey, Kathy, I actually saw a really good TikTok hack. It was from a ballerina because they've been experiencing this from years.
Oh, yeah.
The fabric that's in your sports bra, like the little cup that always falls out anyway, she said they take that, they cut it into like a little triangle, and they put it in. Every girl is going to know what I'm talking about. In your underwear, there's this little pocket that has like no
They
reason.
put it in the pocket?
No, that's where you put your money.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Or
All
your dollar
these
bills.
years, I
Yeah.
haven't. 38 years, I haven't known. No, so you cut it into like a little triangle and you put it in there, and so it keeps it. It's like a ballerina hack.
Yeah.
Okay.
So try that.
All right, you can try
That's
that.
where I keep my deli meat.
All right.
That's what the pocket's for.
Lunch meat leggings. I still like that idea.
It would work.
All right, let's see what else we got in the junk club. I could go back to that area, but
let's leave for a little. We'll give Bill a break.
We'll circle back around. On the final day of the 5-day White Marlin Open, the boat Bill Fisher pulled up the scale, and angler Jeremy Duffy of Bethesda, Maryland, weighed in the winning fish that was worth, listen to this, $4.5 million.
What? A marlin?
Marlin, yes. And it's a prize. It's not like the marlin. It's not like some of these, bluefin tuna that go because they're purchasing it to sell
restaurants.
To restaurants. So this is just a prize for catching this fish. $4.5 million.
That's I didn't realize the purses for these things were that high.
Insane.
Well, that's why like Michael Jordan owns a fishing team.
Yeah, exactly.
I didn't know.
Yeah, it's a high dollar
Kathy,
sport.
keep chase fishing.
I know, right?
Duffy's white marlin weighed 77.5 pounds, took the lead away from Keely McGarity, the Houston fisherman who had caught a 71.5-pound white marlin the day before. And he took home $197,000 for second place. Big difference from $4.5 million. The actual payout for Duffy was $4.536,000, which is a world record payout for one fish, surpassing the previous record of $3.2 million from last year's White Marlin Open. The tournament based in Ocean City, Maryland, by the way. Nick, you're headed there soon, right?
Yeah, end of September, beginning of October.
It drew 408 boats that vied for $8.6 million in total prize money. The fishing was slower than usual this year, with only 151 caught and released billfish compared to the average 800 they normally get.
Do they release them? Is that what you said?
They release them, yeah.
Oh, okay, that's nice.
And not all of them. Most of them they release. If you want to keep it, you can.
Because I feel
understand.
They're
It's sport fishing.
They're so beautiful, and I just think, if you can release them, that'd be great.
Do you, not you personally, but do people eat marlin? I've never heard of
I
that.
don't remember seeing it on a menu.
No, ever.
Yeah.
I mean, when you talk about the tuna and the level of demand for the bluefin and all this stuff, it's just crazy expensive.
Yeah, you do.
The white
you do eat marlin?
Yeah, it says they make great the poke bowls.
Oh, really? Okay.
They're every bit as good as tuna.
All right. You just don't see them on the menus
I
that
never
often.
see marlin.
Yeah, I had my first poke bowl over the weekend. I was
What is a poke bowl?
It's like, depending on, what kind of seafood you get. I got a tuna one, but then I ate crab. But, it's like tuna, edamame, some rice.
Was it raw?
Raw tuna, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Some rice.
It's a Hawaiian dish.
Yeah,
Yes.
because it had like some coconut flavoring to it, but not coconut, Nick. I know you hate the texture of coconut.
No, but I do like a poke bowl.
Yeah.
And it is pronounced poke.
Poke.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know.
Have a Pokemon,
it was
please?
Sweet, and I wasn't expecting it to be sweet. You know what I mean? So I was
Yes,
like,
2 Pikachus, please.
The White Marlin Open is primarily catch and release tournament with the biggest payouts reserved for the heaviest marlin. Tournament director said that the event averages a 97% release rate. So most of them release.
I just think they're very majestic.
Bill Britt aboard the Cabana weighed in a 511-pound blue marlin.
Wow.
The only qualifier in that division and took home $1.2 million. So that's a big difference between the 77-pound white marlin.
So is the largest, and Nick, maybe perhaps you can look this up, on rod and reel, I would assume it would be a shark?
What?
In these sports fishing realms,
The largest thing ever caught?
brought in on rod and reel.
Good.
Maybe
guess, Steve.
groupers.
3,427 pounds of a great white shark caught on a rod and reel.
Wow, 3,427 pounds.
Yeah.
You have to fight that thing all day long.
Yeah.
Wow. All right, so that's interesting. That's a whole lot of money. All right, let's see what time is it. All right, we're going back down to the underwear. All right.
Have we just figured out how to get rid of camel toe yet?
No, but
or suppress a queef?
Net Zero Co. invention for sustainability is drawing ire on Twitter. It is a reusable cloth towel to be used instead of toilet paper.
No. No.
It involves toilet cloths from which a piece can be pulled out, folded in thirds, and preferably be used after wetting it with water.
What do you do? Roll it up in your sleeve like an old person keeps their snot rag?
Their hanky?
Yeah.
Oh, is that your pee rag?
I use this for poop, sweetheart.
After use, the piece of toilet cloth is to be folded inwards, stored in a wet basket or bag, then thrown into the washing machine.
I can think of nothing more vile. A lot of people have actually adopted the bidet attachment on their toilet to get rid of the, not having to use toilet paper. They picked that up during COVID.
Right.
No, I do not see this. I would not use this.
A bidet, even if I were to use a bidet, I'd still wipe my butt after using the bidet.
You have to. You got to dry it off.
The water alone is not going to get all that poop out.
You don't do that. You let the cat flick it.
Oh, my God.
No.
This is so gross. But hang on. How is this any different than the fabric diapers?
I know, it's not.
Yeah.
It's just for adults.
Yeah.
After you're supposed to be refolded and thus reused. The company website states these washable and reusable toilet paper, it should say this washable and reusable toilet paper provides a cost-effective and eco-friendly way to clean yourself without creating waste or spending a mini fortune over time.
So when you use the bidet, and I have my Amazon bidet attachment on my toilet at home, I'll use far less toilet paper because it's simply for drying purposes. I have a spick and span. Okay, I'll say it.
Yeah, but what about when you get mud butt?
This is even better for that. It eliminates. You clean yourself real nicely.
Yeah,
and then you use your toilet paper to top away the little.
I would think that I
moisture.
need some pressure.
I got to say that.
Oh, you get it.
Do you go toilet paper
bidet?
first and then bidet, or then
bidet? Toilet paper.
I would go toilet paper first and then bidet as a cleaning
as a finish.
That's
as
what
a
I was
finish.
going to say, and then
But
I
then
was
you
like,
need
I
to
don't want to
dry.
take part.
Yeah,
You're not going to walk out of there with a wet butt.
No,
Just
it's
hang
like
out for a bit.
No, you go dry wipe, wet wipe first.
No, I go wet, and then I dry. So in other words,
but I don't bidet it. So.
and there is a bit of force coming out of that bidet.
But I will say,
It goes right into.
Press, you said mud
tiny
butt,
hole.
but Steve, you do the fiber, and so there's not a whole lot of mud butt.
It's really it's awesome.
I do the Alabama wet wipe.
Oh yes,
You
okay.
spit on the toilet paper.
Right, yeah.
I just use wet wipe. Nick, have you used any dude wipes?
That's not a real thing,
It
is
is.
it?
Yeah,
Yes, it is.
You chew a
do
little
that?
tobacco.
Stop.
You chew a little tobacco. You spit on the toilet paper, and it gives you that menthol
I
feeling.
have.
Joking.
Yeah.
You've done that?
Sure.
Yeah.
How gross is that? Spit in your butt, where your butt shouldn't have anything.
Where it's
the poop is crystal clean.
I'm quiet quitting.
This is the moment Kathy left the show.
It's like a Chattanooga douche, Preston, where you use a paint roller.
Oh my God.
Casey got me a birthday present called Dude Wipes.
Yeah.
And it was a nice present, and they're basically used for like outdoor wiping needs. And so, Casey, I have. They're great. But Preston, to your point about this story, like the pee rag is good for women while hiking out in the outdoors. If they're away from toilet paper, and you don't want to leave,
you can get infected too.
Well,
right?
and also like leaving trash behind is a big no-no. So you don't want to leave toilet paper on
So
the side
Nick,
of the trail.
to that point, I was reading the article about people who are off the grid and who are living like the hiking and van lifestyle, using the bidet.
Yeah, I have biodegradable wipes, Nick, for that very reason.
For hiking?
For hiking, yeah.
Would you ever use deli meat? Since we were talking about it earlier, like a slice of bologna.
But you still shouldn't leave them. You shouldn't leave them on the trail, even if they're biodegradable.
Oh, no.
Bears will go
I
after
hang
that.
them from the trees.
The hell did I just eat? I think there was poop on that bologna. There was poop on that bologna. God damn it.
No, you dig a cat hole.
Dig a cat hole. Okay, yeah.
What?
Do you have
a hole?
Oh,
do you have a
I thought you
trowel?
said dig a kettle.
Yeah, you dig a kettle.
Dude, I dig a kettle.
I totally dig.
I dig right now?
Kettles.
Yeah.
Scoobly, wow.
I dig a kettle.
It digs me some kettle.
Do you have a poop digger?
A poop digger?
Yeah, like
You mean a shovel?
A shovel?
But it's a
Poop digger.
It's a separate it's a jazz singer, poop digger. It's like a separate trowel for bathroom purposes.
Unmistakable sound of poop digger.
Why would it need to be separate?
So you don't mistake it for digging, a cooking hole or something. I don't know.
Oh, shut up!
But no,
Nick, there is. So I have
there's
a
poop
tactical
trowel.
shovel.
Yes, it's
that is in my in my trunk, and it does have an attachment for digging a proper outhouse hole, basically.
That's what it's designed for.
Yeah.
Anything else in the drawer?
We're hanging here for a second.
Kathy was promised shoes that we never got to it.
I have too much stuff in here, actually.
Yeah, that's why it's overflowing.
Yeah.
But we've really, I think, talked about some really
Stupid things.
Really important stuff.
important issues.
What's the most annoying thing in your actual junk drawer that you guys own?
Annoying?
Yeah, 'cause, like I have a like one of those masking tape lint rollers. I'm like, why the freak is this here? It's just everything sticks to it. It like almost doesn't fit into the drawer.
Right.
I don't know if
We're
you guys
pretty
have
good.
anything. Yeah.
I say my junk drawer is kept pretty refined. Yeah. I mean, I try to avoid just jamming stuff in it because I also forget it's there 9 times out of 10.
Yeah.
That's what it's for, though.
Yeah.
It's finding stuff you completely forgot about.
Speaking of which, I had this idea about having a house glossary. Have you guys? I haven't brought this up to you guys.
House glossary.
Meaning, so you have this thing, right? Let's just call it a widget, right?
Yeah.
And you go, well, where should I put the widget, right? And then you go to the house glossary, and it says, oh, widget goes in the upstairs closet on the second shelf. Or if you're going, man, where would I find the widget? Where would anybody put the widget? And then you go to the house glossary and you go to widget and you go, oh, the widget is on the
You're
second
saying
floor.
basically a way of on your phone cataloging where you've stored things in the house
for everybody,
Right.
though. Like everybody in the household
the same way
has.
you share a
job is-
calendar.
Whose job is that to make the glossary?
Well, I think
Your
generally,
butler.
like in the beginning, Kathy, it is one of those things where you collectively have to do it, right? And then once it's done, this is a good idea. I know the wheels are spinning for you. But once it is done collectively, then everybody just goes to
Is it
the
an app?
house. It could be an app.
I think it could be an app.
It could probably be an app.
That's not a bad
or a
idea.
widget.
Yeah.
It would be work to get it started.
And we
but
try
once
to stay away from that.
But once you have once you have it in place, it's going to be worth it.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, how many times when you go, where is my super suit, right? And then
I'll tell you this. Once I committed to absolutely making sure things of a certain type or ilk were always put in the same spot all the time, that really made a huge difference. It's, try to avoid I'll just put it here. Just put it, like all my batteries, all the light bulbs, all those things are stored in the same spot.
Right.
Just force yourself to do it.
Well, but it's when the new things come in, right? So like,
Where do I put this Marlin?
Well, you usually put that above the fireplace or something. No, but I got a Ring doorbell, right?
Yeah.
And the Ring doorbell.
Where do I put this?
Well, no, the Ring doorbell has a very special, specific screwdriver
Right.
that and no other screwdriver has the attachment to unscrew it. And so when I had to change the battery, I was like, wait, I forget everything about what I did with the screwdriver, and then eventually, so we had no working ring doorbell for like 2 months.
It makes complete sense.
I hate devices that require specific batteries. At this day and age, can't we have just like universal batteries for all sorts? Like I have a ceiling fan remote, and it has the weirdest small, like sub AAA batteries.
Nick, I have a ceiling fan that has no way of installing an actual just wall switch. You have to use. I don't know.
Wait, Steve, you have to use a remote?
You have to use a remote.
Same.
There's no way to just simply flick a switch on. This is in the kitchen. My wife loved this fan, and now despises this fan with every ounce of her being. And by the way, the remote stopped working.
Yeah.
So we have a hunk of metal hanging from the ceiling.
Oh, man.
I'm with you, Steve.
Hey, can I go back to the index, Casey, that you came up with? The glossary? Somebody said an index would be a good name for it. The house glossary thing exists. This is the text. It says there is an app where you can attach a QR code to different areas, and then you take pictures of all the stuff in there, or you make a list of stuff in there. And hang on, I want to go to Dave and see if this is what he's talking about. Hey, Dave, good morning.
Good morning. How are you this morning?
Good, buddy. What's up, man?
Well, I got this application on my phone, but look, I haven't used it yet.
What's it called?
This is all that I know. I put it on my phone. You're supposed to take a picture of the UPC code. It'll catalog it in the application, and I think it also downloads the manual and the warranty. So that's something that you're talking about.
Okay,
Dave,
I have it up here. It says...
Dave, hold on. What's it called, Dave?
Centriq. I think it's CENTRIQ.
Okay.
Yeah, I have the site up here, Preston. It says, two frustrated homeowners came together to create Centriq, the home management app that puts everything you need to troubleshoot, operate, and maintain your home right at your fingertips.
Yeah.
And the way he described it is what it is.
But that's not what I'm describing. What I'm describing is, okay, that's great that you have this manual or whatever, but when you need to find the remote for the, whatever.
Where is the remote?
Where do you put the remote? Like,
is it as simple as Casey, is as simple... What's that? You put a tile?
Yeah, one of the locating devices, like an Apple tag.
All right, thanks, Dave.
Yeah.
We'll look into it. I appreciate it. Thanks, bud. But are you talking about
where are the birthday candles?
Yeah, okay.
Where,
Stuff that simple.
Where is it? Because like nobody in my house, like we don't have any need for lighters in my house. So every single time there's like a birthday or we need to like light the fire in the fireplace, like, well, where's the lighter? And then the lighter could be in like 5 different places.
We have 200 flashlights in my house.
Yes.
And I can never find one.
Right.
They're all over the
and
place.
Preston,
And I'm
mag
pretty
lights, professional lights, ones that plug in that are if we are at a nuclear war lights, and you end up using your phone.
Yeah, yeah, totally.
Because it's right there.
Yeah. Well, it's an interesting idea, Casey.
Yeah.
It's actually not a bad idea.
All right. Little
It's not
fist bump
too
for that
crazy.
one?
Yeah,
Thank you,
I'll
buddy.
give you that.
Yeah.
All right, that's all we have time for in the junk drawer. I'm sorry. I only pulled out like 3 or 4
Well,
items.
Kathy kept wanting to talk about shoes.
I know.
And we didn't even talk about one pair of shoes.
Not one.
Jerks.
We need to take a break because we got Bizarre File, we got guests, we got all kinds of stuff going on this morning. So, what is it? Oh, hang in there. We will take a break and we'll be right back. Stay with us. Callers that are going to speak. We've given them something to say.
Oh, gosh.
Some of them are British and some of them are American, but they're all going to be attempting a British accent.
Okay.
Or
And
just
you
talking.
have to determine whether they are legitimately British or not.
100% Joel's going to be really good at this.
Oh,
yeah?
I'll try. I did a degree in linguistics. So
Well, there you go. That's
I
good.
love accents. But I say that, I probably, I'll be terrible.
Okay.
Well, the funny
we'll
thing
find
is
out.
that as you know, because as you know, you're obviously spent a lot of time in the States. Obviously, there are different dialects throughout the United States. For England, for the size that it is, there are a tremendous amount of different dialects.
Yeah,
it's pretty wild.
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
Do you have a particular accent? If someone would somebody be able to pick out what region you're from?
I think they would say generic sort of south of the UK accent for both of us. Leah's got a
probably
slight
Midlands
twang.
yeah, I'd say I'm Midlands RP.
Yeah, so you're sort of in the middle of the
Yeah.
UK. So yeah, people could place us, but not so specifically. I think.
It's so funny when some of our American viewers are like, Leah, you sound like Adele. I'm like, I really,
Like
I really
Adele.
don't. I really
She's from a
don't.
completely different area.
But she's a bit sharper, right?
Yeah.
Do you guys have a favorite or least favorite British accent?
Oh, I love Welsh. Oh, I love a bit of Welsh. I do. And I heard that Philadelphia's got a Welsh bit of history here.
Well, in fact,
Sure.
yes, where you're at, Balakinwood is it's a Welsh name.
Yeah.
It's spelled Balacynydd. That's how you spell Balakinwood. So that's clearly a Welsh derivation. So.
When you mock, when you are trying to make like a classic stereotypical goofy British accent, which do you target for? What region do you target?
You'd probably end up being Birmingham, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you like Birmingham.
Yeah.
And Birmingham has been voted as like the ugliest UK accent for years and years, which is so sad because it's a quirky accent.
Yeah.
Nice.
But no, I
I
think
love
we
them
just go
all.
for a posh, like us, but
Right.
times 10.
Of course, I'm always doing when we do the royal family. We do
That's how he speaks.
Yes.
Very good, Steve.
Right, but I mean, so and everything that I do is a very over exaggerated thing because that's how it resonates with people. But I love the subtleties, so we'll see how you guys do with this.
You kind of do a little Cockney thing sometimes.
Yeah,
too,
yeah,
so-
yeah.
yeah. He goes,
It's funny though. What is amazing? We learned about Cockney, and I was just watching To Sir with Love. Again, when Sidney Poitier passed away, that Cockney speak, that jumbled
that
word,
rhyming.
Yeah.
Can you follow it, or do you need to be from the neighborhood to know what some of that stuff is?
It's almost like speaking in metaphors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Things would ping out, wouldn't they? Like
Yeah.
apple and stairs, we know apple and pears mean stairs,
Yes.
things like that. But we can, if someone was actually speaking it, which I don't think I've ever met
It's
anyone.
kind
who
of
speaks
dying
to
out
me.
now.
Yeah.
So, like parents' generations that are from that area, then it kind of has now dissolved.
I
the
assume when you
Cockney
speak
rhymes
that way and you're calling for an ambulance and they can't figure out where you are, that's
Yeah.
why you're dying out. 'Cause
Yeah,
you
that's it.
can't get medical assistance.
All right, so we are going to play Brit or Not a Brit. All right, and we've got callers on the line, and here's the story. We have given them.
We had to play that.
We've given them lines from movies that are based in Philadelphia to say to you. So if whatever they're saying makes no sense to you at all, don't worry about it. It's from a Philly movie.
Preston,
So,
by happenstance, I watched both Rocky and the second half of Philadelphia last night.
oh, perfect.
Yes, I'm all prepped.
You're up to speed on this. All right, so let's get our first caller on the line. Is this the order that we're going in? Yes. All right, we're going to go to Jen. Jen, good morning.
Morning to you.
All right, Jen, you are going to read a movie line for Joel and Leah, and let's see if we can figure out if you're a Brit or not a Brit. So go ahead, please.
You know what crazy is? Crazy is majority vote. Take germs, for example. In the 18th century, no such thing. Nada. Nothing. No one ever imagined such a thing. No sane person, anyway. Hey, look at this, doctor.
Can't keep a straight face.
No, she was good.
Okay, all right. Let's find.
Quite good.
Let's find out officially.
so
Leah, what do you think, Brit or not a Brit?
I think not a Brit.
All right, and Joel, Brit or not a Brit?
Not a Brit.
All right, Jen, what are you? Where are you
not
from,
a
Jen? Where are you from, Jen?
I am from Newark, Delaware.
Newark, Delaware. Not a Brit. All right, so somebody keep score, by the way. All
They
right,
knew immediately.
Oh my gosh.
yeah, it was a bit over the top.
Wasn't bad though.
No, it was decent. She was just it was just a bit augmented.
Right. It's like the way I do it.
What
so
movie was that, by the way?
Yeah,
Do
what
we
movie?
even know?
Anybody? Do you know what movie those lines were from, Jen? Because I couldn't pick up
Yeah,
on
that was from 12 Monkeys.
Monkeys.
That was pretty hard, actually.
Yes.
No,
All right.
you did a good job.
All right. Is Jen good? Are we giving prizes away? Or
Only
what are
if
we
they
doing?
stump them.
Only if they stump
Yeah,
them. Okay.
okay.
All
That's
right.
the way we do it here in the States.
Yeah.
Sorry,
really,
Jen.
You got to really do it.
Thanks for playing, though. We
Thank
appreciate
you.
it. All right. These guys are they're good on one. All right. Let's get our next caller on the line.
It's quite a fun game.
And we're going to go to Duke. Good morning, Duke.
Hi.
All right, Duke, could you please give us the line that you're going to be reading for Joel and Leah?
Okay.
Be nice if you had it ready to go.
Give him a minute.
He's doing
Look, it's a name, man. The Italian stallion. The media will eat it up. Now, who discovered America? It's an Italian, right? What would be better than to get it on with one of its descendants?
The actor prepares.
Duke, I want to thank you for rehearsing that all night last night.
I watched that scene live last night.
So wonderfully. Okay, so what do you think? Let's go, Joel. Brit or not a Brit?
I think he's a Brit. I think Duke isn't even his name because that's a very American name.
Okay.
I think he's a Brit. That's very good.
And Leah, what do you think?
I think not a Brit.
You think not a Brit? Duke, where are you from?
I'm from Manchester.
Joel got it right.
All right, so apparently Duke owns a barbershop called Blokes in Old City.
No kidding.
Very nice, Duke.
How long have you been in the States, Duke?
10 years.
10 years. Okay.
Wow.
Originally from Manchester. Were you a barber there as well, or is this a whole new
I
life?
was, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Nice.
I was a barber and a musician.
All right, and reading the info that you sent us, what other countries do you get mistaken that you are from?
Oh, okay. Irish, Australian, Kiwi, South African, all sorts.
All of them, yeah, I believe it. And that's a common refrain, by the way. People are like, "Are you South African?"
Oh my
And
God!
so
Yeah.
on.
To me, Australian and Kiwi, so different, and I don't know.
Oh,
how.
you use bloke. You use the word bloke. You must be from Australia.
All right, well, Duke, you did manage to stump Leah, so I think that's good for a
Yeah, we'll
prize.
hook you up with
All
something.
right, hang on a second, Duke. Thank you
Yeah.
very much, man. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Marissa, do I need to keep him on hold, or will we contact him?
We'll contact him.
We'll contact him. All right, I'm
It was
gonna let-
funny because my friend is Helen.
Duke
She's
go.
from Manchester,
Yeah.
and when he was saying a couple of things, I was like, "Oh my God, that's." And I was with her last night. I was like, "That's exactly how she sounds." So maybe I can pick out a Manchester accent.
All right, let's go with another caller. We have Peter on the line. Good morning, Peter.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. All right, so we have Joel and Leah here. We're playing Brit or not a Brit. Could you give us the line, please?
I will do. Commodities are agricultural products, like coffee that you had for breakfast, wheat, which is used to make bread, pork bellies, which is used to make bacon, which you might find in a bacon and lettuce and tomato sandwich.
Yeah, definitely a Brit.
Definitely a Brit.
All right, you guys both say Brit?
Brit.
Yeah.
Where?
Yeah.
Where's he
Right.
from?
Well, hang on.
Yeah.
Peter, well, yeah, if you were to narrow it down and you think it's legit, where would you say Peter's
He's
from?
I don't think he's from the South.
Can you say
Okay.
a couple more words, please? Just a few more.
Just say a few more words, Peter, if you would.
Well, what sort of words would you like me to say?
Yeah,
All
you
right.
did it.
Okay.
Philadelphia, London.
Should we go?
I think Midlands,
Say
like Leah.
Midlands.
Where are you from, Peter?
Well, that's pretty clever because I was born in a city called Leicester, which is in the Midlands.
Wow.
You got the Midlands. You got the whole
done.
thing.
And how long
But
have
I
you
spent most of my life in London.
All right. And how long have you been in the States?
40 years.
40 years.
Wow.
Good for you, man.
You still sound like that?
Yeah, that has not faded whatsoever.
No.
All right. Well, thank you for playing, Peter. Unfortunately, you didn't stump these guys, but we appreciate you calling in and thank you for listening to the show.
It's like
Thank you. That
All
was
right.
fun.
Take care, Peter.
normally an accent would go away. That's why the hilarity of having Scotty on Star Trek had that complete.
Yeah, I had when I was a kid, I had a very thick Southern accent.
Right.
I lived in the South growing up, and my parents speak with a Southern accent, but I shook it along the line.
By the way, that was Ralph Bellamy as Randolph Duke in Trading Places.
Yes,
They
thank you
did
very
find the
much.
lines, yes.
Yeah. All right, let's get another caller. We have William on. Hi, William. Good morning.
Morning.
All right, William, we are playing Brit or not a Brit, and Joel and Leah want to hear your accent, so give us the line, please.
What? Are you kidding? Sundays? I love Sundays. I live for Sundays. The whole family's together. Mum makes brioche. Dad puts the jersey on. We're all watching the game. Yes, it drives me crazy. And yes, I was negative. You didn't even know that I loved it, Nikki, but I did. I just didn't appreciate it or you before.
Okay.
The thing is, he could be a Brit. He could be a performer. He could be performing right now.
Mm-hmm. Okay, but what do you think if you had to?
My
call it?
initial instinct was pretend,
I
not
think,
a Brit.
yes,
Not a
I don't
Brit.
think he's a Brit, but that was a very good attempt.
But when he
All
said
right.
brioche, I died.
Yeah.
All right. William, where are you from?
Yeah, that's not even fair. That was spot on.
Oh, he's from Delco.
All right, William, they found you out, but thanks, man. We appreciate it, buddy. All right, we'll see
That's
you.
pretty.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny because all you have to do in many cases is convince people here. And so, the
Yes.
hard part, that's why when you do pass muster, when a Kate Winslet pulls off something as mechanically difficult as a sub-accent, sub-dialect here, it's an amazing thing.
So the way he said yo, he said yo. That's how you say it in Delaware County. In Delco. Yo.
But you can so far, you can hear them trying.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Hard.
Like the Brits are just natural in
That's
speaking.
why, like when Meryl Streep pulled off the Polish accent in Sophie's Choice, you'll have dialogue and dialect coaches on set.
Right,
to
right.
keep- yeah. That's how hard it is.
And by the way, you should visit some of the places that are named for English cities. Like you should definitely go to Chester and Camden and Kensington. No?
No,
you won't
like
it.
You won't make
Those
it
are like
home.
the high crime
really?
areas.
Yeah.
That was that was a movie set in Delco. That was Silver Linings Playbook and Bradley Cooper's character.
Ah, thank
Well
you,
done.
Nick, for the clarification. All right, we have another caller on the line. It is Susan. Good morning, Susan.
Good morning.
Okay, Susan, we have Joel and Leah here determining Brit or not a Brit. Could you please read what we sent to you?
When you were making me, didn't you feel a certain inspiration? Almost like your hands were moved by force not of this world. You made this body so that I could come to life.
Okay.
The accent was good, but the intonation was all off, wasn't it? What do you think,
Yeah,
Joel?
I don't know. I thought that's really hard to tell because I think it could just be that she's reading a quote that made it sound slightly off.
Do you
but
want her to
still
say
really
brioche?
Just say brioche. No.
All right, Joel, we're going to ask you.
No,
Make a
you know what?
decision.
I'm going to take a risk. Say she's a Brit.
She's a Brit.
Yeah.
All right,
Okay,
and what do you
let's say
think? Leah?
Brit then.
She says Brit. All right, Susan, where are you from?
I'm from Philly, baby.
I think they really knew.
I think I know. It's just like,
You really knew. But that means Susan is a winner. So, Susan, we're going to get in touch with you and set you up with a prize, okay?
Sounds great. Thank you. This is so fun.
All right,
very
thanks
cool.
for playing along.
Very cool.
All right,
You guys
we
know
have-
what movie that was?
Is that Mannequin?
It is Mannequin. Kim Cattrall and Mannequin. You guys
Be
ever
foul,
seen
then we got some
Mannequin?
guests here. We'll do Froggy first.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Thank you, Froggy Peeps. All right, brought to you by Dry Tech Waterproofing Solutions. Protect your home from water damage, cracks in your foundation, and mold with Dry Tech Waterproofing Solutions. Preston and Steve listeners, you get 15% off when you mention our show. Go to drytechcorp.com. All right, we'll begin with this Pennsylvania man charged with abuse of a corpse, receiving stolen property, and other charges after police say he allegedly tried to buy stolen human remains from an Arkansas woman for possible resale on Facebook.
For what purpose?
He trades and sells body parts.
Okay.
A spokesperson for the University of Arkansas for Medical Sciences in Little
Will be
Rock
the best grave robber you can be.
confirmed that the remains will be donated to UAMS's facility. They were instead stolen from Arkansas Central Mortuary Services in Little Rock by a female mortuary employee and sold. And there's a federal investigation that's opened. A representative for the mortuary actually hung up on a reporter who reached out for comment on Thursday. No charges have been filed as of Thursday against the Arkansas woman. Police in Pennsylvania announced the arrest and the charges against 40-year-old Jeremy Lee Pauley of Enola, Pennsylvania. On a Facebook page under his name, Pauly has posted pictures of bags and stacks of femurs. One captioned, "Picked up more medical bones to sort through." The Facebook page he uses to market his body parts is called the Grand Wundermaker, or Wunderkammer, I guess I say that, Wunderkammer. Vendors of the odd and unusual, museum exhibits, guest lectures, live entertainment, and so much more is what it says in his link. Strange, curious, and unique in every way possible.
Well, when you worked at McDonald's, you probably stole a few fries now and then, right?
Yeah. Paulie, who described himself as a collector of what he calls oddities, including human body parts, said the remains were acquired legally when first contacted by police. They initially found what they described as older human remains, including full skeletons that they determined were legally obtained. However, after a second tip about newer remains in his home, investigators returned to the house to find more recent purchases. They found 3 5-gallon buckets containing assorted body parts, including of children. And federal and state law enforcement agents intercepted packages addressed to Paulie from the Arkansas woman that contained body parts. He told investigators that he intended to resell the body parts. Investigators alleged that he arranged to pay the Arkansas woman $4,000 for the parts through Facebook Messenger.
That's ghoulish.
That's messed up.
Unbelievable.
Yep. A prison visitor accused of smuggling drugs into a Tennessee Department of Corrections facility finds herself behind bars for a fatal kiss that led to an inmate's death. Richard Dollard visited inmate Joshua Brown, who was serving an 11-year sentence on drug-related charges. During the visit, the pair exchanged a kiss in which Dollard slipped the inmate a balloon pellet containing half an ounce of methamphetamine.
Wow.
Brown died from an overdose shortly after swallowing the pellet. His sentence was set to expire in 2029, so he was in there for a while. Dollard was taken into custody this weekend on charges of second-degree murder and introduction of contraband into a penal facility.
Got to go old school. Bring it in your butt.
Listen to how messed up this is. A woman being detained in a police car in Oklahoma is accused of slipping out of her cuffs, getting her hands on an assault rifle in the car, and opening fire.
There's footage of this.
Yep. A deputy and another man on the scene were grazed by bullet fragments. The incident was caught on camera and is prompting changes. According to deputies, a woman later identified as Rachel Zion Clay was only being detained for erratic behavior. She was not going to be arrested. She was just detained.
Yeah.
But her fate quickly changed. Both the officer and civilians sustained non-life-threatening injuries. They've been released from the hospital. The sheriff's office is now making some changes to keep their deputies safe. Clay had barricaded herself in the car and surrendered nearly 3.5 hours later. She tested positive for methamphetamine. She faces 3 charges of shooting with the intent to kill and is being held on a $1 million bond. But she got out of her cuffs and grabbed that rifle in the car.
They really need to advance handcuff technology.
Wow. A Colorado man had a rude awakening early Saturday morning when a roughly 400-pound bear flipped the lever doorknob of his home and rummaged through some dog food. The homeowner, Ken Maldlin, grabbed a gun and shot the bear multiple times until it collapsed and died just after 2 a.m.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Officers removed the animal from the house located in the ski resort town of Steamboat Springs. The couple had
I'm not going to last much longer. Baptize me.
They had a legal right to shoot the bear if they felt threatened. This particular male bear was not tagged, and the department does not know if it was involved in other break-ins. Residents of Steamboat Springs are warned by the agency to lock their doors and windows, secure their trash and recycling in bear-proof bins, and even take down bird feeders to prevent these kind of confrontations.
Oh, man.
But, yeah, it actually opened the door and came in. Man. All right, and then we'll do one more story and wrap it up for now. Let's go with this one. A traffic stop turned into a possible DUI after the driver was reportedly driving naked when he was pulled over.
There you go.
This was in Pennsylvania as well.
Yeah.
Another PA story.
We're becoming the new Florida.
State police stopped the vehicle for a standard traffic stop, and troopers reported that they stopped an Ford F-150 committing multiple traffic violations. The driver, 60-year-old Russell Mowry,
I'm naked,
was pulled over and found to be naked behind the wheel.
I like to drive naked.
According to the state police, Mowry was taken and agreed to a legal blood draw. Charges are currently pending the toxicology report.
My guess he's going to flunk that.
Yeah, I think so. All right, and there you go. That is what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, we have a couple of guests who are here with us this morning. And they brought a pup with them, too.
Gorgeous dog.
So it is time again for this event with Alpha Bravo Canine, and it is going on at White Dog Cafes, 3 locations for you to choose from in Wayne, Haverford, and Glen Mills. It is this coming Monday. We want to welcome Jennifer Green from Alpha Bravo this morning. How you doing, Jennifer?
Great. Thank you.
Nice to see you once again. And we have from the White Dog Cafe, Greg Maloney, who's here too.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you guys for being here. So, how many years now for the event?
This is our 5th year.
Okay, and headed out to the 3 locations once again.
3 locations, yes.
And it's a great event with food and dogs and prizes and lots of people and cocktails and this whole deal.
We all just kind of were invited to the first one, and then the idea to make it a dining out event because of the White Dog Cafes. Jen, explain the importance of Alpha Bravo Canine. You guys everyone had to fight an uphill battle during COVID. You guys took a big hit because this is a lengthy process to train these dogs. Explain what you do.
Sure. Alpha Bravo Canine was founded in 2015 for our local veterans suffering with PTSD, any type of combat mobility issues, any type of combat-related issues. We raise, train, and donate service dogs to disabled veterans. It's a 2-year process.
And it's gratis when they get there. They get these dogs for free.
For free.
And we've met over the number of years that we've done these events with you, recipients of these dogs, and how they are absolutely life-changing for these veterans and these people who suffer with these really taxing conditions. It gives them a new lease on life, correct?
It sure does. It opens up windows like you couldn't even believe, actually. It gives our veterans their independence back, and that's what they're looking for.
Hey, how did you get involved with this? How did you get started with this? Why?
I mean, I'm a certified dog trainer. My heart has always been with veterans and just anybody with a disability, and I felt like this was my path to take. I wanted to work with veterans. I wanted to give back. That's my passion. I just wanted to give back to our veterans.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I wasn't sure if you had a personal story outside of that or something, but yeah, you felt this is in your wheelhouse and you wanted to help out people who could use
Absolutely.
this. So, who's the dog that you brought in here?
This is Striker.
Okay.
Striker's working, so we can't pet him.
Yeah. Why is that?
When their vest is on, they have to be paying attention to their handler, because if you think about if somebody is suffering from PTSD, they may be showing small signs. They could be blinking their eyes. They could be chewing on their fingers. They could be pacing. There's a lot of different things that we throw out, and our dogs have to pay attention. So something as simple as just saying hi to him, unless I tell him he can say hi, it distracts them, and they could miss a certain important signal that somebody's throwing out that they're trained to redirect them, basically. Do you use the same breed of dog? We've used, most of our dogs have been labs, yes. And why is that? They're so easy to train. Honestly, they'll work for anything. They're an all-around amazing dog.
I've seen, there's this great piece of footage that some organization in New Zealand did years ago. I've used it a couple times. It shows one of these dogs, and I'll start to tear up if I talk about it, but responding to a veteran who's having an issue during the night, and the dog just lays down calmly on him and calms him down. And I mean, when you have dealt with that in your life, and I just lost my own dog recently, when you have that animal intercede and help you, that union, that help can, as you said, change your life. You can go out, you can perhaps go, one of the gentlemen we met was able to finish his education, get a job, all those things that are now open to you because of this union with these animals that are so precisely trained. And that's why it's important that we have this event.
Yeah, definitely. I think we take for granted the small things, even going grocery shopping. Yeah. There's a lot of people who just can't get out of the house just because of debilitating social anxiety.
So the event on Monday is fun, though. It's great. Yes. The White Dog Cafe is one of my favorite restaurants.
Oh, the
phenomenal,
food is so good.
So sensational.
Oh, it's so good.
And the great thing is, Preston, I think you've partaken of the flight of hot dogs in the past, right?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I've eaten so many different dishes at the White Dog Cafe and at the various events that I don't remember if I've had that or not. But Greg is here, and Greg, you're a chef at which location?
I'm at White Dog Wayne.
At White Dog Wayne, okay, which is one I've been to on multiple occasions. You guys have this hot dog flight. Tell us a little bit about that.
So the hot dog flight specifically for Alpha Bravo K9. We offer 4 hot dogs. It all comes together. It's $40. All the proceeds go to Alpha Bravo K9, so we're not taking anything from that. We have 4 different ones. You want me to run through them?
Yeah, I'm starving. Go for it.
You too?
Yeah.
So our first one, we have a pretty standard chili dog, but we use Green Meadow Farm beef, PA Noble cheddar, which is a local cheddar here, and then some pickled onions on top.
Oh, wait, we have a song for that. Do we have that?
Song for that?
Happen to have that handy, Casey? Where is that? Yeah.
Sucking on a chili dog. Yeah. Sucking on a chili dog.
That's it. I just wanted to have a little jingle for that. Okay, go ahead.
Then we have another hot dog, which is covered in guacamole. We use a little chipotle aioli, some queso fresco, and then some crispy tortilla chips on top.
Ooh. Nice.
And then our third one, we use a mushroom relish. So we're using mushrooms out of Kennett Square. We cook them down with a little bit of sherry vinegar, and then we chop them up real fine, just like a relish. So it's got a little acid to it, just like a traditional like pickle relish, but it's made out of mushroom.
Okay.
And then a little truffle sherry aioli on top of that, and some shell bark hollow goat cheese, which is another local cheese.
Oh my God! Okay.
And let me tell you, the anyone who's remotely a hot dog aficionado, they freak. I remember, we were at Glen Mills last year, and I'll be at Glen Mills this Monday coming up as well. And the people who came down who were salivating at the notion of this flight of hot dogs because you've never had it at this level. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. What's the last one?
Last one is the backyard dog. A very classic mustard, ketchup, and then we top it with some barbecued chip crumble.
All right. No on the ketchup, but yes on everything else. Those look amazing. I'm gonna try the mushroom one, and I'm gonna try the chili dog.
You're gonna be sucking
We can cut
down?
these in half. I'll suck it down.
Suck it down.
I know because Nick, I see.
Sucking on a chili dog.
I see the.
This is going to be like a dog fight in the studio.
I see the slobber forming.
You're going to have Stryker intercede and break it up.
It's
not
really
only
a
that,
Pavlovian response at this point.
great food, as you said, a percentage of the tab for the night. All you have to do is really come down, make a reservation if you can, and become a part of that at these three locations. And personalities from our station and our sister stations will be at these various locations having dinner along with you.
Greg, I need to know this. What do you guys put in those Brussels sprouts that you make there? It's oh my God, they're so good.
Outside of the love?
Yeah, just a little outside the love. What else?
Bacon and maple syrup.
That's it. Oh, maple syrup.
So that was the old one, and the latest one. I think that you have also had the latest one too, with the knock chum sauce.
No.
Oh,
knock chum sauce.
Knock chum sauce.
Everybody
I'm not
knock
familiar.
chum tonight.
Yeah,
everybody knock chum.
please. What is that?
They're off on the menu right now because Brussels sprouts are out of season. We're a seasonal restaurant,
Okay.
but they're coming back.
Yeah.
Knock chum is fish sauce, soy sauce, a little rice wine vinegar, garlic, ginger, some red pepper flake, and we toss the Brussels sprouts in that with some sweet potatoes.
Oh.
Phenomenal.
Oh my God, their food is so good
It
there.
is. It's excellent.
All right, so Monday you get to partake on all this stuff and all this fantastic food at White Dog. But on top of that, Jen, there's auction items and things. Yeah.
We have auction items. Everything's listed on the White Dog Cafe website. There's a QR code. It's super easy this year. All you have to do is scan it. And we have logo items for sale as well.
And you can bring, it's dog friendly at Wayne and Glen Mills. All three?
Yep.
Okay, excellent.
Wayne, Haverford,
on our patio.
and Glen Mills, and various personalities from all our sister stations are going to be at this event. So it's this coming Monday, 5 till whenever.
Yeah.
And details at Alpha Bravo Kayak.com. Alpha Bravo K9.org actually is. And you can go to WMMR.com/events, and we've got all the information right there, too. Which is cool. Excellent. All right. Well, good luck with everything on Monday, and thank you guys for coming by here.
Thanks for having us.
Keep doing great work. All right. Let's hear it for them. Yeah! Greg and Jennifer. And the event is on Monday. We'll remind you about that again later on. So let us take a break. We got to come back because Kurt Metzger is here and is going to be performing at Punchline this weekend. So we'll return shortly. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Get what you want when you want it.
Store in Philadelphia. She comes to life, and
It's a true story.
Yeah, it's a true story. Yes, right. It's a documentary, really.
That's why Kim Cattrall looks so plastic now.
Oh, gosh, you guys.
All right, let's get our next caller. We have Chris. By the way, we have like a dozen of these to do.
Oh, my gosh, it's so fun.
Hi, Chris. Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
All right, Chris, we are going to get...
See, they already got a taste.
We're gonna need to have you deliver the line. Could you go for it, please?
Now that we know who you are, I know who I am. I'm not a mistake. It all makes sense. In a comic, you know who you can tell who the arch villain's going to be. He's the exact opposite of the hero. Most of the times, they're friends like you and me. I should have known way back when. You know why, David? Because of the kids. They called me Mr. Glass.
Mr. Glass. All right. What do you think? Leah, let's go with you.
I was going to say Brit from maybe like the south, maybe somewhere near Essex.
Okay.
Yeah, I
what do you
think like could be a Londoner even.
Be a Londoner.
I think definitely Brit.
Yeah.
Definitely
then
Brit.
he said glass at the end instead of glass.
Did he?
I was like, wait, what? You've thrown me off the scent.
Southern and
I heard
northern.
gloss.
Gloss. I heard,
Gloss.
Gloss.
Oh, gloss. It was
Yeah.
the word gloss on the screen.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah,
No. It was the word
it's
glass,
glass.
but
Oh, right.
to our ears, we heard him say gloss.
Yeah.
Might be,
I
yeah.
think I heard Glass. I think he's definitely a Brit.
I think me too, yeah.
All right, both of them say a Brit. And Chris, where are you from?
I am a Brit from Hatfield, Hertfordshire.
Yeah, North London.
Did you get it right?
Yeah, well, no, I was wrong, but yeah, London, kind of Londonish.
And where do you call home now, Chris?
Chester County, down in town.
All right, how long have you been in the States?
18 years.
18 years.
Wow,
And the
nice,
fact
man.
that they still retain a substantial part of that, it's pretty amazing.
Except for when saying glass.
Yeah.
So that's because he's lived here then.
Yeah.
So that bit's come out.
Yeah.
So we had and we had this guy as a guest on the show a couple times. Louis Knight,
Yes.
he was a contestant on American Idol.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know, but he is like the only English person that I have ever heard sing with an English accent.
Oh, it's adorable.
Yeah.
All right,
Can you do an
Chris.
impression of it?
Chris,
Oh,
thanks
it's got a
for,
lovely bunch of coconuts.
Chris, thanks for playing, man. We appreciate it.
Hey, thanks.
All right, take care. All right, so you guys are doing pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty
I think they're
good.
doing
We've only
damn
missed a
good,
couple
yeah.
of them. All right. Let's get another caller on the line. Oh, what movie was that?
Oh,
from?
Unbreakable.
That was
Samuel L.
Unbreakable.
Jackson.
Yes,
Yes,
thank you. I knew
Mr.
it was-
Glass.
I don't know why I couldn't remember the name of the movie, but it's an M. Night Shyamalan classic. All right. We have Steven. Hi, Steven.
Morning.
Morning. All right, Steven, we have a... They're like immediately making their decisions when people say good morning. All right, Steven, do us a favor and read the line we sent you.
Let me tell you something you already know. The world ain't all sunshine and rainbows. It's a very mean and nasty place. It'll beat you to your knees and keep you there permanently if you let it. You, me, or nobody's going to hit as hard as life, but it ain't how hard you hit. It's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. How much you can take and keep moving forward. That's how winning is done. Now, if you know what you're worth, then go out and get what you're worth. But you got to be willing to take the hit and not pointing fingers saying you ain't where you are because of him, her, or anybody. Cowards do that, and that ain't you. You're better than that.
Right. Did it
Yeah,
start
better
off?
than that.
It started off like Scouse, then it went Scottish. It's like Liverpool, Scottish.
Do you know what? His Scottish accent is better than mine.
Yeah.
So if you're to say Brit or not a Brit, what do you think, Joel?
I'll go not a Brit.
Yeah.
Not a Brit.
No,
All right.
sorry.
Steven, where are you from?
I'm from South Jersey.
But I love that. That's a great quote from Rocky Balboa.
Yeah, he was hitting some of them pretty
doing
solid.
well.
Like the word hit, he said het.
Yeah,
Instead
yeah.
with more of an A.
I like that
sound.
he did like a Scottish version rather than going for like our accent.
That was brilliant.
What were you saying, Steven?
I was going for a North England Geordie accent.
Oh, so he knows his stuff. That's actually where Stallone is from.
All right, thanks for playing, Steven. Have a good one, man. All right.
Have a good one.
If you're just tuning in, we have Joel and Leah who are here in the States. They do a YouTube series, and they cover American culture, British culture, kind of compare the two, try some things out over here, sample a little bit.
It's wonderful watching, and they're very much likable. So and people love to see the differences.
Yes. And by the way, I saw BuzzFeed has all these great lists that pop up all the time, and there was one that was showing American sections of grocery stores around the world. And so usually there's a small rack of stuff for maybe who's a tourist or somebody who lives that then go get some of their creature comforts as far as food goes. And you know what I noticed on every single one of those photos?
What?
What item, if you were to guess?
That is considered expressly American.
Yeah, it was very easy to spot by the packaging. Very bright packaging. It's a candy. I'll give you that.
Circus peanuts?
No.
Candy.
Circus peanuts.
M&M's.
No.
No?
It's a candy.
Yeah.
Skittles.
No. Reese's peanut butter cups. On every single photo that I saw all around the world. I'm like, okay, yeah.
So
sure.
not circus peanuts.
I'd want them.
Yeah, it's funny because my friend Helen hates American candy, and I can't stand British candy.
I like British candy.
Yeah, I can't do it, and they offered because we were all at the same restaurant last Saturday, and she had a big box of British chocolate. I was like, no thanks. I'm okay with that. Which is crazy because I love chocolate, but she says that American chocolate tastes like vomit.
Yeah, it really does.
It's been like a test. They've tested it. The compound in American chocolate, I think it's the milk powder that they use, does to British taste like vomit.
Oh, that's why Hershey smells like vomit chocolate. It's vile.
We just can't eat
my
it.
God.
But
So
it's also why Americans wouldn't like British chocolate.
I do like British chocolate, though. I like dark chocolate, though.
Okay.
Oh, you're fancy.
There you go.
All right, we have 4 more to go with Brit or not a Brit. So let's get our next caller on the line. It's Carl. Hey there, Carl.
Morning, it.
All right, morning it to you, sir. All right, Carl, we sent you a movie line. Could you please give it for Joel and Leah?
Sure. Oh. See, I made Lewis a bet here. See, Lewis bet me that we couldn't both get rich and put y'all in the poorhouse at the same time. He didn't think we could do it. I won. Trading Places.
All right, that's from Trading Places, the movie. Okay.
He doesn't actually say in the movie.
Brit or not a Brit? Let's start with you, Leah.
Okay, Brit, maybe from Manchester.
All right.
Junior.
Yeah,
How about you,
he's
Joel?
being sneaky. He's definitely a Brit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Northern.
Carl, where are you from?
I'm from Harrogate, North Yorkshire.
Okay. All right, they got it. They got it right.
Well, you guys are good.
Did you nail the region? Is that anywhere near?
Well,
No?
yeah,
Well, it is
Yorkshire
north,
is north, but we thought
North is
Mancunian.
very generic.
Yeah.
So,
What
I
is
don't
the
think he deserves the point.
TH is an F?
Yeah, that's just
both.
like both. That doesn't belong to any region. That's just like relaxed speech. I
Yeah,
guess.
just a little shortcut.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Adele actually does that. I think she'll use an F instead of the TH.
A lot. She does a lot.
Yeah. And why is Liverpudlian so sing-songy? Like when Steve does his Paul McCartney, it's really up and down. And
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
I don't know why. I really like it. It's got a but the only thing about Liverpudlian accent I don't like is the K's. So when they say Coke, they'd say Coke.
Chicken and a can
It's
of
like
Kale.
It's
Really?
not very nice.
That's almost Hasidic here.
Thank you, Carl. Appreciate it, man.
This is my rabbi.
Yeah. How about, speaking of pronunciations, a popular one in slang is bruv.
Oh, bruv.
With a V on the end.
Ted
Which is
Lasso?
short for brother, right? I suppose so.
Or you
Brother,
can say
bruv.
it to anyone.
Yeah, bruv.
Yeah.
Yeah, bruv.
It's
Or
like a bro here. Like we say,
Yeah.
what's up, bro? You know? So,
Yeah.
but we don't do the V, but that's one I've found that's very, very common.
This is my brother.
Yeah. Has anybody made you aware of John yet?
No.
Yes.
Oh,
John.
okay.
In Urban Outfitters, that man taught us John.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were asking about John, a person. I'm like, where is this John person?
JAWN.
We learnt that. We learnt that, yeah.
Doesn't it just mean anything? Like
Yes.
this water
To
bottle,
now.
like, oh, this John of water.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You could literally say this John of John.
This John of John.
Yeah, because the
Wow.
John is the bottle and the John is the water as well. So.
Were you just at an
Wow.
Urban Outfitters store where you shopping?
Never done before.
What?
I'm going to give away tickets to see our next guest before I even introduce him.
Well, there's
And then I will give away some more after we're done talking to
Yeah,
him.
because there's such a pedigree associated with this gentleman that you can do something as outlandish as that.
The show that I'm giving tickets away for is this Saturday night at Punchline, the 9:45 p.m. show. We'll take caller number 12, and you will get to see Kurt Metzger, who is here. 215-263 WMMR. Hey, Kurt.
Hey, man.
Welcome back home.
Thank you. You set a new Preston dent.
But, Chang, see what you did there.
Yeah.
Wait, where are you from?
You're a Jersey guy, aren't you?
Yeah, but I went to school on Art Institute on Chestnut.
Oh.
I started comedy here.
So did you work years ago? Did you work at David Brenner's?
No, it was not David. It was David Brenner's Laugh House just became the Laugh House.
Right.
I can't remember the name of the guy that bought it. It was a Nation of Islam guy, and then this guy Pops or somebody had it.
And
it changed hands a lot.
Was it a good place? I mean, because I heard some people would. I remember people referencing it. I've heard them over the years.
All the white clubs. Well, the white clubs. There's Comedy Cabaret, which is like outside the city.
Right.
But the thing is, I would go Blazing Thursdays. It was called, which was like an open mic, and Touré Gordon hosted.
Oh yeah.
Touré's great.
Yeah, Touré's the first guy brought me up. And anyway, that was a better place to go because there's a crowd. there's an actual audience, not just like comics.
Right.
Because that's not as good of a.
No, because a lot of people don't know when you start doing stand-up, a lot of times you're going to evenings that are populated by friends of the other comedians who are doing open mic
there
night.
wasn't even that.
Oh, not even that?
It was all just comics.
Oh,
but
wow.
I liked a bunch of people I know from there that I liked, but you just weren't getting a crowd of actual people. You're just getting, people looking at notes.
Right. Is it hard? I mean, I feel like it's hard to make stand-up comedians laugh. I feel like stand-ups.
Oh, I'm an easy laugher.
Are you?
Yeah,
Okay.
To the point where you would think I had a low IQ, probably a little bit. I chuckle quite a bit.
What's Kurt laughing at? I don't know. You've written for so many shows. You're a Peabody Award winner. You have the chops. You have the history. I enjoy you on the Jimmy Dore podcast, and you also work with Kyle Dunnigan, who's another one of our favorites. And he does the stuff he does with the face swapping technology, which is great, and does a whole bunch of skits. He does a great Caitlyn Jenner thing.
Yeah, he does a bunch of voices. Dude.
Yeah, and he's really phenomenal. But these hilarious videos, and I in the green room I was talking to you briefly. It's like doing topical bits where you're kind of giving it to everybody, which is you don't see that a lot anymore.
Yeah, right.
And B, legitimately funny. And I remember commenting to a friend of mine saying, this is what SNL should be doing, but they don't. That it's just sharp and funny and legitimately makes you laugh. And it's not like a bloodlust. It's not like you're just laughing.
Yeah, well, it's not. It shouldn't. When I started comedy, that's how you did it.
Yeah,
just we're funny and you didn't.
Right.
But there's because Kyle doesn't know anything about that. Anything political, so he doesn't have like deep feelings about that. He probably would lean towards like a good showbiz Democrat. Probably.
Right.
But you just can't. He does. The thing is, he does Biden. So
he does a spot on.
Yeah, his is my favorite. I never heard anybody do a better Biden.
No.
I like his Trump kind of. Shane Gillis does a funny Trump, but Kyle's is my favorite. Well, we do him trans.
Preston, Kyle, they do a bit that these guys do together. It's trans Trump doing an evening talk show, and it's hilarious. And it's
he transitioned to so you have to vote for him now, and and Johnny Depp is his band. So Kyle plays everyone.
It's phenomenal stuff. So that tech is he doing it? Is he legitimately doing it out of his home, or do you guys?
Oh yeah, it's from his house. We looked into doing deep fakes, better ones.
Yeah. It almost works better that it's not so good.
Yeah, that's what we found out. If it's too good, it's not funny.
Right.
It's got to be kind of crabby, and that makes it better for some reason.
Yeah. It sells the joke better.
Because you know why? If it's too accurate, then you're going to become acutely aware of how much it's not the real person's voice because it looks like them.
It's like the uncanny valley, they call it. Yeah. You almost want to force that. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, Kurt, I wanted to ask you about, and I know we've talked about this before, but growing up a Jehovah's Witness, and when people find out that, does anybody ever confuse that with Mormonism?
Sometimes.
Yeah.
We know people confuse is whatever rules that, like, oh, you're the ones that you can't have coffee or
right.
Are you never offered coffee?
Yeah.
No, sometimes people say. I mean, I haven't done it in a long time, but it's a similar. I mean, it's another knock religion,
Yeah.
Like where
they go door to door,
like an old school door to door knock. Mormons. The only thing that's weird, Mormons. There's a comic Ryan Hamilton that's Mormon.
Oh yeah.
And we had what's called elders, I guess, in the church. But the Mormons, you'll be like 20 or something. I'll be at an airport and see these 19-year-olds going on mission.
Right.
And they have name tag that says Elder Smith.
Yeah.
I'll be like, you were like 18, dude. How?
Did you see Under the Banner of Heaven on Hulu? The series based on it was a limited series based on an actual murder that took place in that community.
No, I'll tell you, I just saw the Monte Teo.
Oh, that Manti Teo, yeah.
Manti Teo.
Catfishing.
And I remember that at the time when that guy got catfished, and I remember all the jokes. They show everything. By the way, media was such scumbags to that poor guy.
Yeah.
Because he's a Polynesian Mormon. I knew immediately when that happened. I remember the story.
Explain the story because I'm vague on it.
So how you say his name?
Manti Te'o.
Okay, Manti Te'o.
He was a linebacker for Notre Dame,
And he was
highly
being
touted.
hardcore catfished, right?
Yeah, well, so he wanted to go to USC or something, and then he like prayed about it and went to Notre Dame.
Right.
There's nothing in the documentary like, thanks a lot, God, for saying. But so he goes there and he starts I guess this is before catfishing was a term when this happened.
I don't know.
But another Polynesian guy who also played football, but I guess was at the time he's trans now.
Right.
Catfished him as his girl, got like an image of some pretty girl and started talking to him. So when people were going like, and he didn't know for a long time, and then this person pretended to be in a car accident. And
right.
Then, like all this craziness.
It went on forever. I mean, it went on for a long time.
And then he thought she died.
Yeah.
He thought this fake girl died, and his grandmother died at the same time. And then it was a big story, and they're like, "Oh, he's playing for his grandma and his girlfriend," and because the guy was great, everybody. And then
he was
they
up for
find
like
out
a
it's-
Heisman.
Yeah, and they find there's no girlfriend, and then people started accusing him of being in on it. And then your Anderson Coopers and your Don Lemonses were like, "Well, he's probably gay because how would he not know?" Because they can't conceive of
a guy being
like a nice Mormon boy that doesn't understand things, and because they're
They're people routinely sending checks to Nigerian princes who need money. So
that's exactly that.
Right.
So I knew exactly at the time what it was. I'm like, oh, that he's number one in Samoan or something, and he's Mormon. Like, if you could believe Mormonism, you could believe anything. Number one. So that's not an issue. And also, this person was also. What do they call it? An affinity scam where you're the same ethnicity, so you trust them?
Yes.
So this person was operating on him. They're all about football and
it's all
religion.
coming back, but I remember how elaborate that had gotten. And so
it's crazier. The person, I don't know what their name is now, but Dr. Phil, I guess, exposed, because they thought like there were all these other people involved.
Yeah.
But it was just one. There's one Polynesian doing all these high-pitched voices and switching off and stuff. Like they look like a psychopath. The documentary is almost trying to make you like, I think, a little too easy on the maniac that Catfish is.
Oh, really?
Because it like shattered this guy. It really was like messed up.
I vaguely remember this.
Preston, we talked.
I know we talked about it.
Oh, we definitely. It was a huge story
Was it
because
in the early 2000s or
it was like probably 2015. He was.
I thought the guy was made a laughing stock.
He was, but he was
so
also
brutal,
he was also a high profile player.
Yeah.
It's not like he was just some scrub on some D1 team. Like no, he was like up for a Heisman Award. He was like first round caliber draft pick. I think the Chargers ended up taking him, but I think it was the Chargers. But so this was like a big, and then he just became this laughing stock. It's like, how could you not know? How did you fall for this stuff?
Right.
Well, what happens is it's a lot of people. I consider myself cynical in a lot of ways, but even I could see that this guy was. He was a mark, and that's all he was.
Well, most of the media, like if you know people of the various, are like scumbag degenerates, so they can't conceive of an innocent person. They can't even imagine somebody who's in it because they're so awful. Watching it was really like when I rewatched this, watching the because I remember all the media coverage, and SNL trashed him too.
Yes,
Danny
they
Moynihan,
did. Yeah,
like. These are all the most self-righteous, now.
Yeah.
It's amazing. And they probably forgot about what they did to this guy.
Not giving him some slack. Are you a fan of the documentaries, the Netflix stuff, and the murder?
Not generally.
Yeah.
I did watch this, but this made me mad, the Netflix one, because they really try to make it like, 2 people got hurt here.
Right.
And then this Lene or whatever maniac who did this, you're supposed to be like, just forgive her because she was trans. She didn't know. And it's
Did
pretty
she
brutal.
get in trouble for that? I mean, is that illegal what she did, or is it just immoral?
Did she ever secure money from him?
I guess that's when
it was just purely like a weird. I guess she had done this to a bunch of guys.
Yeah,
and then this one, was the most famous. But you got to hear this maniac talk about it. And like, then I decided I got to start taking some me time. And like, oh, did you have some me time? Good. I'm glad. But they ruined. This guy was so confident, Manti Te'o. It just it shattered everything for him. He couldn't really play as well.
Yeah,
because he just wasn't sure. Like he had like trust issues with just himself and everything. It was crazy.
Yeah,
and everybody turned on him.
It's why I completely forgot that, but we did invest a lot of time on that when it was happening.
Kurt, I wanted to ask you, and I don't want you to recite the bit or whatever, but I think it's kind of dangerous to learn too much from comedians, and when you you're getting your news from the Daily Show or Seth Meyers or whatever, but you have a take on the current state of the economy, comparing it to Monopoly. That really,
that's my old joke from the hour.
Okay, yeah, and just the way that you frame how people
wait a minute, so because that's a while ago that I had that joke. It was the last collapse, I guess.
Yeah. The last collapse.
Right. I guess it's a seasonal joke that comes in.
When's the next collapse?
It always comes around.
Yeah. I mean, there's a big one coming now. It'll probably be a famine thanks to those amazing sanctions that. Russia has cheaper gas than us now.
Yeah, and then people are going across the border to Mexico to get gas.
Yeah, but the thing was, it was just when you play Monopoly with your family and like. I've never been in charge of the bank in Monopoly and not stolen from it once. And I don't plan to do it, but you just to get out, things got a hand, you get a couple
500s.
Yeah, and then so if that's what you would do to your family for fake money.
Yeah.
Imagine what you would do at a real bank. Yeah. With strangers you don't care about.
It's true. So
that's how the economy works. But now I think it's more an outsourcing thing is how everything works.
Right.
You pay a guy to get Hunter Biden to go to a biolab. That's how it's a chain of being separated.
You remove it if you just and Monopoly needs to evolve to represent that a little more. to Preston's point earlier about the Jehovah's Witness thing, and not to harp on that. But with all these under the banner of heaven and all that stuff, as I was recalling and going through, and maybe you can verify this. I don't know. I don't think you all gather and you're emailing each other, former Jehovah's Witnesses. But what was Michael Jackson at the point where he passed away? Was he an active member?
No, he was disfellowship for Thriller.
Oh, okay. I've heard that rumor. That's the fact?
Yeah, that's why. Remember the disclaimer that says.
I don't operate in the occult, or I've never dabbled in the occult.
So if you ever saw that, you're like, yeah, I know. Why would you need to put that?
Yeah.
It's because Jehovah's Witnesses, they think you believe in werewolf zombies if you show the werewolf. So he put that, and then they kicked him out anyway.
Yeah. Regardless, they kicked him out after that.
Nothing with boys, just spooky dancing is where we drew the line. Yeah.
not the pedophile.
Please take Corey Feldman and go, sir.
Take Corey Feldman. Which also, and I forgot that Prince was as well, was he not?
Yeah, but he was more in
the more relaxed version.
Well, he was an adult when he went, and I think he had an album called The Rainbow People or something. And I think that was about Jehovah's Witnesses.
Okay, did he adhere to it?
People say he used to knock on doors. So
really? Imagine Prince at your door.
That'd be pretty cool.
First you'd look out, and then you'd have to look down because he's like. It was like the Diet Dr. Pepper commercial. Probably for people.
Little sweet.
Hey, yeah, it was a lot like that.
Talking about the football player and the catfishing. You're a big guy. Did you ever play any sports?
No, I'm terribly uncoordinated.
Terribly uncoordinated?
I have a coordination of 3 kids that got on each other's shoulders to watch a dirty movie or something like that.
Right. With the overcoat?
Big handlebar mustache.
Oh my God.
That's great. So now, obviously, you do the podcast stuff and you do all that, but did you ever were you significantly affected during the COVID years as far as working, or did you manage to piece?
I probably did better than I did a couple years before during that.
I've heard some comedians say that, yeah.
Well, one, because podcasting, I had to do it on Zoom, so I could get better guests. It's easier for them to just do a Zoom.
Right.
And then the stuff I started doing the stuff with Kyle during so Bill Maher had gone on Rogan's show.
Yeah.
And Rogan brought Kyle up to Bill Maher, have you seen this? And Bill Maher's like, I'm leaving. If I don't know who that is, I'm leaving it.
Kyle does a spot on.
Yeah, his Bill Maher.
Bill Maher.
Okay.
So,
and Preston, we had Kyle in a while ago, and we were talking to him, Kurt, about, and Maher hates it.
Yeah, so it's kind of ironic because Bill Maher's, and to his credit, Bill Maher, he's always a free speech guy, and he's like, take a joke, but he doesn't apparently like to take a joke. And so he pretended not to know Kyle, and Kyle had gone on vacation with him before when he was dating Sarah Silverman. He flew in a private jet.
Wow.
With Bill Maher and I believe a black hooker is the story Kyle told me. And do people not know that's Bill Maher's thing? I don't know.
Right.
I guess outside of Hollywood.
I've always heard that. Yeah.
Well, we knew that he was a big Playboy Mansion guy.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh.
Well, he, I mean, whatever, get any kind of hook you want, man. But he, Kyle got like any kind of like anger or offense has to come out through like sketch and song and dance for some
Right, yeah.
So he wanted to make this sketch about Bill Maher, which I probably can't even say what the theme of it is on the radio. But so I helped him with it. And he had this whole like, can you say the word G-bang? I don't know
gangbang.
Okay, yeah.
So he made a thing of Bill Maher. He wanted to make his thing of Bill Maher getting ganked. This was his idea, okay? And I was like, look, you should make it so like you didn't want to do this sketch, but we have a charity called Wishes Sketch, and there's a sick little boy named Kale who wrote this sketch, and that was his last wish that he would do it.
Normally we wouldn't do this, but because this sick young man wanted
so
this.
then you could put all the awful, and then we'd cut back to Kyle. Like I begged Caleb to cut that part, and but that's how all his angries come out there. It was hilarious. Like he does. He didn't used to when I used to work with him years ago on Amy's show. He didn't even really do that many impressions. He did a couple, but
oh, dude, the character and I believe it was Amy's show. He's like, hey, what's going on, guys?
Yeah, that's his Craig character.
Oh my God,
that's
it's kind of an offshoot of the Reno 911.
It's that's the guy.
It's
yeah,
the same guy. Yeah.
I hope he's not annoyed by doing that because it's just so funny. I just get
he
such
told
a
me
kick
he
out of it.
came up with that voice because like it was the only way to get his mom to pay attention to him or something. Like, he's like an Arrested Development Buster when they go to like Mother Boy. Kyle's a Mother Boy.
Wow, I would not have known that.
Yeah, and so she took him to tap lessons when he was a kid and all. So I think he plays like seven. I swear to God, he plays like 7 instruments. It's wild how many different.
Really?
Yeah.
You guys are all, there's a clique of you guys that are all very accomplished and very, it's you learn these things and it's funny. You early on in your life, what drove you? What drove you to? And this is as basic a question you can ask a comedian, but I'll ask it of you, damn it. What drove you towards comedy and stand up and the need to be in front of people and speak your mind?
I didn't want to get like a real job.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Really,
that? Yeah,
simple. Yeah, so it was pretty easy to achieve my goals of just that.
Yeah.
Like, everything else is kind of gravy,
You were a fan. I know of Norm Macdonald.
Yeah,
one of the great joys for me personally, and the rest of the show as well. He came in one time and did the show, and we sat for a long time. And he'd sold out the bench wherever he's playing, of course, but he came in to do that, and I just idolize him. And did you see his last Netflix? Yeah. It was so wild because for people who don't know, Norm knew he was very sick, and so he did this special in front of a microphone, basically a podcast setup at his house, and it starts out almost a little awkward because he's self-conscious looking in the thing, and then it gets so funny. Like, here's a couple lines in there that are like my favorite about how people think he's a Christian, you can't sin. Yeah.
Because you're like, I sin all the time. He goes, I eat apples. Like, that's like the worst. That's on page 1. I only hung out with him one time.
Oh, really?
Because Adam Eget, when he was booking the Comedy Store, he's like, hey, Norm's here. He knew I wanted to meet Norm because he was looking for weed, I guess. He goes, just come. So I just came and I hung out. The guy was awesome. I mean, it was like immediately, it was just him talking about, I got to really hold back my cursing. It's hard to do. But he's just making fun of people. And it was great. And then he was like, hey, you want to come in and hang out with us? And I didn't want to be like a boss. So
right,
I'm like, I'll see you later, man. I wish I had hung out. What an idiot.
The last thing you want when you meet people that you kind of idolize is it's okay. I better leave now. I'm at risk of effing this up. So I completely understand.
Adam was his co-host on the Norm as a show, and so what is Adam's role? He booked to the Comedy Store.
He was the booker at the Comedy Store, and then on the show with Norm, I guess he was like the punching bag you call it in the radio business.
Yeah,
exactly.
But he rolled with it well, and he would get in lines every now and then. And
we based, the thing I do with Kyle, where on Thursdays we have a live show on YouTube.
It's great.
The wraparound kind of sketches At Home with Sly Stallone, and the premise is Sly Stallone. Like, I fell on hard times and moved into Sly's garage, and we're best friends, and we have a podcast together. And I'm supposed to be like Adam with Norm, kind of.
Yeah.
Like we based it on that. So that way Stallone can pick up. Yeah, right.
I love it.
I got a question for you because I'm looking at you, and there are two other celebrities that I see when I'm looking at you, and I wasn't sure if anybody ever told you that you look like somebody, and if they do,
who do you get?
What is it?
Oh, I don't know. I got a lot of different ones. I mean, I'd rather not say them.
Well, no, both of them aren't bad. The two that I see aren't bad.
What is it?
Liev Schreiber is the first one.
I got that once or twice.
Okay, and then Goldberg is the other one.
The rest? That's probably an anti-Semite attacking me again. I get a lot of anti-Semitic attacks for some reason.
I got called. I was at a CBS one time, this is years ago, and a little kid comes over to me and goes, "Are you Goldberg?" And I'm like, I had to process that. Oh, okay.
Where's Goldberg now?
He was working on the Goldbergs, believe it or not. Yeah, he is the gym teacher on the series. It used to be Brian Callen, but
yeah.
He's no longer.
Oh, right.
Yeah. But that's Goldberg is a blast from the past. It's funny when they stopped doing the juicing too. When you see a lot of these wrestlers,
right.
like even Hulk, there was a point in time where it was like, you remember when he first came out as Thunder Lips and he was at the height of the Hulk Hogan
His
thing?
vitamins and
Just vitamins. Just vitamins.
Manti Teo thought it was vitamins. He had no.
Make sure you get those vitamins directly into the muscle.
Yeah. With a horse needle.
Needle.
Well, now don't they have like different? I was trying to look up like dumbbell exercises, and I found all these gym workout videos where people. I didn't realize what are you natural or not fight there is with
That's
all
a
these.
big thing.
Yeah.
And because it's not, everybody says steroids, but it could be any kind of PED kind of thing, right?
Oh, yeah, just go to GNC and there's a ton of. I mean, it's
HGH.
They used to be a gym supplement, right?
Yeah, they
GBH
busted
or-
Stallone. Remember years ago? Speaking of Stallone, he was. I think he might have been over Japan. You know where McCartney was nailed with the pot. I think they busted him on that, but a lot of that stuff that they were busting people on, now you can go get a GNC.
Yeah.
So,
oh, really?
Yeah.
Usually it's the other way, right? It starts out at GNC and then it's banned.
Right. Yeah.
I got a thing of fat burners from 2010 that I'd be afraid to take now.
What was the active ingredient of that? Did they?
It's those purple ones and
Hexadrin or something like that.
It's something
Xenadrine.
Right.
It's something like that.
Yeah.
It's not that one, but they were very effective. I mean, it was speed is what it was.
Basically.
Yeah, like Hydroxycut was another one.
What was that early supplement kind of pyramid scam thing that people were going
Herbalife?
around? What Herbalife?
That's still around.
It's still around.
Dude.
That's like the basis of our economy. I hope that pyramid doesn't cave in.
You go to Disney World and
I'm not saying it's a pyramid scam, but I just remember everybody you would see on the backs of cars. Would say,
Herbalife salesman. Yes.
No, it is. It's a pyramid scheme.
No,
you would say.
Absolutely. But I don't know if it's a scheme, but it's you can earn. Listen,
It's like Amway of.
Yes. Right. Yes.
I've been to
Amway.
Yeah.
I've been to Disney World where there are tons of people who are Herbalife salespeople that have won trips to Disney World, and you see them like they have. I guess they have to wear their Herbalife T-shirts as they're all walking through there.
You see that?
Yeah, you have to join a religion of it almost. Yeah.
Like the Mary Kay people for the longest time.
Yeah, right.
That was the big push.
Yeah, but
you don't
that's
see
not-
that much anymore.
Yeah, but Mary Kay and Herbalife weren't pyramid schemes. There's a
Right.
difference.
Okay, what were they?
Well, it's not a scheme, but there is a pyramid. I mean,
Multi-level marketing is all.
Yeah,
I remember
there
when
you
I was in high school. I remember because Jehovah's Witnesses are probably you meet some also. There's probably some crossover. It's a very similar kind of sales.
Herbalife. Yeah.
Yeah. So my friend goes, "Hey, listen, I got a business proposition for you. We're 17. He goes, I got business. I want you to come over to my house later. Dress up nice." So I thought he wanted me to like go down. I didn't know what he wanted from me. Okay.
Right.
And then I show up at his house. There's some people from my church there. And it's an Amway presentation. And I'm like, could I just, perform mouth labor instead of this?
What if I just give you a handy?
Yeah, can I just break you off a hando and go about my life and never learn about? So this guy is doing a presentation on Amway. And I swear to God, he's drawing, he called it the grape cluster. So he draws, it's basically an upside down pyramid he drew.
It's a great
But it was just upside down.
Right.
So, I guess it's not a pyramid, it's grapes.
No, these are grapes.
Amway has always an island somewhere in the Caribbean. Or there's speaking about not learning too much from comedians. There's a great John Oliver bit on Herbalife, and it's absolutely a pyramid.
Here's a legitimate, just to compare how you know it. Multi-level marketing is an absolute scam.
Yeah.
Let's take a legitimate product. Okay, like let's say I buy crack from you,
Right.
and I give you money, and you give me my crack, and then we go live our lives, right? You know, go, okay, but now you and all your friends and your mom have to sell crack together to get this crack.
Right.
It's just a separate thing. I don't want to make this my whole life. I just need some crack right now.
Right. It's just a one initial transaction, and then you're done.
That's an honest business compared to Herbalife. Also, it has a much more effective ingredient in it.
Crack. Well, the satisfaction reports are through the roof, yeah.
Have you seen Hunter? First of all, let me just say, I'm not insulting this guy. I love Hunter Biden. The dude's a legend. Like, I don't know if you follow his life story. It's the most amazing.
He likes the crack.
Okay, so remember when the videos, like his laptops really came out? Yeah. There was a video, and it took me a second to realize what I'm looking at. And this is a while ago, not the new ones. Yeah. And he's on a bed, smoking some crack, getting a foot job.
Massage. Yeah.
A foot massage.
Wait, a foot job or a foot massage?
Foot job.
Foot job. Okay.
Wow.
All right.
I believe the person giving him the foot job is Mulan from the live action Mulan. The remake they made.
I did not know that.
Pretty sure, with MTV's Ridiculousness playing in the background. And smoking a crack pipe, on all of which see, here's the thing. I would love to hang out with that dude, but he's going to record us. Yeah. Like, could you not narc us out with your laptop for 5 seconds?
That's one thing that amazes me, and maybe it amazes you just in general, as Preston will report on stories. The level of narcissism amongst felons these days, where they commit, they're recording, they're live streaming, they're buying drugs, they're whatever.
It's for official records.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but if I was watching some video of just like his bio is hilarious, dude. I mean, it's like I would stack him up against any
rock star.
Yeah.
Well, does he beat Ozzy?
Oh man, wait, let me think, because he didn't snort ants or anything. But
that we know.
I'm gonna say, well, I guess it depends how big a metal fan you are, but I would say Hunter's way more of a legend, just because. You know, Ozzy had the same marriage for like a while.
True. There was an element of fidelity.
Like Hunter joined the Navy when I'm 46. He joined the Navy at my age.
Did he?
And then
You
and then got
that?
dishonored. Well, if your dad's he got dishonorably discharged and is hooked up with his dead brother's wife. And then he's just like epic every part of his life.
Do you think, though, it's funny because we used to talk about that island where they should have created an island where they, if you're at a certain level, like Roger Clinton and all of the
like the island, but it's all the embarrassments of the family.
Right. Billy Carter, they just destroy all monsters. They had a thing called Monster Island where they put Godzilla and Mothra and all the potential liabilities. But yeah.
Well, we had that. It was called Epstein Island, and now it's gone. Thanks a lot.
That's great.
Nice. Well, listen, if you're just tuning in, it's Kurt Metzger. He's going to be at Punchline tonight and tomorrow, and we have tickets for tomorrow night's show.
Excellent.
Here I am giving them away at the end of the interview.
That's twice you've done
Nice giveaway sandwich.
Never been done before. Never been done before. So you know what we'll do? We'll take callers 10 and 11 at 215-263 WMMR. Give you tickets to the Saturday night show, the 9:45 show.
You got to see Kurt.
Tickets are on sale at punchlinephilly.com. Are you doing 2 shows each night? Or
yeah, I'm pretty sure. I think I am, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep, 7:30 and 9:45.
Yeah, 7:30 and 9:45.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent, man. All right, well, listen, dude, welcome back.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Good to see you again.
Yeah, good to see you guys, too.
Enjoy your weekend.
I appreciate it, brother. Thank you very much.
Kurt Metzger on the Preston and Steve Show. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3.
I don't think they'd ever seen Londoners before.
Yeah.
Because then we heard him going around going, they're from London.
Oh my God, it was
They look human.
You know what? I'm going to tell you about this city that you may find surprising because Philadelphia has a reputation for being a bit cold and well, not cold, but rude
Rough, yes.
and tough. But
No.
when I have brought people in from out of town and I'll show them around the city, I kid you not, they can tell. Like I remember pointing up at City Hall and mentioning Billy Penn's hat and so on. A person came along wearing I think they were wearing a Rocky shirt. and just started jumping in on the conversation
Right.
and offering up. And they were like, "Oh, there's a little version of the statue on the Comcast building." I'm like, "I know." And so they just started sharing information. I think you'll be surprised to find out how friendly people actually are.
They really
here
are.
and want to show you. People are very proud of this city, extremely proud of this city, and will want to offer up, hey, here's some slang for you guys, to kind of help you out around town.
Yeah, I don't think it gets enough limelight, does it?
Yeah.
No.
Well, we've got some stuff like the Love Statue, for example.
Did you know Urban Outfitters headquarters are in Philadelphia? If you go down South Broad Street in the Navy Yard, that's where their headquarters are. It's a pretty cool place.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
That's
All right,
so cool.
3 more for Brit or Not a Brit.
Okay.
I have John. Good morning, John.
Is this a John or?
This is a John. Not a John. All right, John, are you ready to try this?
Ready to go, Rob.
All right, let's hear it. Here we go.
I was a slap. There will always be a part of me that's dirty and sloppy, but I like that. Just like all the other parts of myself. I can forgive. Can you say the same for yourself? Can you forgive? Are you capable of that?
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's pretty solid.
Yeah, that's good.
They're a little confused. Let's see if we can get an actual answer. Leah, what do you think?
I think he's a Brit.
Okay, what do you think, Joel?
Yeah, I think a Brit from London. I think
Yeah.
London.
That accent was definitely like Cockney style, East London, wasn't it?
Okay, John, where are you from?
Well, I'm not a slut, but I'm 100% American.
Somebody get
Well
him a
done,
beach
John.
We have a winner. Nice. It
Good.
says here you're from South Jersey.
I'm from South Jersey, Sewell, New Jersey.
Nice. Where did you pick up this ability to mimic the accent?
Watch a lot of YouTube, Preston.
Watch them? Yes. Absolutely.
Yeah, make sure you watch Joel and Leah. You'll love it, man.
Perfect your accent.
Absolutely.
All right, John, we'll be in touch. We'll get you something for your trouble, my friend. All right, we'll go for 2 more.
Also, Silver Linings Playbook. That line, yes, it was Tiffany, yeah.
Thank you. All right, Catherine, are you there?
I am. Morning.
All right, we have 2 Brits here that are going to try and determine whether or not you're faking it. Let's hear you deliver the Philadelphia-centric movie line we sent you for them. Go ahead.
Hey, woman. Hey, woman. Listen here. Since your old man ain't got no heart, maybe you'd like to see a real man. I bet you stay up late every night dreaming you had a real man, don't you? I'll tell you what. Bring your pretty little self over to my apartment tonight, and I'll show you a real man.
Okay.
Do you know that line, Preston?
I don't. What is that?
Rocky 3.
Yeah, it's Clubber Lang.
Oh, man.
Remember when they're standing in front of the Rocky statue? Your woman! Bring your woman over here! I'll show you who your man is.
I haven't seen Rocky 3 in so long. Okay, let's go to Joel and see if he can determine Brit or not a Brit.
I thought she was very good, but I think not a Brit. I think California.
California
Brit.
Valley girl.
Leah.
I thought it was a very, lovely, eloquent delivery, but I think not a Brit, so I'd be very surprised.
Catherine, where are you from?
Originally from Lancaster.
All right, Lancaster, PA.
All right, well done.
You didn't get it past him, but thank you very much for helping out. All right, we have.
All right, bye.
Bye-bye. All right, we have 1 more to go in Brit or Not a Brit, and the final person is Robert. Robert, are you there?
Top of the morning it.
All right, top of the morning it to you. All right, Robert, we sent you a movie line from Philadelphia. Go ahead and give it to us, please.
You know where Southpaw comes from, I'll tell you. A long time ago, there was this guy, maybe a couple of 100 years ago. He was fighting around, I think it was around Philadelphia, and his arm, he was left-handed, and his arm was facing toward New Jersey, you see, and that's south. So then naturally they call him Southpaw. You see, Southpaw. South Jersey, South Camden, Southpaw. You know what I mean?
That's from Rocky Balboa.
Yes, yeah.
No, remember
when
that.
they were on the ice
Rocky.
skating rink.
What's that?
Number
Rocky.
1.
Oh,
Not Rocky Balboa. Yeah, he's skating around with Adrian.
That's in the
first
South
skating
Pole,
rink.
South,
Right.
South Philadelphia, South America, South, North, a direction, as in directions you might go, one of them being south.
And that's where we got it.
Yeah.
Joel, what do you think?
Yeah, I think Brit. I think he's from Ireland.
Oh, poor man. He probably doesn't want to identify as British, does he?
Yeah.
And he's Irish, yeah.
You think he's Irish?
Yeah, I don't want to offend any, because Irish people don't like to be called British. But for the sake of the game, British.
follow you.
Okay.
But
All right.
I think Irish.
Robert, where were you born?
Glasgow, Scotland.
How did we get that
so
wrong?
we got it so wrong.
That's
I'm sorry, but that was so Irish.
Is that offensive to him?
You know what? I think Scottish and Irish get annoyed at English people for mixing up the accent.
You're right.
Oh, we've just done.
Oh,
done
I'm
him
so
dirty.
sorry. You guys are so right because one of my favorite vacations my wife and I took was to Edinburgh.
Yeah.
And that is clearly something they're not fond of having the accent, the dialect confused. Yes.
No, I'm so sorry. We're such idiot English. people.
Robert, can you get past this comment they made?
I identify as Scottish, so I'm okay with it.
You identify as Scottish.
Where do you live now, by the way?
I live in Wilmington, Delaware, but I work in Delco.
Okay,
Delco.
How long have you been in the States?
15 years.
15 years. All right, man. Well, thank you for playing along. We appreciate that.
Cheers.
All right,
All right,
take care.
take care,
All right, there you go. Brit or
Well
not a Brit.
done.
All right, so
By the way, you guys killed it. You did a great job.
yeah, how did anybody keep score?
Yes. Somehow Joel ended up winning. 7-6.
That's what we said would happen. He's the linguist.
7-6.
Yeah, Joel got one right that Leah got wrong.
And then we had how many on there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We had 11, so that's not bad.
Yeah.
That's damn good.
Absolutely. It's a difficult thing, especially over a phone.
Yeah. There were a couple of them that where I was like, yeah. Yep. You could tell right away, just trying a little bit too hard.
When Joel and Leah started laughing
Yeah.
immediately on Sunday, it was never a good sign.
I have a sixth sense. I see dead people. No, that's Japanese.
Now, to put you guys on the spot, do you have any American accent that you try to pull off?
No, we can only do generic Valley Girl, can't
Generic, yeah.
Okay.
Valley Girl.
do
Try,
that.
give it a shot.
we? Okay, so give us something to say and then.
That's the hard part, is coming
Oh,
up with
okay.
something.
We can just
Tell us what you're doing today.
Okay, so today we are going to Preston and Steve, and then after that we are gonna try a Philly cheesesteak.
Well done.
She even got the
Well
vocal
done.
fry in there.
Like slightly confused.
Right.
Kardashian,
Vocal
yeah,
fry is
Kardashian,
very
little
yeah.
Kardashian.
Yeah.
Yep, there was a little Kardashian in there. How
Oh
about-
yeah. Oh, that's all our references, isn't it? Really.
Yeah.
We don't get a lot of.
Sadly.
Sadly.
How about you, Joel? What else are you doing today?
We might go to the Rocky Steps.
Yeah.
And to the penitentiary.
Yeah.
And we're just gonna have a good time, you know.
All right.
Yeah.
all right.
Antiseptic.
Yeah.
By the way, Eastern State Penitentiary, awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
that's
is
what we're
very
thinking
cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, it was roundly condemned by Charles Dickens. So when for driving prisoners stone cold mad.
That's exactly what it did.
Yeah.
Yes. So you guys are in town for the next few days, and
Yeah.
how quickly will the videos you make end up being put up? Or do you need to spend time editing, or are you going to put them up as you go along?
So the first Philly videos will probably be out this week.
Okay.
Maybe next week. So yeah, if anyone's just wanting to jump on our channel and have a little watch of us,
You guys
then
are
you can.
so much fun, and I encourage people who haven't checked you guys out to check it out. It's very likable, and it's a great distraction and diversion, and it's
Yeah.
Thank
wonderful.
And so I was telling these guys off air that we're supposed to get a bunch of snow on Friday into Saturday, and they really should. If you have the right gear, try and go sledding down the Art Museum steps. It is a real thing that really happens
Yeah.
when it snows out.
It's
We'd
worth,
definitely give that a
it's
go.
worth
Uh-huh.
getting the gear for, isn't it?
All the gear, no
They'll
idea.
set you up.
Yeah.
And give out your social media and YouTube channel and all that stuff.
Yeah, sure. We are at Joel and Leah, JoelandLia, on everything.
Okay.
So you can find us that way.
Perfect.
All right. Excellent. Well, thank you guys for coming by.
Thanks for having us.
It's
That
great
was
to
fun.
see you,
Thank
and
you so
hopefully,
much.
hopefully we'll be over there again.
Yeah, see you in
sometime.
London, guys.
Come on,
And,
man.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Excellent. All right, Joel and Leah, let's hear it for 'em, guys. With that, we are going to take a break. We will come back in just a moment, so make sure that you hang close, my friend. The band Coheed and Cambria will be at the Leah Core Center on July 27th. Tickets are going to go on sale tomorrow at 10 a.m. at coheedandcambria.com. They are promoting their highly anticipated new record, which is Vaxis 2, A Window of the Waking Mind, and spiraling somewhere in the United States as we speak on a bus, headed out on tour. He is joining us live. Please welcome the singer of the band, the man behind the music, Mr. Claudio Sanchez. This morning. Claudio, good morning, sir.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
It's our pleasure, man. Listen, I'm going to be straight up with you from the very get-go, because we're excited about having this interview, and I just have the smallest amount of knowledge of Coheed and Cambria. I've been aware of you guys for a long time. I only know a few songs, and I was like, man, do I kind of, BS this guy and just pretend like I know all of his music and do the interview that way? But then I thought about it. I'm like, you know what? you've got such diehard fans. The fans know about your music. They're going to go to your show. But how about the people that might not be that familiar with? And let's bring some new people on board this. And so I want to be one of those people. And the reason I know I'm going to be one of those people is I had this same type of sensation of just checking out and diving into your catalog in the last couple of days that I had when I first, somebody turned me on to Rush. Okay, so I'm a prog guy, and Rush is my band. And when somebody played 2112 for me the first time, that was my first dive into conceptual music. And I was like Pinto in Animal House when he finds out that there's an atom on your fingernail could be a tiny little universe. I was just like, I can't handle this. I was blown away. So I'm really open to diving deep into the world of Coheed and Cambria because it's a very dense universe. There's a lot of material there. And I bet you love hearing about people coming on board and really experiencing the music, you know?
Yeah, well, that's actually a big conversation we had when making Baxis 2 with our A&R Johnny Minardi. It's just like, Coheed and Cambria has been a band now like 20 years. And it's like, well, what does that look like to somebody coming on board? And it's not that different from, say, like somebody getting introduced to maybe the Star Wars universe and then realizing there's this whole mythology, this whole catalog of records behind them that's vast, and so yeah, I mean it's
on talk about a wonderful show that you can see on Amazon Prime, and my wife and I love this program.
It's great.
Into their third season now, and it's called The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel. It's excellent. We would like to welcome a Mrs. Maisel here. She plays Shirley Maisel. Caroline Aaron is joining us this morning. Hi, Caroline. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Thanks for coming on, and congratulations on such a great television show. It looks like you guys have a blast filming this program.
We do.
Do you?
I'm as much an audience member as I am a cast member. I love it too.
Yeah,
I guess I'm allowed to say that because I'm with you.
Well, the ensemble is great. You had the opportunity to shoot, and I was, reading some of the background. They shut down Coney Island, and you guys were able to shoot on location at Coney Island, which I grew up in New York. That would kind of like be a cool dream come true.
It was a dream come true to go to Coney Island and have it to yourself.
Yeah.
It was still the pandemic Coney Island. So the designers came in and turned back the clock and made it to the 50s Coney Island. And I was giving out ice cream popsicles to the kids. And the prop department is so amazing. And on one side of the wrapper, it said vote for Nixon. And on the other side of the wrapper, it said vote for Kennedy. And that's how they used to hand out ice cream bars at Coney Island.
Oh,
That's
wow.
wild. That's great.
Isn't that wild?
Speaking of the prop department on Mrs. Maisel, they have got to have their hands full because it is they are so tedious on how they get things perfectly correct of that era, of that time. And that goes through, I love all the seasons and watching just slightly how things change as the years progress in fashion and in technology and appliances and all this stuff. It's got to be really, I mean, I know I already told you it's got to be fun working on that show, but that part of it, seeing those things has got to be pretty cool to you guys as actors as well.
It's so great. By the time you put on the clothes, and you guys only see the outside, but they are so rigorous about being authentic that we have to wear the girdles, the garter belts, the bras, the slips, all of it. I'll go in the morning and go, do I have to put on the girdle today? I go, yes, you have to put on the girdle because it changes the way you walk. And I just keep thinking about my mother. How did women used to go to the bathroom?
Right.
There's a lot of architecture under those clothes, let me just say.
Sure.
And every single prop, every single piece of clothing is all authentic to the period. So as an actor, you feel like you're walking into another time period. It does so much work for you.
Well, you've worked with, so Amy Sherman Palladino and Dan Palladino, and they're a creative force. And from what I understand, talking about the props, there's this razor precise dialogue, but also they are very hands-on on everything. They're overseeing all the meticulous nature of the whole production, correct?
Absolutely, down to the font that says the Marvelous Mrs. Maisel on the advertising. It is a vision, a show of their vision, and everything they want to be, absolutely authentic to that vision. And They write them all, they direct them all. They have a room full of writers that they every once in a while have lunch with, but most of the time they're doing all the work. They're indefatigable.
Wow. Steve had mentioned the razor precise dialogue. It's one of the appeals of the show. It is rapid fire. It is, I've never seen anything quite like it. And I would imagine if someone misses a beat, it can throw everything off.
You don't want to be that person. That's what I can tell you.
Yeah. If you don't do your homework and you're not ready, you're out, I would imagine.
And you have to be letter perfect.
Yeah.
That's not always true. You can do a television show or a movie and you'll move things around a little bit to make it more comfortable in your mouth. If you say, I'm going home, and the line is, I'm going to the house, they stop it and you have to go back. And so the script supervisor that comes over and tells you all the mistakes you made, we just try not to eat her alive because it's so frustrating. And Amy likes to do, one long take. So it involves so many people. You can rehearse it for 4 hours until they have it's like doing a dance with a camera and actors and everybody being together. And believe me, you don't want to be the person that goes, I don't know my lines.
Yeah.
You have to know them and have them be as much a part of you as breathing.
Well, you've worked with directors and writers who are very legendary and meticulous, and one that I adore, Mike Nichols, a genius. I have to ask you, it was Heartburn, I believe you worked on. What was that like? I
did Heartburn, Primary Colors, What Planet Are You From, and 2 Broadway shows with Mike.
Wow.
So I did a lot of work with him. And every time I work, I miss him. I'm just telling you, he's the greatest director for actors that there ever was. And he directed by anecdote. He didn't tell you what to do. He would tell you the life version of things. I was doing a Broadway show with him, and there was a scene, and he was trying to describe to an actress why she shouldn't cry at a certain moment she wanted to cry. And he said, my brother is a doctor. And he said, and his whole life he's been Mike Nichols' brother. He said, but every night I go to bed and I just pray that he doesn't find the cure for cancer. He said, then I'll be his brother.
Well, and I was reading an interview with you, and you recounted him saying or describing the way he worked, that he directed every comedy as if it was a tragedy, and every tragedy. Right. So explain what you mean by that.
Well, he really, he believes that, life is not divided into comic parts and tragic parts. It's all marbled together in real life. And so in order for us not to walk into the comedy, primarily I worked with him on comedies, he would make us rehearse it. This movie that was not one of his more successful ones, What Planet Are You From? Ben Kingsley was in it, Sir Ben Kingsley. Right. And we were rehearsing, and he came outside. We were standing outside, and he went, is he always like this? I went, he's always like this. So we're rehearsing a comedy, and he makes you switch parts. If you're in a romantic comedy, the boy's the girl, the girl's the boy, so that you can shake it up a little bit. But he really believed that, you don't want to head into a comic moment directly. You want to find out what's underneath it.
Wow.
And the same is true of, if your dog died and you have to bury your dog, you're going to have to find out what's funny about, the dog bowls or something. He would just always make us, and then it becomes more like life. He was just so remarkable. I'm so glad you mentioned him, because I have kids and they go, who?
He directed for people who don't know, he directed The Graduate, which is a staggering masterpiece. And you watch it and it holds up, and it's still, as you said, you laugh, but it breaks your heart too.
Breaks your heart. Yeah. Absolutely. And he is just remarkable. He and Elaine May too. Yeah. There's so many things I could tell you about them that I've been blessed to spend time in your presence.
Caroline, I wanted to ask about one of your co-stars. You play husband and wife with Kevin Pollak. Kevin's great. Loved him in tons of movies throughout the years. Obviously, he got his roots in stand-up. He's a very, very funny guy. Does all these great impressions. What's your? Did you guys feel a connection right away? And easy to fall into that role?
We did a movie together years ago called House Arrest with Jamie Lee Curtis. So I already knew Kevin, but I had my costume fitting for this role, and I said to the designer, who's my husband? I wanted to know before we started, and she said Kevin, and I was so excited. And he's a resource because he knows everything about stand-up comedy. Mm-hmm. When we were in the Catskills, he said he was a kid, he wanted to be a stand-up comic, and he said the job you wanted in the summer was to be a waiter at the Catskills because every major comic came through there. And that's how he learned. He just learned and learned and learned. So we'll do a table reading, and there'll be a character and he'll lean over to me and go, that's a real person. I went, it is, and he'll know exactly what their place was in comedy. And he's so funny and so dear. So we really have very good chemistry in this ensemble. We're very lucky.
You mentioned the Catskills, and we were talking about it earlier because they just had a fire of the location, Grossman's, right? It was the right, which was where Dirty Dancing was sort of inspiration. Inspired. I remember, as I was telling these guys, going up to the Catskills, to those resorts, and I thought there was nothing like it. It was kind of magical and nostalgic. I was a little kid, and yet I was like, it was fun. Did you frequent the Catskills?
No, I grew up in the South.
Okay.
So I didn't know anything about it, but there were a lot of people on the cast who talked about that. That was the family summer vacation. And that was really, I mean, there's no more of those hotels left. I don't know why they all went away, but this place that we were shooting outside of Binghamton, New York, was at one time sort of an adult resort like that, with millions of cabins and stuff like that. And they turned it into the 50s, but that lake was there and everything. Boy, that must have been fun.
Yeah.
Grown-up camp, we need to bring that back.
I think so.
I would love to go to grown-up camp again.
Caroline, with the way things are now with streaming and watching the shows in this format, my wife and I dove right in. We tore through the first 2 seasons. We have yet to get to the 3rd season. So last we left, and I'm definitely gonna go and take a look, and that's why we're here to talk about it, to promote this and make sure people watch The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel. But we left. Midge was left hanging at the airport. Where do we take off from there in this season?
Yeah, she had her whole career went down, right, and she has to start over. So that season already exists. 4 seasons are already ready to stream on Amazon, and we are shooting right now our 5th and final season. Wow. I know. I'm so sad. We're so sad. We don't want it to end. Yeah. But these people are too classy to stay too long at the fair. Even though I would stay. I'm just telling you, I'm not as classy as they are. I would do this the rest of my life. Because I love this group, I have to say. But in the 4th season, you will see her try and rebuild. Okay. And also, that was our pandemic season. But I can just tell you, it does start with Coney Island.
Okay. Yeah, that alone is worth it. We had a couple from the TV series. It's an Apple Plus TV series called Trying, and they were in here, and we had not. To Preston's point, there's so many great shows out there, and it's hard sometimes now to cut through and get noticed. They have, and I binged the 1st season of Trying, and it's a great show. But again, it's a blessing and a curse. You're finding some of the best stuff ever done available for actors and actresses and viewers. Great. Just making it cut away from the rest of the pack is the difficult part now.
I know. There's so much good stuff out there. It's almost like I became a TV addict during the pandemic. I needed an intervention. Now we can go out and I'll be out and I'll think to myself, I can't wait to get home and watch TV. I go, but it's because I'm so invested in all of this great content. Yeah. It's really true. So there's a lot of competition out there, but there's nothing like this.
No, nothing like Mrs. Maisel. You're absolutely right. I think it's going to go down in history. I really do. I think people will revisit this because it brings back a time in New York that, is long gone. Agreed. All right. Well, thank you so much, Caroline. It's great to speak to you. Amazon Prime is where you can catch The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel. Have a great weekend, okay?
Thank you, guys.
All right, Caroline Aaron, guys. Oh, she's awesome. And that voice, she's so recognizable.
There's a scene in 21 Jump Street. She plays the mother, Jonah Hill's mother, and she's great. But I was telling you, Preston, the way she interacts with him, and he's a police officer at this point. He's an undercover police officer, but she's treating him like he just had his bar mitzvah. And it's hilarious.
I love it. All right. One of the things that we have not done yet on the program, and we try to do on Fridays, and we have a little bit of time left. I'll wait for Casey because I need my music.
You're getting your bell.
Order up!
It's time for the Friday edition of the Connoisseur, and we were just eating some delicious hot dogs, weren't we, Preston?
Yeah, from the White Dog Cafe, which the Alpha Bravo K9 event is coming up on Monday at all 3 locations. If you want to stop by and help out and taste the hot dog flights.
Yes.
Fantastic. I do have some other things as far as food goes. Let's bring Kathy into the fold. This article starts with, if you love wine, you probably dream of visiting stunning vineyards around the world and tasting your way through them. Luckily, Wine Insiders is making that dream a reality for one lucky wine lover by gifting them an amazing wine adventure to 4 vineyard destinations and a big cash prize.
Oh.
$100,000.
Okay.
Excuse me. Plus, the winner of the Ultimate Wine Insider Contest will be whisked away on an all-expenses-paid wine vacay where they can become a bona fide vino-fluencer and wine apprentice with their very own line of wines.
Wow. This is, well, again, I don't drink, in general, but I love wine culture. I love the vineyards. I love all that stuff. Kathy, this is right in your wheel. Do you take in, when you go on trips, will you visit vineyards and things of that nature?
I've never taken like a vineyard trip.
Right.
You know what I mean? Where you
Like
go
to Northern
out
California.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly. I have not done that. I would absolutely love to. I mean, I saw the vineyards when I was in Italy, but other than that, I haven't taken like a trip just for that. I would love to do that.
It's amazing. I
want to visit the Coppola estate because theirs is a whole.
There's a Godfather museum there, by the way.
Well, there's so it's not just a vineyard. Like it's a whole. There's a restaurant there. There's a pool you can go to. Like it's a whole experience to go out there.
Well, let's take you on a travel trip around the world right now. Let's. First, Wine Insiders will fly you to the Cantina Etrusca.
Prestige and success. It's a lifestyle for the rich and famous. Rich and famous.
Kathy does a very popular morning show in Philadelphia, but when she wants to get tanked, she reaches for the wine.
So we will fly you to the Cantina Etrusca winery in the heart of Italy's Tuscan countryside.
Like Steve Perillo.
To sip and savor the rustic landscape. Then at Radford Dale in South Africa, you'll learn about the... Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't have South African music.
Welcome to South Africa.
To South Africa, and you'll learn about the minimal intervention winery that crafts wines in Stellenbosch and the Cape of Good Hope. Next, you'll visit the Cremachi Furlotti family in Loncomia Valley, Chile.
Wow.
Which is a 130-year-old vineyard. Casey's doing this on the fly, by the way. That produces over 75 varieties of wine.
And a color television set.
Finally, you'll experience the Chateau de Montbézélec Périgord in southwestern France, which is a stunning 16th century castle overlooking rolling hills of grapes. The prize also includes a paycheck of up to $100,000 in exchange for you sharing the vineyard voyage on social media and documenting your travels so that their audience can enjoy it with you.
I have a problem with the direction they're taking on this tour because you start in Italy and then you go to South Africa and then South America and then back up to France.
I don't think it's in that order because on their site it's different than the order that Preston is giving. And
starts with Little Rock?
Is it all one trip? Like I feel like that's got to be broken up.
Well, hold on. It says here first you will. It gives a list of. It goes first. You'll go to Italy.
So on their
then South Africa.
Then back to Italy.
On their website, it says you go France, Italy, South Africa, and Chile.
All right, so France.
Okay.
France to Italy makes sense.
Okay. And then
To Italy. Okay, we need the order of music.
And then what?
South Africa.
Okay.
And then Chile.
Okay.
Yeah, to me, this seems like different trips.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm reading the article that Preston has, and it says, final, you'll experience the one in France.
Yeah, I think they're doing that. And what's wrong with taking that route? Bounce around, man. Be a continental.
I mean,
if
you're
you have
drunk
a month-
anyway.
And if you have a month.
Yeah.
Where am I still in Africa?
Yeah. I don't know how long it takes. I don't know. This is probably...
What's the bitch got to do to get a baguette?
It's probably throughout the year. You know, you probably do 4 different trips, I'm assuming.
I'm going to look up the official rules.
To enter and become the first Ultimate Wine Insider winner, you'll have to submit a video pitch before October 14th, convincing wine insiders that you're the best fit for the job. You could write and perform a song about your love for wine, crack some jokes, paint with red wine.
Hi, my name is Kathy Romano. I'm going to show you how I eliminate camel toe.
Or you can tell an anecdote
There we
like
go.
that. Yeah. It's up to you. As long as you show Wine Insiders you have a passion for vino, you'll be in the running to win the Ultimate Wine Insider.
So people who savor, and my wife loves wine and, loves a good wine and will savor it. It looks like such an enjoyable thing. But what I love about it and the culture is that it's always associated with great restaurants. You said, Kathy, like at the Coppola place, and it's usually like the farm to table, really good quality food, and that's the element of it that I really like.
It's funny because you guys all like the show Servant, and I hate the way they drink wine on that show because they gulp it. Like they drink,
They are constantly drinking wine.
Constantly drinking it, but they also take huge
the
swigs of it.
The main guy sips it. He gets mad at the brother because
Yeah, because he tears through it.
Yeah.
You're right.
He guzzles it, but he has a huge wine cellar in their place.
Yeah, but Rupert Grint, he's just pounding it. He just wants to get drunk. Although he is a bit snobby about which wines they do drink.
Yeah.
All right, what else I have here? Hold on, stop that. Stop it! I got to do this first. Tim, thank you. All right, so Girl Scouts of the USA have unveiled a new cookie for the 2023 sales season. But you won't be able to buy the Raspberry Rally directly in person. This one particular cookie will only be an online deal.
I say to that, go straight to hell.
The organization wants the girls to learn entrepreneurship through their own online businesses by building what it calls relevant omni-channel selling skills, pitching to customers online and providing convenience to purchasers.
See, because I actually think this flavor sounds very good. I like raspberry and chocolate quite a bit.
Yeah, me too.
I would absolutely buy this if they were selling it in front of the supermarket.
The Girl Scouts have not announced.
I've got something in my pocket that belongs across my face.
Announced specifics about pitching to.
I'm sure you wouldn't guess it.
Given the most Girl Scouts are under 12 and are subject to online privacy restrictions, cookies will be shipped directly to customers.
Under 12.
Stop it.
There are older Girl Scouts.
That dude, something's wrong with that dude. Clearly, he's, the girl was underage getting in the bar.
He simply likes cookies.
Other cookie sales at booths via online ordering and directly from Scouts will remain as they have been. And cookie season varies by council, but runs nationally from January to April. The Girl Scouts describe the Raspberry Rally as a thin, crispy cookie infused with raspberry flavor and dipped in chocolatey coating, dubbing it the sister cookie of the beloved Thin Mints.
This, again, Preston, I think you and I agree. I love this flavor combination.
Yeah.
I love dark chocolate. I love chocolate and raspberry. I love it.
It's made from vegan ingredients, just as Thin Mints are. And yes, it's the sister of the Thin Mint, which is their top selling cookie.
Still at this point.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Order up. Thank you. A new novelty ice cream product is actually meant to recall the flavor of peanut shells on a bar floor.
Who eats peanut shells off of a bar floor?
Miller High Life has partnered with Tipsy Scoop, the maker of alcohol-infused ice cream, to create the Ice Cream Dive Bar. And the product combines beer, peanut swirl, tobacco smoke flavor,
chewed gum and snot,
caramel, and dark chocolate chip.
Oh, that's disgusting.
The peanut swirl is designed to mimic the peanut shells frequently found on bar floors.
You literally said tobacco is one of these flavors, yeah?
Yeah. Tobacco smoke flavor.
Yeah, all right, delicious.
Disgusting.
Give me a break.
Tipsy and Miller's collaboration is a celebration of the 100th anniversary of the ice cream bar. Each of the bars contain up to 5% alcohol in them. Oh, really?
And the dried lips of a drunk cougar.
By the way, yes.
Kiss me again, sweetie. Kiss me like you kiss your girlfriend.
It tastes like that.
By the way, does this place sell Pall Malls?
A 6-pack of these costs $36.
No.
$36?
Well, how much is it?
$36?
No.
How much is $36?
It's $36. How much is that?
What's the cost of that?
No. How much ice cream is?
Yeah, it says a 6-pack. I don't know if that means a 6-pack. Yeah, they're chocolate bars, so I guess.
All right. No.
Okay, whatever.
I don't like
the packaging is sort of like a cigarette carton as well.
Oh, yeah, you're right. It looks like it looks like a cigarette.
It is kind of creative. I'm the jury's out on that taste combination.
Yeah, I think it's a novelty. So,
come on.
I'm sorry. I have my finger on the wrong mouse. I have two mice here.
So he just restarted these stations' computers.
I had my finger on the wrong mouse.
Hang on. There we go. All right. A new study from Boston researchers suggests that a bowl of Cheerios could be a better breakfast than eggs and coffee.
I love Cheerios.
Dude, you know what? Oh, man, where's this? I've been printing some things up, and then they get lost somehow or another. I saw a story the other day. Nick, see if you can find it, because I do want to get this in, where it says that ice cream could be better for you than a wheat bagel or something like that for breakfast. And I am all on board for that.
Yes.
If you can find that article.
Do you ever have breakfast ice cream?
No, I don't have breakfast ice cream, but this might give me a reason to.
I straight up had ice cream for dinner last night.
I've done that. We do that from time to time. Yeah, we'll have dinner for dessert or dessert for dinner. So here we go. Ice cream lovers rejoice. Says a new study from Tufts University, Massachusetts suggests that ice cream is a healthier choice than a multigrain bagel and other foods like saltine crackers. In the research, experts developed a food compass to rank any type of food from 1 to 100 based on nutrition. The higher the number, the healthier the food.
Is there any survey that says smaller penises are better?
Yeah, I'm sure there's someone out there. When comparing foods, the study gave an ice cream cone with nuts and chocolate ice cream a 37, while a multigrain bagel with raisins received a 19, and saltine crackers a 7.
So so they're saying on a nutritious level, the ice cream trumps the bagel?
On a nutrition level, yes. While chocolate-covered almonds and sweet potato chips might not be surprising healthy choices, other options that ranked high are plain Fritos chips, which were given a 55. Really? A whole grain frozen French toast, which scored a 35, and non-fat cappuccino is ranked at 69.
Well, you're talking my language. I'm a fan of the Fritos, the chips.
Yeah,
the corn chips. They are very high in calories, though. That's the one drawback.
But it's not the best corn chip. I think there are better corn chips out there than the
What's your
Frito.
favorite?
Name them.
Wise, I think, has really good corn chips. Hers has
rocks a corn chip.
Yeah, I think those are superior.
Do you know what still rocks my world? And I'll tell you this. I'll repeat it again if you're not aware of this. I'm a big fan of the Hers cheese balls.
Yeah.
Because a serving size is 35 balls.
Yes. Hey, by the way, Steve, to answer your one question, no, penis size does not matter. This is according to healthline.com.
Excellent.
At least not in terms of desirability or function. Its size has zero bearing on its ability to give and receive pleasure or do any of what it's supposed to do.
And you know what I have, Case?
Yes.
SDE.
Yeah.
Small
D energy. That's right. That's not to say that some people don't prefer bigger or smaller one.
Small D energy.
SDE.
Uh-huh.
Casey giving us that SDE.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Feels so good.
Yeah.
Contrary to the bull you might hear in the locker room or media, bigger isn't everything.
No.
So
bigger isn't everything.
SDE.
Oh,
yeah. According to CaseySaidThat.com.
Bigger than average have been associated with a higher risk of injury and infection.
Yeah.
Extra length can also make some positions easily painful.
Absolutely.
There you go.
It always hurts me.
Uh-huh. Too much girth, and you can say girth, right?
Yeah.
Cause tearing if you're not careful.
Yeah, there we go.
Uh-huh. There you go. Smaller D is automatically easier to handle.
SDE. We should get the shirts.
Yeah.
This is according to healthline.com, and Casey says it. .org.
Ask Casey, the replacement to Ask Jeeves.
Oh, my gosh.
What?
I can't read this one.
Then don't.
No, I'm not going to.
Okay.
But it's easier to park in certain places.
Oh, that's a plot line in the Tommy Lee.
Oh, is it?
Movie, yeah, the Hulu thing with Pam and Tommy
Pam and
Lee.
Tommy, yeah.
The Seth Rogen character.
Yes.
Can do certain things in porn because of his SDE.
Oh, that's right.
In fact, he jumps into a scene.
Yeah.
Because they need a guy last minute.
Yeah.
Anyway, we were talking about ice cream.
Yeah. It's great for breakfast.
SDE.
Moving on.
SDE.
Rarely do I have a story of a death in the connoisseur file.
Oh.
But Rodney Jackson.
Wait. We have to have appropriate funerary music.
Rodney Jackson purchased oysters from a seafood market in Florida during a recent trip fell ill with mild symptoms shortly later. Symptoms reportedly worsened when he experienced breathing difficulties. He was diagnosed with fibrosis, a bacterial infection that's usually connected to raw or undercooked shellfish.
I've heard of this.
Or seawater exposure. And he died from this. It causes an estimated 80,000 illnesses and 100 deaths in the United States a year. The bacteria reportedly thrives in warm water, which includes salt water and brackish water. What exactly is brackish?
Salty seawater.
It's where the freshwater meets the seawater.
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
So if you're
brackish.
in a bay, chances are it's brackish.
And it can remain on shellfish long after the creatures have been removed from their watery environment. So an oyster that contains Vibrio doesn't look, smell, or even taste different from the other oysters, according to the CDC. You can kill Vibrio in oysters and other shellfish by cooking them properly. Now, the FDA and CDC reiterate that only heat can fully kill off Vibrio bacteria, which is why the two agencies recommend people cook shellfish and avoid raw offerings. Alcohol, hot sauce, lemon juice do not and cannot remove harmful bacteria from shellfish and other seafood.
I'm not a shellfish fan at all.
I love shellfish.
No, you don't like them?
I hate oysters. I do like
clams?
Hate them. Don't like
When
clams.
it's like
mussels?
bigger and stuff. I don't like. Yeah,
No,
but
it's
they're
all
chopped
my
up.
SDE energy.
Food safety tips. The CDC suggests including keeping cooked seafood away from raw seafood to avoid cross-contamination, washing hands with soap and water after touching raw seafood, and disposing of any shellfish that already opened before cooking or resist opening fully after cooking, which is why when you steam little necks, a few of them don't open up. You got to throw those out.
Chuck them, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Steaming whole oysters. They recommend steaming whole oysters for 4 to 9 minutes, boiling shucked oysters for the last 3 minutes. But, I mean, you eat those raw,
Yeah.
I don't know if I've ever had cooked oysters.
I've had fried oysters.
Yeah, you're right. I have had fried.
So, but the common way to eat oysters that we, Nick, you were at the Bottoms Up event in Costa. They had a big oyster extravaganza, and Dr. Mike got me to try 2 oysters.
What'd you think?
Yeah. I kind of inhaled them.
Right. That's what you're supposed to do.
You don't chew
kind
them,
of
right?
swallow them. I chew them a little bit. I get some of the flavor out of it.
I like a little bit, and then that's enough.
Mike loves them.
Yeah, I only need 4, something like that. That's enough. They're a nice little app.
Preston. So Dave McGrogan, he had the seafood place for a while, restaurant, and he said people came in. This couple would come in. They'd order a couple bottles of wine, and they ate like 50. Like an insane amount of oysters, and that was the whole. They made this one evening where they would just. I mean, to me, that's just repulsive.
Do you like mussels?
No,
I really don't care for mussels.
Yeah,
I mean, I'll have them in certain stews and things like that. What's the
like a jambalaya or something?
No,
jambalushi.
There's another thing I can't.
I know what
think
you're
of.
talking about.
Not a bouillabaisse, but I don't know. Anyway, yeah, I can take them sometimes, but I can't sit through like I can with clams and eat a whole bunch of those.
I do like the tiny forks.
Yeah, tiny forks are fun.
They're fun.
I'm the biggest man on earth.
I feel.
Speaking of clams.
My tiny fork.
Get that and a sample spoon from an ice cream place.
And the little things of ketchup.
Your human cutlery is too small for me. I'm a giant.
Thank you for living out that fantasy for me, Steve. That's exactly how I feel.
So yeah, you listen. You're taking a risk when you eat raw seafood.
That's why I only
raw
occasionally
shellfish.
eat raw chicken.
Yeah.
But raw shellfish from time to time. All right. I don't know what else I'm going to talk about.
Ice cream?
No. What?
We all scream for ice cream.
We do. How about Bring Your Own Cup Day is returning to 7-Eleven.
Yeah?
Yep. Grab any container and head to 7-Eleven on August 27th.
Yeah, a cup. Thank you.
Bring Your Own Cup Day. 7 Rewards and Speedy Rewards members can bring any clean container that fits under the Slurpee dispenser. And
So it's not a 7-Eleven cup?
fill it up for $1.99.
Yeah,
no,
a cup.
It's
Any cup.
Any cup.
Any
Yeah.
cup. Yeah.
Cup.
Oh.
Yeah,
What about a cup trough? Like a really wide thing, right? That you could fill up?
It has to fit underneath. Yeah, like you know what you could do? You could go
Slide
and
that
get
sucker back and forth?
like a clean gutter that you just bought.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, from
A trough.
Lowe's.
Yeah, or
and
like
that would fit under
like
there.
a cattle trough.
Right.
Yeah, that would be too big though. It's got to fit under the thing, but like
As long as it fits between the overflow catch and the spigot.
Yeah.
But laterally.
So an actual
a planter box you could use.
A planter box.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when my boys were in Cub Scouts, they did this event. It was called Cubbery. It was like an event that the Boy Scouts would put on for the Cub Scouts. And one of the things we would do was they would get gutters, clean gutters, and they would wash them out and everything. They'd buy them brand new and make a gigantic ice cream sundae.
Wow.
I mean, like 100 feet long. It was so cool.
That's a great idea.
I loved it.
See, that holds true too to the thing about if you're going to say you're going to make a big sundae, that is a big contiguous sundae.
Yes.
And that's how when you
Now
have
they do all the single things in a
servings
line.
together.
That doesn't count.
Go to hell.
Straight to hell.
So maybe you could do this at 7-Eleven.
This isn't food, but my daughter's school, they do a day where you can bring anything to carry your books around that's not a book bag. And so, like, you could bring a guitar case or, anything along those lines.
For what purpose?
Just for fun. For this, I guess, the same
hate
reason.
I hate it. Wait, so it's completely free at 7-Eleven?
No, it's $1.99.
Oh, $1.99.
But I mean,
sorry.
if you're going in there with a gutter, you're going to get a lot of bang for your buck.
What is a Slurpee normally?
I don't know.
You know what? You'll go in sometimes, though, and you'll see that is a crap load of fluid
That's
to drink.
too much.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, and also of an ultra sugary drink. It's too much.
Do you remember when like super big gulps hit and all
Oh,
that
my
stuff
God.
at 7-Eleven?
Yeah.
It was great. We would over abuse that.
So here's the deal.
I was in high school at the
when
time.
I was doing stand up and those were available. Coffee would never wake me up, but Coke or sugary drink would. It would amp me up. So I'd get one of those for the trip.
Mm-hmm.
But also when you were done, it served quite the purpose of being a great piss receptacle.
Your cup.
Yeah,
True.
yeah.
A cup. All right, hang on.
Yeah, a cup.
Stop it.
All right.
Let me do that again. I got to hear the bell first, but it was some paper was stuck in it and it muted it. It sounded like this. Hang on, here we go.
That's terrible.
There we go.
Got time for a
Last one, little bitty one. Droughts in California might mean a shortage of tomato products on the shelf and higher prices. The cost of tomato sauce has increased 17% from last year. Like, it's really bad. Like, did you know? I think it might be like a quarter of the world's tomatoes are grown in
California.
In California,
California is one of the produce hotspots for the world.
Yeah, if you've ever driven around parts of California that are agriculturally based, it's massive.
Absolutely.
The amount of farms
it's
out there.
very important.
They lead the world in production of processing tomatoes. I want to say it's either a quarter or a third of the world's tomatoes are grown there. But anyhow, so ketchup is also up 23% more. And a lot of it has to do with the drought that's going on.
Do you use ketchup a lot?
If I'm eating a hamburger, yes. Hamburger, French fries, yep, lots of ketchup.
I virtually
Tons of
never
it.
use ketchup.
Yeah, I dip in it. I put it on.
You stroke it.
And I also dip in it. So I am a ketchup fan.
Casey, do you have that Homer ketchup clip?
No.
Okay.
By the way, here's a little tip for your ketchup if you want. Put just a couple of drops of Worcestershire sauce.
Oh, yeah?
Yes.
All right.
A whole other ball game, and it tastes fantastic. Yeah. And then you can add that to things like chili, or you can dip in it.
Like a chili dog?
Like a chili dog.
Oh, so you can suck on it
You're
if
like
you want.
sucking on a chili dog.
Sucking on a chili dog. Sucking on a chili dog.
I like to put Frank's Red Hot in my ketchup.
That
and
works
mix
too.
that around.
Yeah. Yeah, give it a little kick.
Yeah, especially with my breakfast meats.
I like to put a little bit of Ajax in my eyes.
Love the way that sounded.
My various breakfast meats.
Especially with my breakfast meats.
But not pork roll.
So you dip your breakfast meats in ketchup? I never thought to do that.
I will do scrapple, no doubt, and some sausages, but that's it.
Okay.
So that technically is breakfast meats.
Yeah,
That is. All right. So anyhow, watch out for the price of tomato sauce and ketchup and tomato paste to keep increasing. That's all we have time for.
That was a good one, though.
Yeah, we'll do it again another time. I have many connoisseur stories that I didn't get a chance to get to. Let's take a break and come back in a moment. We'll do the B-File, but let's give something away. You know who's coming to town?
Santa Claus?
Bert Kreischer.
Oh,
no, Santa Claus is coming to town.
Yeah.
But Bert Kreischer is also coming to town. And I have tickets to give away. Is this for lesson question or am I just giving
No,
this
it's
away?
just an extra we got.
Okay, I'm going to give away, it's caller number 14, 215-263 WMMR. The show is Sunday, September 4th, Hard Rock Hotel Casino, Atlantic City. And tickets for both of Bert's shows, September 3rd and 4th, are on sale now. Go to WMMR.com for details and caller 14. You get the tickets. We'll be right back. B-File.
And all because, I started it as a kid because I was shy. I just had a hard time singing about myself, and I was afraid to let people know about me. So I created a concept to hide behind.
And for those who don't know, Claudio, is that the band's work, now listen, there are concept albums. There's The Wall, and there's 2112, and there's Dark Side of the Moon, and these albums that have this entire, project that's just filled with this story, and it's amazing. But the band's entire work, from what I understand, is all a conceptual piece. Is that a correct assumption or a correct characterization?
Yep, with the exception of one record, which was called The Color Before the Sun, but everything else is part of a mythology I constructed, a science fiction epic called The Amory Wars, where Coheed and Cambria... Yeah, where Coheed and Cambria are essentially, in the first 5 stories, act as kind of the Adam and Eves. They sort of set the whole mythology off. And then everything else is really about their sons coming into manhood, like an adolescent growing into a man and understanding like his place within this universe that he essentially has control over. And then after that, we kind of fall into this new story arc that we're working on called Vaxis. And that, when I look at the Vaxis story arc and I think about myself in there, whereas like those original Coheed records, I see myself as the adolescent and I'm growing up. Whereas in the Vaxis story arc, I see myself as the father, and that's really kind of the trajectory there. Those are the themes there, is how a father deals with, a man kind of coming into his own as a dad, basically.
I love this notion. Sorry. I would have been, and I am now going to, because I just as Preston said, we're both fans of this kind of approach to music. It's few and far between these days. And it used to be the norm. And you would just get there and you would immerse and you would look at album art and you would be, what's the message? And you talk about album art. You've got the comic series. I mean, you've got all of this stuff that's dovetailing. Preston, at 16 or 17, if you found this band, you'd be outside the tour bus.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, bugging the crowd. I mean, because honestly, I heard so many people that I respected and respect, Claudio, the band's name would always come up. And I'm like, well, I love this stuff. And so circuitously, I would experience and go, yeah, that's good. Not understanding, what is a very rare situation where it's not just simply a thematic concept album, it's a concept band. Mm-hmm. That is awesome. That's a mind blower. Did you start to fall into it just through the growth of the band, or was that the modus operandi from day one?
So when I started writing material, I think I was about, I was a teenager. Right. And I became the singer of this band. And when I was writing the material for it, before it was Coheed and Cambria, I started to realize like I just had a hard time. I had a hard time singing songs about myself, putting my heart on my sleeve. But though they were, so I just didn't want anybody to go, oh, I know that person now because of the music, So I started to construct this concept. So I took a trip to Paris, France in 1998. And there's where I started to construct the ideas of Coheed and Cambria, the characters, some of the first songs on the first record. Just because I hadn't been anywhere. I'm a New York kid. The furthest I had been was New Jersey. And now I'm in Paris, and it was so wonderful. And I was like, you know what? Maybe I should just really adopt this as a songwriter. Of course, I'm a teenager. I'm not like thinking that strategically, but that's just what I thought. I was like, you know what? I'm shy. Let's just put this out there with a curtain, and that's what I did. And then, when the band got signed in 2001 to Equal Vision, an indie up in New York, they didn't like the name of the band we had at the time. And so Coheed and Cambria happened to be this project I was working on the side, and the band really liked it. And so with that, we adopted the name, and I took the concept with me, and it's just kind of been I guess from day one when the signing, I guess you could say it's always been the thing.
That's great.
All right, so you had mentioned entering this universe for the first time, and you had sort of drawn the parallel between your music and, let's say, the Star Wars universe. So for us, Star Wars universe started with Episode 4. So if we were talking to somebody who had never seen a movie before, we might start with Episode 4, and other people might say, no, you got to start with Episode 1, and then other people might say, no, you need to start with Rogue One or whatever. So what I want to ask you, 20 years later, and I've done this with other bands where I discovered a band, 4 records in. I'm like, okay, well, where do I start? Do I start with the newest stuff or do I go back to the beginning? So for you, for anybody who just heard Shoulders for the first time, and that is their introduction to the band, do you recommend starting there, or do you recommend going back to 2002 to the Second Stage Turbine Blade?
I think it's totally subjective. I mean, this answer changes all the time. It all depends on timing, right? Like if we were to finish, say, the Baxis story, which is 3 more records, my answer to this question would be different. I would say, I'm really proud of Baxis 2. I think Baxis 2 really kind of stands off on its own. I also really love the idea of like coming into something late and then discovering the fact that there's all this other stuff to consume. But if I had to say, Second Stage Turbine Blade is basically the second part of the Amory Wars. That is the second part in this huge mythology that's probably going to ultimately be 12 parts. But that's the second part. The origin story of those characters is in a record called Year of the Black Rainbow. So technically that's the first. Here's the thing. So sorry, here's where my crazy gets into play.
All right, it's all good.
Every record has a numeric value. So Year of the Black Rainbow, year being singular, Second Stage Turbine Blade, second being 2, In Keeping Secrets of Silent Earth 3 is the third part, Good Apollo 4.
Oh my.
So every record has its numeric value within the story. The Baxis story arc, however, that's sort of more cryptic. The V for Baxis stands for the Roman numeral 5, and the axis in which all of the Amory Wars is now going to revolve. So it's a little heady.
No. This is absolutely, and I love it because I'm looking at a color code that explains a song can be exclusive, like Red, for example. A song can sometimes be exclusively from the point view of a character in the real. I mean, there's a breakdown of tone of who is speaking based on a color code. Your fan base is obviously very much into the minutia. We are as well for so many things that are pop culture, and obviously you're a science fiction fan. So what has rocked your? I got to assume you're a Dune fan, correct?
Oh, absolutely. Yes. I love all versions of Dune. I love the Frank Herbert book. I actually liked the David Lynch movie. I mean, when I saw that, I was a child.
So did Steve and I.
Yeah,
I had no.
We're fans as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I really love the new one. So yes, I'm definitely a fan of Dune. Definitely a fan of Star Wars. I also really like I liked Krull. Are you guys familiar?
Krull, of course, Krull.
Yeah.
It's cheesy goodness.
Oh my God!
That sort of star, that weapon,
star that he would throw.
Was awesome. Yeah.
The glaive.
The glaive.
Yeah,
dude, I wanted one of those so bad. Yeah, I totally. Yeah.
I was like, right, but so that was like the thing, right? So when I was a kid, like you'd sit watching HBO in hopes that Star Wars would come on, and HBO would give you give you Krull, they give you Ice Pirates.
Ice with Robert Urich. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Like so, those are like sort of those are like the science fiction movies that I got kind of brought up on. Comic books, obviously. Anything sort of pop culture, like Saturday morning cartoons, He-Man, G.I. Joe. I was just like I thought Tron, I think the era that I grew up in, I mean, I'm pre-adolescence, I'm in the 80s. So it's very character driven. People are trying to sell toys essentially. And so characters are very defined, even in like the most cheesy way. When you think of G.I. Joe, you got Shipwreck, who's like, the sailor, or, so like, I think I was kind of lucky in that respect because I don't know. That all that stuff really influenced me.
Oh, we talk about this.
Hard.
Yeah, we talk about this, especially from that period. We were just talking about the movie Alien Nation. Do you remember that with the?
Yep, absolutely.
Right. All of those were they were very high concept, very easily consumable science fiction. But it's funny because that gives us a fixed point at what was your impetus for this, and it all makes sense. But that's very cool. So besides the comic book and the music, since everything obviously has a very theatrical aspect to it, would you take a foray into films? Is this something that has actually happened and we're unaware of, that you've announced any plans for films? Because I think your vision would be perfect for this.
We've attempted it, but on a very grassroots sort of small level, not in a very serious way. Like, no one's really come to approach us, essentially. Okay. Like at one point, Mark Wahlberg tried to get involved, his company Leverage, but it wasn't really, I think it was like the wrong time. Because now I got to tell you, like, I get asked this question way more than I've ever. And I think it has a lot to do with maybe the Vaxxis story arc, because a lot of the accompanying art, the story is very photographic. It's very photorealistic, and it's easier to see, I think, than it ever has been.
Right.
So I get asked it a lot. So I have a feeling it might happen. Nothing right now, but it just feels like the wave is pushing in that direction.
All right, so Claudio, to that end, in 1998, when you're writing in Paris, essentially you're creating this story arc, but the constant from 1998 until right now is the music, right? The music sort of is at the base of a lot of this stuff, and a lot of what your career has become. However, in 2022, you're sitting on a tour bus and you're Zooming with us, and we're in completely different states. So obviously, and in many ways, the technology over that amount of time has changed vastly, which allows you to tell the story in many different ways. Which part of the technology advancements that we've had over the last 2 decades is most appealing for Coheed and Cambria? Which part of it is just kind of a distraction? Like, what have you guys really embraced and you're like, oh my God, this is a really great way for us to tell the story in a way that we really want to?
I always want to see it kind of get played out in a live action, just in the simplest form, whether it be television or movie. But there's so many other things now. We have VR, we have metaverses.
Kathy, I'm going to mention again that we have a new Daily Rush video. The title is Breaking Never Seen It News. Kathy's never seen Superbad. No, wait, breaking news. Maybe she did, but she can't remember if she hated it. However, she definitely hated Pineapple Express. No, wait, she never saw that. She never saw Tropic Thunder. No, wait, she did, and she hated that. But wait, she did see Superbad. And that's the description of that clip.
And that's pretty much accurate, yeah.
Yeah, you can see the newest Daily Rush video. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. And by the way, we stream live on our YouTube channel as well. It's all sponsored by Xfinity's Gig Speed Internet. You can learn more at xfinity.com.
Nick, you were out yesterday and the day before. You had strep throat, and you're sick, and you missed something that happened on the show. I guess it was on Wednesday.
Okay.
And I wish you would have been there for this. And I'm just going to play it for you. It's only 5 seconds, but you missed this. It just happened. It just happened. Preston, Jake.
Oh my God!
Did you say hold me?
Call me.
Call me.
Like the other one. One more time. Here we go.
Preston, Jake.
Oh my God! That's so good.
I just love the pause in between.
Do it again.
Like, you guys looked at each other like, should we go into the oh my God thing or not?
Preston, Jake. But we didn't have you there to go stop.
The only thing missing.
Do you have that she was a dancer?
Yeah, where the hell is that?
Oh, yeah. That's the original.
Yeah.
And that one.
No, she was a dancer.
Jinx,
oh my God!
Stop. Preston, Jake.
Oh my God. They're both so good.
I hope that happens again sometime.
But I think like right after that, we were like, oh man, Nick's not here.
You kind of harmonize when you say it at the same time.
They were really good.
Yeah.
Preston.
Yep.
Yeah, do it again.
I like that.
Preston.
Yeah.
Well, we both stopped to let the other one speak after we both said Preston, and then it went
Preston. Preston.
Case. I'm going to suggest that maybe we can bring Kathy into our Safe Flight Repair choir.
Oh,
my God.
No, that requires singing, doesn't it?
Well, you could just talk it if we sing it.
Maybe I could talk it.
All right, let's try it.
All right.
Wait, you can do it first. I need
All
to
right.
hear it.
3, 2, 1. You want to do the countdown?
Yeah. 3, 2, 1.
Safe Flight Repair, Safe Flight Replace.
All right, let's try it.
Okay, now you
3,
can talk.
2, 1.
Safe Flight Repair, Safe Flight Replace. Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
We needed a bass in that, and Kathy.
You're like that guy in the Oak Ridge Boys.
I'll do it. Ready? 3, 2, 1.
Safe Flight Repair, Safe Flight Replace.
Wow.
Nick, you got to do it. You got to do all
right.
this.
Ready?
3, 2, 1.
Safe Flight Repair, Safe Flight Replace. Yeah!
Wow.
And Justin Guarini said we couldn't harmonize.
Come on.
Yeah.
All we have to do is talk.
Win.
Wee.
Let's try that again.
3, 2, 1.
Win.
See?
Genius.
Preston.
That should be your your ringtone when either Casey or or Kathy call you.
Yeah, I agree.
It's like the Eagles harmonize.
Okay. We're doing the bizarre file.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. Okay. We're going to do that. It's brought to you by me,
Preston.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by let's see, Red Robin. Well, it says the Lehigh Valley Restaurant Red Robin.
Okay. There's other ones.
We can all harmonize on this one too, Press.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right.
Yep.
Okay. Choose any style Red Robin Tavern double burger with bottomless fries and drink. Gotta have a double burger. Just $10. Dine in only at participating locations in PA. Red Robin. Yum. Oh, yeah.
Oh, my
That
God.
That
How do
was
we not have a contract?
Amazing. All right, we're going to start with this. Holiday makers were left fearing for their lives on a TUI flight after an intoxicated passenger allegedly made threats to families before attempting to open the emergency exit in midair.
I'm gonna kill you all.
The flight from Paphos to Manchester, which had already been delayed due to staffing issues, had to be diverted to Croatia.
Croatia?
It says COA. Is that supposed to be Croatia?
It's probably Croatia.
Due to the disruptive passenger. Hey, let's all sing along.
Say light repair. Say light replace. No, you're not doing it right. I'm gonna kill you.
The man was seen taking a substance akin to cocaine on the plane and praying on the floor before making threats towards others on board and cabin crew.
Dear God, help me kill all these people.
Families were reportedly screaming in terror when he tried to open the emergency exit before the fellow passengers were able to restrain him.
Calm down.
After the flight landed, customers claimed that they were then left stranded for several hours. One passenger named Christy was sitting with her husband and 2 children when the chaos unfolded. She described the shocking incident as the most frightening experience of my life. She said TUI allowed an intoxicated and aggressive passenger on a flight. We all felt scared when he first arrived on the plane, but flight attendants were still serving him drinks.
I just want to stop and tell you how I feel about it.
We watched the passenger take cocaine and try to open the plane door.
That they should not be allowing the passenger to take cocaine.
I honestly thought my life was going to be taken. This passenger pointed at me and my children and told us that he would see us in heaven. So after landing
You're good.
in Croatia, here it's spelled properly,
Yeah.
Croatia at 1 a.m., Christy said that there was nobody there to greet the passengers and claimed that they were left for a number of hours
Croatia's empty.
without being provided any food or drink. So they're trying to figure out what the hell happened.
Sounds like a nightmare trip.
Yeah. Okay. I could have put this in like the entertainment news, but I decided to put it in the bizarre file.
All right.
This is just strange. Prosecutors in Argentina have linked opera star Placido Domingo to a criminal group in Buenos Aires that are a front for sexual trafficking, including of minors as well as other crimes.
Whoa. We provide young ladies for hand jobs.
Last week. Oh, he's like the spokesperson.
He's the spokesperson.
Okay, and he's the
Any kind of prostitute you desire.
Last week, police conducted 50 raids against the BA group, which
And jobs, not jobs. We've got all of your jobs.
which operated under the name Buenos Aires Yoga School, and 19 people were arrested. Numerous broadcast channels in Latin America have been airing excerpts of audio recordings obtained by wiretap that include the voice of a man whom authorities claim is Placido Domingo, making plans with members of the alleged criminal ring.
Now, this we do remember that Placido Domingo was connected to a Me Too effort. Yes.
Well, he's gone another level. The dates of these wiretap recordings have not been made public. Since 2019, more than 20 women have come forward publicly with misconduct claims against Domingo. As a result of those accusations, he parted ways with New York's Metropolitan Opera and resigned from his role as general director of the LA Opera in California.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
In one excerpt from the wiretap recordings from Argentina, a man who prosecutors see as Domingo is heard talking to Mendy, a woman with whom he is allegedly making plans for a sexual encounter. And
Is Mendy there? Well, how about Mork?
And on the tape, the man describes details of his plans to leave a dinner separately from his agents and other representatives to elude their notice so that he could meet her. Another
This is
excerpt
crazy.
includes Mendy calling the alleged leader of the crime ring, Juan Perskowitz, to celebrate that she has confirmed plans with the man who she refers to as Placido.
Oh, wow.
Domingo's career abroad has survived the sexual misconduct allegations. He has reemerged in recent months for performances across Europe, Latin America, and Middle East, and remains a brand ambassador for Rolex watches, believe it or not.
Whoa. How do you survive all of this? Now, this is certainly going to be... How are you going to come through this?
If he's directly tied to this crime ring, it'll probably bring a damper to that Rolex job he's got.
It's back to Swatch.
The Greater Vancouver Zoo remained closed on Wednesday, a day after several wolves were found outside their enclosure in what appeared to be an act of malicious intent.
They were freed out of the cages?
Yeah, the zoo posted a short update on social media on Wednesday saying, "We will remain closed today. Thank you for your patience and understanding." So the facility closed Tuesday with little to no notice provided to visitors. The zoo later released a statement saying that it's working with the Royal Canadian Mounted Police and the BC Conservation Office Services to bring the wolves back to safety, noting the incident was suspicious. They said most wolves are back in the care of our animal health.
Still a few out there.
And welfare team.
That's not a good quote.
No. A small number of the remaining wolves are...
Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you're enjoying the zoo today. We want to remind you that there are some wild wolves still at large.
But we have balloons for the kids.
Yes. And our popcorn stand is open on the main atrium.
There are a small number of remaining wolves unaccounted for.
If you thought you miscounted, no, there are only 2 polar bears in their enclosure. One is, in fact, roaming free.
The zoo, which has 9 adult gray wolves and 6 cubs, has not confirmed how many escaped or remain unaccounted for.
To be honest, we never really counted the wolves.
They're investigating what appears to be an unlawful entry and vandalism. Zoo officials said there's no danger to the public and asked anyone who sees a wolf in the Greater Vancouver Zoo area to contact them.
To the woman who's looking to locate her 10-year-old, we have some good news and some bad news.
We did find him.
Parts of him.
All right, one last story. It's known that... Wait a minute, hold on. I don't want to end with that. There's another one I want to get to. Yeah, okay.
Preston.
When his medical malpractice trial concluded in April, Dr. Essam Qarishi left an Orange County civil courtroom in victory. Swiftly and unanimously, 12 jurors had decided that the gastroenterologist had not been responsible for the death of the patient. That was before his lawyer, Robert McKenna III, appeared in an online celebration video bragging of his work and saying the case involved, quote, a guy that was probably negligently killed, but we kind of made it look like the other people did it.
Wow.
This is his lawyer
Oh my God.
saying this afterwards. So citing McKenna's remarks, the judge who presided over the trial has vacated the verdict and ordered the case back to trial, back to court. Wow. How about that?
Now, I wonder if because the lawyer did that.
Yeah, can he try this case again?
Right.
He said, I think I have to protect the system and say plaintiff deserves a new trial. This is Orange County Superior Court Judge James Crandall.
Wow.
The case involved...
Got the guy off. The guy...
Yeah. Yeah, he was done.
Yeah.
And so there were a feeding tube accidentally pierced the patient's colon, and it led to a fatal infection.
And bled out?
And, an infection happened. And central to the family's case was the death certificate, which blamed the death on sepsis and peritonitis. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Peloton. Due to a tube perforated colon. So the family asked for $10 million. They got the doctor off, and then this guy goes, "Yeah, we got this guy off, even though it was probably his fault in so many words."
That's amazing.
Yeah, I've never heard of that before. I wanted to make sure I included that in the bizarre file. All right, and there you go. That is the end of the file for today. Let's take a break. Let's come back in a second. We will get to the lesson question, trash, and music news when we return. Stay there.
Preston and Steve.
And again, like, that was never really my approach. It was really just to make, comic books, essentially, just to tell these stories in a different way, watch them get up off the record and come to life. And now it's like, yeah, sure, movies and television, but there's so many other places to stretch.
Yeah.
So it's really hard for me to wrap my head around all of them. But, at this stage, I mean, I'd like to do everything. I mean, I think these characters are, I think the characters are really, when I see our fans and I see them resonate with certain characters, that's so insane to me, because I never anticipated that. I never anticipated anybody to see themselves connect with a character. That was just not on the top of my head. And like, when you see that fans have like a favorite, like you have Ambelina on their arm, or, Willem Ryan, and, it's just like, wow, that's like me resonating with like Freddy Krueger or Darth Vader. It's so cool.
No,
so cool.
Absolutely. I want to talk about the fandom for a second here, and I'm going to lead this part by saying that we got a tweet from a fellow musician, Claudio. It is a Peanut from 311, and he's listening right now. So he tweeted at us. So I wanted to give a shout out to Peanut, who's listening this morning. But you mentioned the fandom, and I'm going to give you an example. And this is a killing two birds with one stone, because I want to thank this listener. This morning I came in and there was a box sitting over here in the studio, and I'm like, well, what the hell's that? And I open it up, and first of all, it is a 4-pack of the Rush beer. All right, that was sent to me. All right, and it came with a letter. It says, Preston, a beer to share with a fellow Rush fan. These are not for export in the USA, so I coordinated a delivery from Henderson Brewing Company in Toronto to an associate's friend in Ontario. It was then driven from Ontario to Michigan to his mother's house.
Oh, my God.
A work associate drove from Michigan to Ohio. From Ohio, it was driven to Harrisburg, where I picked it up, and I drove it home to Langhorne, PA, and I now share a few with you. That is from Dean Gutierrez, an MMR listener. And so the reason I bring this up, A, I wanted to thank Dean. And second of all, in the world of progressive rock, there is a connection with the fans that I think is unique to itself. And because of conceptual works like you guys do, Claudio, there's further discussion about the music other than, I really like that song. Man, that rhythm's great. Or this guitar part's really awesome. You start talking about the subtext of the characters and the stories and all that stuff, and it just makes for a really special fan base. And I wanted to get, your impressions on that.
Yes, we are so fortunate. I mean, our fan base is just amazing that they get into all of those sorts of things. Like last fall, we did a cruise that sold out, and everyone was super respectful. It was just, it's more of a family. We see the same faces a lot of the time. We've created relationships with our fans. It's something that, again, like I just never thought I could only have dreamed of.
Right.
And it's like, it's like happening.
I wonder,
we're lucky in it.
I wonder, Claudia, how much of that connects to, and you come from a point of being shy. And and I did stand-up comedy. I'm doing this now, but initially I was kind of shy. And I think there's something, I think, that draws a certain. You don't want to make blanket statements. It's for everybody, obviously, if you enjoy. But I think you're probably connecting in a way, because that's well known about you and your impetus for starting all this. That the people who don't feel that there's something quite for them. You're providing that. I mean, on a basic level, we can sense your joy over being able to do that. Would that be your greatest accomplishment, you believe, touching people who maybe up to now haven't found that thing that resonates for them?
I think so, absolutely. I mean, it's also like, it also provides something for me. Like, again, going and being shy, it's like it's hard for me to walk into a room of people I don't know and be a personality. I tend to kind of cower off, and that's the whole idea of being, the Coheed line of one among the fence. I'm the one, at the dance, like I'm the wallflower. It's just not for me to be a loud personality, and being on stage allows me to do that, and it allows me to be around people with like-minded thing. And sure, maybe it's something that I created that everyone's into, but it allows me to like kind of be open. It's a starting place for a conversation and friendship. So yeah, maybe that is I created friends.
You did. You clearly did.
If you're just tuning in, it's Claudio Sanchez, who's with Coheed and Cambria, and they're going to be in town in July. Tickets go on sale over the show at the Leah Corr Center tomorrow at 10 a.m. We played the song Shoulders as we were leading into the interview. You guys have a new song called The Liars Club. I saw the video, really cool animation. And like I said at the top, Claudio, not being aware of the full body of work of Coheed and Cambria, Liars Club seems like it has a different tone to it from the other songs that I've kind of skimmed through in your catalog. Dare I say, a little poppier? I mean, I'm trying to think of a better term, but what's the story behind the song and the sound of it all?
Well, yeah, I mean, a lot of this material was written pre-pandemic, through the pandemic, and I was just kind of open to all ideas. I figured, here's an opportunity for me to flex. Even Shoulders feels like a very new version. I mean, when that song was written, it was, primarily because, our A&R had threw this idea at me. I was up for the challenge. I created it. I put it aside. It wasn't going to happen, and then I brought it to my co-producer, Zach Cervini, and he was like, wow, this is a vibe that's not on the record. We should work with this. And that became a song. And kind of the same thing for Liars Club, although Liars Club, I think, was a little more immediate because I knew that was, I thought that was a theme that I really wanted to express on the record. Like, who doesn't want to, like embrace the lie sometimes, when reality just isn't, the way you see it. Oh, yeah. No,
I was just wondering as you were talking and talking about that in Preston's question, and you mentioned Star Wars earlier. We have obviously know you're a fan. I think of George Lucas, who had the original vision, and perhaps tries to go in different ways. And he got eaten alive by his own fan base. Do you feel you get the latitude from your fan base to go out on these sort of creative ventures that might depart slightly from your sound?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, because it's not something that's foreign from what we've done. I mean, it's definitely we're definitely stretching with this new record more so than we have in the past. But we've also laid the groundwork in past records to do things like this. Okay. Like, if you guys fall into the discography at all, you find songs like Evagria or Number City. These are all songs that really kind of stretch outside of like what the comfort nucleus of what Coheed and Cambria does. So we're always kind of breaking out of that a bit. But we do it more so with this record. And I think it's really more appropriate because of the theme of the album, because the mind is opening up for this one character, and we're starting to realize that it experiences infinite. Like all infinite outcomes, this one character of Vaxis is like, consumed with, like, instead of seeing the world as we see it, he sees it as maybe the static of a television, because he can see every outcome at one moment.
Sounds like Dr. Manhattan.
Yeah.
Right. But almost so much more that he physically can't interact with any of them, if that makes any sense, into like a catatonic state, because it's so consuming, so overwhelming. And that's why I think, it made sense conceptually to really kind of step outside of, like I said, the nucleus of what we do and kind of stretch. Like, you'll hear songs like Disappearing Act, which really kind of stretches the Window of the Waking Mind. There's all sorts of stuff on this record. I'm really, really proud of it. And Liars Club, I thought, was a really cool, like, statement to put out there, just to kind of get everyone's feet wet,
I love these concepts. It's really deep and heady stuff, but let's go back just a little bit. Did your old band break up because of an argument over gas money? Is that correct?
No, I don't know what. No, but where's that from? That's like a Quidditch question.
Wikipedia. It was on Wikipedia.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait a minute.
We're like, what? So we definitely almost broke up because of well, there were several moments, but like, to be completely honest, like when Coheed first started back in 2002, like the attention to the band was so intense. Like we would play shows and opening for bands, and we would play, and once we were done, like the place would empty.
Oh,
it was like severe. Like we had no idea that we had that impact at that time. And so it really got to me as like the guy with the hair, the focus point. It like, I didn't realize like how much of a magnet I would become. And it kind of scared me. Like so much so that, I broke down, and gas money wasn't never, that might've been like, who the hell knows? I have no idea. But for real, like, my mentality was like disintegrating. Like,
wow.
Coming from like a person that, again, like I am very much an introvert. It was really hard to be like, to have that so much attention when I grew up in my adolescence with none.
Huh.
So, yeah.
Were you guys friends first or bandmates first, do you think?
Travis and I have been friends since we were 13. Like I met him through a mutual friend who wanted to start a band. So I guess we were bandmates before we even became friends, if that makes any sense. Before we even met, we were going to be in a band. But Travis is like Travis is my brother. I mean, we friggin', it's so wild how like insane and in sync we are, and how at one point we want to kiss each other, and at another point we want to just strangle each other.
Right.
I mean, it's like, yeah. So we've been friends forever. Josh, I had known because our bands had played together. He was in a different band, and our scenes had crossed paths. And I remember this one story when Josh and I were like, we were drinking one time after a show. We were in different bands at the time, and we were on the side of a house, urinating or whatever. And I said to him, and his band, to be honest, had been signed to Universal already. They were off and about to become something, but things had happened. And I had said to him, I said, one day we're going to play in a band together. And he was like, yeah, right. Like, because their career was starting, and here we are. So Josh is, Josh, I guess we had been friends, I guess in a band first. I'm not entirely sure how to answer that, but to be honest, like Josh, just to go off, I play in a band with like some of the greatest musicians. I think they're in my opinion, I think they're very underrated. They don't really get like Josh. I mean, I don't know if you guys have ever seen us play, but he's like one of the worst parts of my job is I don't really get to watch Josh play.
If you can answer this question correctly, how many women does Lord Fingerblaster usually like to invite over? 215.
I forgot about Lord Fingerblaster.
215-263 WMMR. We were talking about Game of Thrones, and it was Littlefinger is his name, but we found out there's a Lord Fingerblaster. How many women does Lord Fingerblaster usually like to invite over? 215-263 WMMR. Call now.
The trash business is a gold mine.
93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right. Let's get right into those stories. Steves, what do you have for us? Steves?
Yes. The various Steves.
Preston.
And Steves.
Yeah. What do you have for us?
Well, Beyonce's sister, Solange Knowles, has completed an original score for the New York City Ballet, which will premiere in September. The director of the New York City Ballet observed that this is the first time in their history that they're producing a ballet they know will completely suck. And as you mentioned earlier, Preston, Kylie Jenner posting on social media that when she was born, she was briefly named Kennedy. Kylie says her parents later decided that she needed that name like a hole in the head.
God.
And finally, while everyone just assumed the CW has the youngest viewers because of its programming, many were stunned yesterday to learn that the average age of the CW viewer is actually 58. However, that average age drops to 23 once you remove the middle-aged men who spank it to Riverdale.
Oh, my God.
That's your Hollywood.
All right, we're looking for the answer to this question. How many women does Lord Fingerblaster usually like to invite over? We will go to Mike and see if he knows the answer. Hey, Mike.
Gadzooks.
Hi, Mike. All right. Gadzooks to you, sir. All right. We need to know how many women, hang on.
Hi, Mike.
How many women does Lord Fingerblaster like to invite over?
10.
10. You got it, Mike. Hang on. Got you a pair of tickets to see Bert Kreischer Sunday, September 4th, the Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Atlantic City. Tickets for both of Bert's shows, September 3rd and 4th, are on sale now. You can go to WMMR.com for complete details.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, we'll start with this. The official Ronnie James Dio documentary, Dio, Dreamers Never Die, will run in cinemas globally for 2 days on September 28th and October 2nd. According to the film's announcement, executive producer by Dio's widow and longtime manager Wendy Dio, and fully authorized by the artist's estate, said Dio, Dreamers Never Die delves deep into the singer's incredible rise from a 50s doo-wop crooner to his early rock days in Elf and Ritchie Blackmore's Rainbow, to replacing Ozzy Osbourne and Black Sabbath, and finally cementing his rock star status with his own band Dio. Along with never-before-seen footage and a clutch of personal photos, among the Dio insiders interviewed in the documentary are Wendy Dio, Tony Iommi, Geezer Butler, Glenn Hughes,
Cleo Dio,
Vinny Appice, Lita Ford, Rob Halford, Sebastian Bach, Eddie Trunk, and Jack Black.
Wow.
In addition to the feature-length film, this special cinema event will also include a hand-picked selection of outtakes from the cutting room floor, creating an experience that is exclusive only to fans in attendance. You can go to diodreamersneverdie.com for ticket information. Ozzy Osbourne revealed that Led Zeppelin guitarist Jimmy Page blew off a request to appear on his upcoming album, Patient Number 9. Osbourne was successful in getting the two other Yardbird guitar legends, Eric Clapton and Jeff Beck, to appear on the set. During a chat with Metal Hammer, Ozzy spoke about not being able to snag Page for a contribution. He said, "I don't even know if he plays anymore, but I thought getting Eric Clapton, Jeff Beck, and Jimmy Page meant having the greatest guitarist on the planet. But I never heard from him. Maybe he'd lost his phone or something," he said.
The stuff that we've heard from that album is pretty good.
Yep. It drops on September 9th, by the way. After more than a decade apart, Jane's Addiction founding bass player Eric Avery seems to have reunited with the band. There are pictures and video of Avery playing with Perry Farrell on both Eric's and Jane's Addiction's social media accounts. The caption on Avery's post is simply, "It's on." The band apparently, along with Avery, will kick off their 32-date Spirits of Fire tour with Smashing Pumpkins October 2nd in Dallas. By the way, Avery and Farrell created Jane's Addiction in 1985, but went separate ways in the early 90s. For the past 20 years, Chris Chaney has largely been the bass player. And then one more quick story. Todd Rundgren will release his latest album. It's called Space Force on October 14th. Special guests on the new album, listen to this, include Cheap Trick's Rick Nielsen, Crowded House's Neil Finn, Thomas Dolby, Steve Vai, The Roots, The Sparks, Adrian Belew, and Rivers Cuomo.
Well, that's a stellar collection.
Yeah, among others.
I love Todd Rundgren.
So that's pretty cool. Don't know exactly what it's about, what the flavor is, and if these guys will just be singing or playing instruments or what. But yeah, that is coming out on October 14th. And that is what I have in music news.
Good
for you.
stuff.
Yeah, we'll take a break. We'll come back in a second, wrap it up. Our Word of the Week prize. We will get to that when we return. Stay with us.
And, I just think he needs more recognition, as well as Travis. Just very interesting people. And Zach is actually the newest member of the band. I mean, well, when you say that, it's like 10 years because our original bass player, got arrested for robbing a Walgreens. I don't know if you guys know that.
Yeah. That's better than the gas money story.
We were aware.
No, but it's interesting how, you evolve as a band and how you have to learn how to be around each other in a whole bunch of different settings. You're talking about tour buses, pre-show, on stage, post-show. And, these are things that you just sort of have to learn about each other. And, you didn't make a vow to one another, on an altar in front of a whole bunch of people, but you want to make this work because it did work at a certain point. So, the band today is different than the band 5 years ago, is different than the band 10 years ago. And do you know what I mean?
Absolutely. I totally know what you mean, because it's nobody really understands what it's like to be locked in a van, right? That's how we came up. It was, 5 guys in a van, well, initially, 5 guys, one, and 4 members. But you start to see personalities and people, you become family, it's like, living with, who you're blood-born to be with. Now you're in a band doing that, and the quarters are way smaller, But, right? So it's and you start to see these parts of people manifest, myself included, that it's wow, you really, really get to know people in a way that you don't with others. And, now we're lucky. This life has afforded us the opportunity for the luxuries of buses and, hotel rooms and things like that. And, 20 years into it, we all really have come to love what we do. Whereas through that 20-year stretch, there may have been times where we really disliked it. And not the artistic part, but just the living, but for the most part, every day it feels like somebody talks about how excited and how grateful we are to be out here.
Wow.
That's great.
It's great. It's an awesome place to be, man. And your fans are loving that you guys are having the success you are, and you're coming to town, and people have been stoked about the release of this album. So it's really cool. And judging by just glancing over our text messages, you got a bunch of new fans from sitting down and talking with us too, which is great.
Oh, sick.
I love it. So the Leah Core Center, July 27th, and tickets are available tomorrow at 10 a.m. CoheedandCambria.com. The new album, Vaxxus 2, A Window of the Waking Mind. Make sure you get that. We've been playing some songs from the album, and we're just excited. Thanks so much for coming on this morning, Claudio, and continued success to you and the band, brother.
Oh, thank you very much, and thank you for having me. This was awesome. I had a really good time.
Excellent. Awesome. Claudio Sanchez, guys, of Coheed and Cambria, and they're the real deal, man. They their body of work is dense. It is just, it's fun. And by that, I just don't mean by heavy in the music. There's a lot in the story.
Well, this is everything that, again, when we were getting concept albums, you were getting thematic albums and all that stuff, and you'd be in that world. This speaks to exactly that. So I'm going to start moving through the music, because I really like what I've been hearing.
Yeah. Yep.
And I love the whole concept of this thing that is the band.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
And Press, I almost opened up a whole new door of conversation there, because when we was talking about being locked in a van with people, and I just kept thinking about the book that you turned me on to, Project
Hail Mary.
Oh, Hail Mary. Yeah.
Where they're in space, and they put these astronauts into suspended animation, and it's not because they don't want them to age. It's because if they had them in a spaceship for as long as they did, they would murder each other. That's a legit thing. And so when you have these bands that are just on tour, and they're on tour for the rest of this month and through March, and then all through the summer, when you're locked in a room with people, just think about how much you guys want to kill me after 5 hours of being in the studio, and then times that by 1,000.
Throw you on a bus with us. We love you though, man. We're intrigued by our next guest's creation, so much so that we had to do it on our own. Yet we don't have facilities to cook in. So Pagano's is a new restaurant that opened up in our building. We've been restaurantless.
It's been a nightmare
for 2 years until last week, so that was nice. And as soon as they move into the building, we asked them to do something for us, and they did.
We had to test it out.
And they took a bag of potato chips, actually a few different bags of potato chips, and made mashed potatoes out of them. And we got inspiration from our next guest to do that. And you know what? We gave it, it was interesting and tasty.
I liked it.
In its own way. But our next guest is actually coming to, and I assume we are interrupting his vacation because he's in Cancun, Mexico right now. You know him from his YouTube channel. Please welcome Sam, the cooking guy.
Yeah. Hey, good morning, everybody. How you guys doing?
Wonderful, Sam. How are you?
I'm good, but let me start by saying interesting is generally not how I hope my recipes are viewed when people make them. You know?
Well, no. Listen. Here's the deal. I enjoyed the flavor of the potato mashed potatoes. The consistency was a bit interesting. It was very. I know it's potatoes, but it was like even more starchy and stickier than regular mashed potatoes. I thought.
Look, I cannot help with some. This is like eighth hand reviewing here.
Right.
My recipe goes to you guys. You guys don't even make it. You put it in the hands of a brand new restaurant. We have no idea if they can even cook.
It's true.
And now suddenly I'm being rated by this. I don't want the audience to take this one example as
all right. Fair enough. And you have plenty of great examples on your YouTube channel. So
yeah.
Hey, number one, why are you in? What's going on in Cancun? What are you doing there?
Oh, just a vacation with my wife and two sister-in-laws and a husband. We tried to put together for a while now, and it's just gotten derailed for one reason or another. So just a little break because the weather in San Diego is probably 65 or 70 today, and who wants that? That's freezing. So we've come down here.
Yeah, where it's warmer. I can't believe you're checking in from your vacation. We appreciate that. That's really, really cool.
You guys reached out. I saw the comment on Twitter. You reached out, and I was honored. I'm always happy to chat with new friends.
Awesome.
And I hope that you call on me from time to time when you want to berate one of my recipes.
Certainly.
Well, I think he's reading it wrong. We approve.
Yeah, it was.
I in particular thought, not to go off on this too much, but taking potato chip flavors that you liked. I forget the one that was really a home run. No, listen. I want mashed potatoes made from potato chips to retain some of the potato chip flavor, and they did.
Yeah.
Well, that's good. Look, years ago, before YouTube, I had a TV show in San Diego for a whole bunch of years, and we shot a show once that was based around mashed potatoes, and then we did certain things to them in one of the segments. And the person behind the camera never knew what my plan was until I started. And I said, okay, today we're going to start everything with these. And I reached into the pantry and I pulled out those dehydrated mashed potatoes that you guys talked about when you first discussed this. And she stopped the shooting and she went, you're effing kidding me. And I went, no, I'm not. I go, they're potatoes just in a slightly different form. Look, dried porcini mushrooms are one of the great finds in the world. You rehydrate those and they're glorious.
Yeah.
A potato dehydrate. Come on, it's not the most sophisticated thing to start with. So what's the big effing deal?
Right. No, you're right.
Yes.
Hey, listen, real quick, Sam, you'd mentioned meeting new friends, and I'm new to your YouTube channel, and I can't wait to delve in and find out more about it.
Thank you.
Not knowing much about you, I pick up a little bit of a Canadian pronunciation. Where are you from originally?
I'm from Vancouver, Canada, West Coast, prettiest part of the country, we think.
Stunning. Both Steve and I have been there. It's just amazingly beautiful.
Absolutely.
It's not just beautiful, but it's a really cool city. It's got an amazing.
The song's called Cage. Is that new or? Yeah, I was going to look into it, but I left 10 minutes ago. So
Brent can tell you.
It's Friday. Brent, do you know?
Yeah.
Is that new song?
A new EP called The Cage, and it's coming out, I believe, September sometime.
Okay.
That's very
That's cool.
It says it's more in your face, this EP, than the last EP called The Roadside, where we were playing that song from him earlier this year.
All right. I kind of like the sound of that.
Yeah.
That was pretty cool. Nice. 10:47 on this Friday morning. We're wrapping up the program. And I would like to thank the guests that we had on number one. We had Kurt Metzger.
Yay!
Stop in. He's going to be at Punchline Philly tonight and tomorrow. Tickets available, 7:30 and 9:45 shows. You can go to punchlinephilly.com. We also had Caroline Aaron from The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel. She was quite lovely, and that is available to stream as we speak on Amazon Prime. And also, I want to thank the gang from the event that's coming up on Monday at White Dog Cafe, not only in Wayne, but in Haverford and Glen Mills. And it is with the Alpha Bravo K9. So thank you to Jennifer Green and Greg Maloney, who were here. And that event starts at 5 p.m., but you can get there as early as you want to and hang out. But the sales are going to go for Alpha Bravo K9, and they train and give service dogs to veterans for free.
Yeah.
So it's a great event, and there's They always have wonderful cocktails, and they have these hot dog flights that they have. You know, you get it, dog, Alpha Bravo.
Yes.
And there's great auction items and all that stuff.
Tons of that stuff. I'm going to be at Glen Mills. Nick, I think you're going to be at Wayne. Casey's going to be at what is
Haverford?
Yeah, probably.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'll be at Wayne, and
DeBella will be there as well.
I think
and
Kristen Herman's coming to the Wayne one as well. So yeah,
sister stations all represented. Yeah, it's
go
great
do
time.
all three of them if you can.
Oh, they're all great.
So that's coming up on Monday. AlphaBravoK9.org. You can go to WMMR.com/events. Get that information. Before we talk to Brent and find out what's coming up and the letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize, one of our interns is saying bye-bye.
I hate this.
I know, but we're back to this again. You know, I mean, when COVID hit, we had no interns here.
I know. It's all remote.
So we're at least back. And this is Mara. Mara is leaving us. Hi, Mara.
Hi.
All right, so when did you start interning with us, Mara?
January, maybe?
January, maybe? Okay.
It all blends
but
together.
It was during the school year, so things were weird. I was just telling Marissa that it feels like I've only been here 3 months.
Yeah, I know.
Summer.
We can hardly hear you at all. Get close to that microphone. There you go.
Sorry.
That's better. Where do you go to school?
Penn
Well,
State.
yes, our viewers can't see that shirt,
I also
so
just kind of
we're
forgot
asking you
for
to
a
play
minute.
radio and to answer the question.
Sorry.
So yeah, you go to Penn State.
Yes, I'm so excited to go back.
Yeah,
Sorry.
when you got to leave soon, right?
Yeah, I leave on Sunday and classes start Monday morning, 8 a.m.
Oh my God.
What's your course is study? I assume it's communications, right?
No, actually, it's marketing and graphic design. So,
So what got you here? Just wanted to give it a shot?
yeah, I've always been interested in something entertainment related. Just kind of wanted more of a business degree, and then
You won't go wrong with that. Yeah.
I figured, and then it's weird because like I've always listened to the show going to school.
Yeah.
And then walking to all my classes, I had nothing to listen to, so I would listen to the show, and I was like, might as well just like put it out there, see what happens. Marissa got back to me like months later, and I was like, oh my God, like completely forgot.
Do you think it's something you might look into now?
Yeah,
Very
for
cool.
sure. I feel like I'm doing things now that I would have never believed I could do or was interested in doing. So I think this job kind of combined all my interest into one thing.
Cool. That's awesome.
That's excellent.
Awesome to hear that.
It's really cool.
Nice. And you've had fun with it other than getting up super duper early in the morning?
Yeah, that part's not great.
Right.
Your 8 a.m. class is going to feel like nothing.
I
compared
know.
to
I
this.
was thinking about it. I was like, I could go for like a nice little walk in the morning and like still feel productive by
Yeah,
8.
this actually kind of takes the sting out of that, doesn't it?
Out of the 8 a.m.
It does, yeah.
Mara, when do you start working on Thon? You actually hold a pretty high position within the Thon community, right?
Yes. So I work for the merchandising department of Thon, and right now I am about to start running the store again and then designing all the merch for this coming 2023 year. So,
That's no small thing. That's a big deal.
No, so I got the position, this is my 4th year in Thon. I started freshman year. I got the position in May.
Yeah.
So I've been working all summer. I come from here and go right and do all my Thon
Well,
work.
there you and it'll all pay off. It's very good.
All right,
Yeah.
that's coming up in February, right?
Comes up in February. We raised $13 million last year.
my God. Unbelievable.
Yeah. So we're trying to hit 13.5 to 14 million.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well, good luck. We know you can do it.
I'll definitely be emailing you guys for a shout out around
we'll do
February.
it. No problem.
Absolutely.
Thanks for helping us out with everything. We
Yeah, of
really
course.
appreciate all the work you've done here.
It's been the best experience ever.
Excellent. All right, let's hear it from Mara, guys. We're sending her off into the wild. Well, actually, back to school.
Yeah.
And then she'll go off into
It's
the
kind of wild out there.
That's kind of wild.
Yes, it is a little wild. Probably the wildest of your life, to be honest.
Yes, it certainly is.
Brent Porsche.
Yes, sir.
Shall we give away this prize?
Let's do it.
All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, and the Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by the letter.
The letter G, as in
All right.
Gadzooks.
All right, and we'll take caller number 6, 215-263 WMMR. All you got to do is give us a buzz, give us that word if you're caller number 6, and we have the prize to give to you. And we'll tell you about that in a little bit. It's a Friday. Brent's last show for filling in with Pierre.
Yep.
And what do you got coming up?
Looking forward to it, man. Another stacked and packed show. We got some Cheap Trick, part of the Workforce Blocks today. They're going to be opening for Rod Stewart this weekend. Show in Atlantic City tonight. They're going to be up at Hershey tomorrow, which is cool. It's going to be a ton of fun. Today is the 6th anniversary of the final Black Sabbath show here in the area, and Rival Sons opened that show over in Camden back in 2016. So we're going to do a Rival Sons block, and tomorrow is National Radio Day 2022. So we got some radio songs on the way.
Ooh, excellent. And stuff to give away and things to do, right?
You know, coffee break and 2 o'clock stuff. We're going to be celebrating Ginger Baker's birthday and all that good stuff.
Nice. All right, we need to get ourselves a winner. We were looking for caller number 6, and we have them, and it is Troy. Hi, Troy.
Fresh poop.
Fresh poop, he says.
Yes.
I love it. All right, Troy, do you know the word?
I believe it's Bond.
Cuckoo, ka-choo.
All right, you got it. Bong. And my friend, we have for you a 4-pack of tickets to attend all 4 days as MMR rocks the Firefly Festival. Holy poop.
Yes,
fresh poop.
I thought it was only 2 poops. Now it's 4 poops.
Beautiful. All right, Troy, congratulations, buddy. Hang on the line.
Thanks.
All right, we'll get your information. Don't forget that show September 2nd to the 25th, Woodlands in Dover, Delaware. Green Day, My Chemical Romance, Weezer, and dozens more bands and artists spanning various musical genres. And tickets are on sale now via fireflyfestival.com. Complete details at WMMR.com. Let me take a moment to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show has been brought to you today by Dunkin'. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets. Fresh foods, local flavors. Acme, the official grocery store, the Preston and Steve Show. And also brought to you by Trinity Rehab. Locations all over and now open in King of Prussia. Trinity-rehab.com. Next week on our program, this is great, Paul Reiser.
Great, from Stranger Things.
We've talked to him several times throughout the years. He's wonderful. We're going to have Eric Bazillion and Rob Hyman of The Hooters. They've got shows coming up. There was an observation I made about a song that I need to ask Rob about, and that was, I told Nick, and he's like, well, let's get him in here. I'm like, all right, let's do it. Comedian Lunell will be here. She's great.
Love Lunell.
And also Sheila Watko from NBC 10 will be joining us, and we'll add some more people and things to that list when we rejoin you next week. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great weekend, and we will see you later, gang. Bye-bye.